The Force to Believe. Wayne Dyer. He was an American psychologist and writer of spiritual growth books. The Force to Believe. Introduction. You cannot drink the word water. The H20 formula cannot keep a boat afloat. The word rain cannot make you wet. You must experience water or rain to know what those words truly mean. Words alone take you away from the experience. And so it is with all the things I write about in this book. The words used here are intended to lead you to direct experience. If the words I use inspire confidence, chances are you will pick up the ideas they express and turn them into experience. I believe in these principles and check that they work at all times. Now I am about to share my experience with them. You too, in your own life, see essentially what you believe in. For example, if you firmly believe in scarcity, think about it regularly and make it the subject of your conversations. I am convinced that you will see it in your life. On the other hand, if you believe in happiness and abundance, think only about them, discuss the issue with others and act accordingly. It is very likely that you will end up seeing it too. Oliver Wendell Holmes once said, "When the mind of man is open to a new idea, it never returns to its former dimension." The principles I write about in this book may require you to open up to new ideas. If you decide to accept them and apply them to your life, you will feel the marks left by the opening in your mind and you will never be the one you were before. The pronoun it appears twice in the title of this book * and refers to what might be called personal transformation. This transformation is given by the deep knowledge that the human being represents much more than a physical body, and that its essence includes the ability to think and feel, to possess a higher consciousness and to know that there is an intelligence that fills all the shapes of the universe. You have the ability to find your invisible part, use your mind at will and recognize what makes up your human nature. Its human dimension does not refer to a form or a body, but to something much more transcendental, guided by forces of the universe that are always at work. The principles exposed in this book start from a premise: you are a soul accompanied by a body, instead of a body endowed with a soul. That is, you are not a human being with a spiritual experience, but a spiritual being with a human experience. I have illustrated these principles with examples that are part of my own personal transformation journey. These principles operate in the universe even while you are sitting reading these words. They work regardless of your opinion of them. It is something comparable to the digestive and circulatory processes that run their course without your conscious collaboration. Whether or not you believe in these principles is irrelevant because they will continue to perform their task without asking for your approval. But if you decide in your favor, you may find yourself living in a totally new stratum and enjoying a higher kind of knowledge, an awakening, to call it that. Your resistance will not bring you any benefit. By this statement I mean that you will continue with your old ideas and live by the familiar phrase, "If I don't see it, I don't believe it." And he will work much harder, if possible, to make more money. You will continue to consider appearances more important than quality. It will be guided by the rules rather than by ethics. If you belong to the group of the undecided, I recommend that you stick with what you are familiar with. When you can no longer resist, begin your journey of personal transformation, something like an awakening. You will be on a journey of no return. You will develop such deep knowledge that you will come to wonder how you could have ever lived otherwise. The awakening to new life begins to guide you, and then you simply know deep down that you are on the right track, and you are not even aware of the protests of those who have chosen another path. I had never imagined that I would need a change. I had not drawn up any plans to change my way of doing things, nor had I set ideals that could improve my life. He was sure that he had led the life he had wanted. I had achieved considerable professional success, and nothing seemed to be lacking. However, I have undergone a great transformation that has enhanced each of my days in a special way, and that I would not have thought possible a few years ago. I was born in 1940, and I became the youngest of a family that already had 2 children under the age of 4. My father, whom I never knew, abandoned us when I was 2 years old. According to the stories that have reached my ears, he was a troublesome man, lazy and a heavy drinker, who abused my mother, had his ups and downs with the law and spent some time in jail. My mother sold candy in a seedy store on the east side of Detroit, and the $17 a week she earned only covered the cost of the streetcar and the salary of our caretaker when she was absent. We did not receive any help from charities. I spent much of my early years in foster homes, which my mother visited whenever possible. Everything I came to know about my father was told to me by my two brothers. I imagined a violent and ruthless person, none of us cared the least. The more I knew about him, the more I hated him, and the more I hated him, the more he infuriated me. Finally my anger turned to curiosity and I began to dream of the possibility of meeting him face to face. Hatred and the desire to meet this man so that I could get his answers haunted me. In 1949 my mother remarried and brought us all together again. From that moment on, none of my brothers mentioned my father again, and my inquiries were always censored by a look that meant, "He is not a good man. Why do you insist on discovering more about him?" But my curiosity and my nightmares persisted. I often woke up sweating and crying from a dream about my father that had been too intense for me. As I grew into an adult, my desire to meet this man became more impetuous. I became obsessed with the idea of finding him. The members of his family protected him because they feared that my mother would sue him for the lack of support in those years. Yet I kept asking questions, making phone calls to relatives I didn't even know, and traveling to distant cities to chat with his ex-wives about him. As usual, my search ended in frustration. I was running out of money to follow the leads, or I had to shoulder my responsibilities by joining the military, going to college, or raising my own family. In 1970 I received a call from a cousin I never met, who had heard a rumor that my father had passed away in New Orleans. But at that time I was not in a position to investigate the case. I was finishing my PhD studies and about to move to New York to accept an adjunct professor position at St. John's University, going through a harrowing divorce and stuck writing. In the following years I assisted in the preparation of several manuals on counseling and psychotherapy. I didn't want to continue writing for a strictly professional audience, but I had no choice. I was trapped on a personal level, my divorce, physical, my overweight and poor physical shape, and spiritual, my pure pragmatism, devoid of all metaphysical thinking. My dreams about my father gained strength. Sometimes I would wake up with a start, furious because I had dreamed that I was beating my father while he was smiling at me. It was then that I reached the turning point in my life. In 1974, a colleague from the university offered me a position in the South. She coordinated a government-funded program that attempted to test the adequacy of Southern universities to the civil rights legislation of the 1960s. She wanted me to visit Columbus State University for Women, Mississippi. When I decided to accept it, I first called the infirmary where, according to my cousin, my father had been. There I was informed that Melvin Lyle Dyer had died of cirrhosis of the liver and other complications 10 years ago, and that his body had been transferred to Biloxi, Mississippi. Columbus is about 320 kilometers from Biloxi. It was then that I realized that it was all over. I decided that at the end of my visit to the university I would complete my trip and do everything necessary to put an end to that chapter of my life. He still hoped to find some answer to this unresolved matter. I was curious to know if my father had told the hospital officials that he had 3 children, and if our names were on the death certificate. He pretended to talk to his friends in Biloxi to find out if he had ever named us. Had he been secretly trying to find out how life was going with his ex-wife and their children? Did you care about something? Had he had a capacity to love that perhaps he had hidden? What interested me most was how he had managed to turn his back on his family for a lifetime. I was constantly looking for a display of affection that he might have left, and yet my hatred of his behavior in those years continued to haunt me. At 34 years old, I felt controlled by a man who had died a decade ago. I rented a new car, I mean brand new, to go to Biloxi. The odometer showed only one number, 12. As I was about to get behind the wheel and put on my seat belt, I noticed that the passenger seat belt was missing. I got out of the car, I removed the seat and suddenly it appeared, glued to the floor of the car with electrical tape, with the buckle covered in plastic and a rubber band. I peeled off the tape and plastic, and found a business card tucked into the buckle. It said, Candlelight Hostel, Biloxi, Mississippi, and it contained arrows that pointed the way. That was strange to me, since the car had not been used by anyone before I rented it. Anyway, I put the card in my shirt pocket. I got to the outskirts of Biloxi at 4:50 in the afternoon on a Friday and parked at the first gas station I saw, to phone all the cemeteries in Biloxi from there. There were 3 listed in the guide. In the first they communicated and in the second they did not answer, so I dialed the third number, which was the least unique on the list. In answer to my question, a voice of a man older than 20 told me that he was going to check if my father was buried there. It took about 10 minutes, and when I was about to throw in the towel, hang up and wait until Monday morning to continue my inquiries, the man returned and spoke the words that ended the journey of a lifetime. Yes, he said. His father was buried here. And he gave me the date of his burial. My heart was pounding with excitement. I asked him if it would be possible for me to visit the tomb that afternoon. Of course, if when you leave, you will be so kind as to reattach the chain at the entrance, you can come whenever you like, he answered. And before I could ask him how to get to the cemetery, he added, his father is buried next to the grounds of the Candlelight Hostel. Anyone at the gas station will be able to tell you how to get there. Trembling, I reached into my shirt pocket and glanced at the card and arrows. I was 3 blocks from the cemetery. When I finally found myself in front of his tombstone reading Melvin Lyle Dyer, I froze. I spent 2.5 hours talking to my father for the first time. I screamed without thinking if there was anyone around me. And I spoke out loud, demanding answers from a grave. As time passed, I began to experience a deep sense of relief and calmed down. The prevailing calm was so overwhelming that I came to think that my father was by my side. He was not speaking to a tombstone. Somehow I was in the presence of something that I could not, nor can I explain. Resuming that monologue, I said, I feel as if somehow I was brought here today, and I sense that you have had a connection with it. I do not know his role, if he has it, but I am convinced that the time has come to put aside the anger and hatred that have made me suffer so much during these years. I want you to know that as of this moment, all of it has vanished. I forgive. I don't know what prompted him to lead his life the way he did. I am sure she must have been through moments of despair, knowing that she had 3 children whom she would never see again. Whatever was going on inside him, I want him to know that I will no longer hate him. When I think of you, I will do so with love and compassion. I am getting rid of all that disorder that exists in me. Deep down, I know that he only did what he could do under the circumstances of life at the time. Although I do not remember ever seeing you, and my most fervent desire was to meet you in person and hear your own words, I will not allow those thoughts to prevent me from feeling the love I now have for you. That day, in front of the lonely tombstone south of Mississippi, I spoke words that I have never forgotten, because they marked my way of living from then on. I send you my love. I send you my love. With all my heart I send all my love. In a moment of purity and honesty, I experienced the feeling of forgiveness for the man who had been my father and for the child that I had been and who had wanted so much to know and love him. A sense of peace and purification that was totally new to me came over me. Although at that moment I was not aware of what was happening to me, that simple act of forgiveness was going to mean the beginning of a new dimension in my life. I was on the threshold of a stage in my life in which I was going to see myself surrounded by worlds that I would never have imagined in those days. When I returned to New York, a series of miracles began to occur. I wrote Your Wrong Zones with some ease. A literary agent appeared in my life at the right time and under strange circumstances. I had an interview with an executive at Ty Crowell Publishing House, and after a few days they told me that they were going to publish my book. Every step along the way to your wrong zone seemed like a miracle. With a frequency that I found charming, strange, and wonderful events happened. The right person was there when you needed them. The fact that he had made perfect contact was one of the strangest circumstances. My speaking program expanded and my lectures to the public became easier and easier. I ended up speaking without any prompting, even though the seminars lasted 6 or 8 hours. Later my talks became a series of tapes that were very successful. My own personal life improved almost immediately, and I began to make decisions on matters that I had pondered for years. In the blink of an eye he had achieved what every author longs for. My book was the best-selling book in the United States and I was at the height of my career, appearing on radio shows with large audiences. In the following years my activity as a writer took me in other directions. I went from writing about how to use certain strategies to know yourself to writing about how to become a more positive person. I went from telling people how to do something to writing about the importance of accessing transcendental levels as human beings. Today I am convinced that my experience of forgiveness, although it was emotionally draining, was the beginning of my transformation. It signified my first encounter with the power of my own mind to break through what I previously considered to be the barriers of the physical world and my physical body. Pablo Picasso once said, "When I work I leave my body on the other side of the door, just as Muslims do with their shoes before entering mosques." This is what I did when I wrote this book. I left my body on the other side of the door. By this I mean that the world of pain and intrusions was left out, and that only my mind entered my domain as a writer. In the world of pure thought there are no limits. What is the limit of your imagination? This part of me made up of my thoughts is pure energy that allows ideas to translate into words and then take shape on my typewriter. There are no excuses, no tiredness, no fear, no anguish, just energy that somehow flows from me to you without limitation. As I create, I realize that these words and ideas are not just for me, that I am the path through which they flow and that, when I open myself, I am free and I leave my body on the other side of me. Door like Picasso, so I am part of a creative process that is related to an awakening. This book deals precisely with this awakening process and the inherent rewards of any transformative process. To begin this process of awakening you must become familiar with the concept of paradox. Why? Because you are a great paradox that walks, talks, and breathes in every moment of your life. The Bhagavad Gita, one of the oldest spiritual books on our planet, summarizes the paradox in the following terms. For the passion towards the pairs of opposites. For those dichotomies of like and aversion, Prince. All creatures live confused, except for some. That, free from sin, holy in act, cultured. They are freed from opposites and led by faith. They make their way towards me. And you will continue to be confused unless you are familiar with opposites like the following. You exist both in the form, with all the rules and laws applicable to the form, and in the non-form, with a totally opposite set of rules and laws. You are, in your own body, shy and aggressive. He is lazy and hard-working. Get more acceptance when less interested is shown. The more you squeeze the water, the less liquid you have in your hands. The things that concern us in others are lessons that we must learn for ourselves. You can't just examine the North Pole of a magnet, no matter how thin you cut it, there will always be a South Pole to consider. Duality is always present. Before you abandon this idea as dictated by the left cerebral gyrus, remember that you simultaneously have an intuitive side in the right brain that allows opposites to coexist in perfect harmony. I've always been fascinated by Ram Dass's description of the paradox in Don't Go. The most exquisite paradox, as soon as you leave it. Everything can be yours, when you crave power. Can't have it. As soon as you don't want it, you can possess more than you ever imagined. Until you become familiar with this concept and deal with your own situation of existing as one person full of form and form, i.e., formless, at the same time, you will find yourself struggling with this paradox. After listening to my transformation tapes, a woman wrote to me, saying, "Wow, this does work when you let it in." I couldn't explain it better. But William James, in a 1926 writing, defines it this way. The most distant limits of our being are located, in my opinion, in another dimension of existence, different from the visible world. Call it mystical region, or supernatural region, as you prefer, we will continue to belong to a much more visible world. When we commune with Him, the work is in fact done by our limited personality, since we have become new men. There is one thing that I am sure of, communing with all these universal principles, writing about them, living them day by day, I have become a new man, a happier, more determined, more alive man than I ever imagined. Capable. Now I hope that my efforts and my energy are reflected in this book and that they also contribute to making great changes in your life. From Love and Light. Wayne Dyer, 1989. 1. Transformation. Transformation is the ability and the will to live beyond your form. I feel as if I have walked through a door that has been closed without allowing me to return to the place where I used to live. For me, going through that door means transformation. But what do I mean by this? Let's start with the word form, the crux of another word, transformation. It is a term that describes the natural person. It includes all the physiological properties associated with the human being that you are. Shape includes the total weight of your bones, arteries, capillaries, skin, eyeballs, toenails, heart, lungs, kidneys, and other elements of your physiology. However, you are not reduced to a bunch of bones, skin, and whatnot. Everything that you would see in that form could also be found in a pig or a horse. The real you, the only you, is 99% invisible, untouchable, odorless, and indifferent to the physical senses, known only to form. Most of who you really are goes beyond form. It is called mind, feelings, thoughts, or higher consciousness, but in any case, it is clear that it is not the way. All your thoughts and spiritual knowledge exist in this formless dimension. Now consider the prefix trans, which means beyond, behind, or literally on the other side. When we put that prefix in front of the shape, we get transform. If we add the suffix -tion, which means action or result, we have the word transformation. For me, this word means the result or the action of going beyond one's form. And this is literally the challenge in this book, to help you see yourself as a being much more advanced and divine than a mere form is. Your form must follow the rules of form. It will vary countless times throughout your life. In fact, every cell in your form will renew itself every 7 years or so, and yet you will continue to exist. You have already been in the body of a baby, of a child, of an adolescent, and according to the age that your form was fulfilling, you also inhabited other bodies. The form has changed many times, and yet the real you has remained unchanged. When you understand this concept, you will find your way to the door you have to go through. All human creation begins with a thought, an idea, a vision, a mental image. The thought is then applied in some way in creating a new product. Right now I am taking my thoughts, applying them to a typewriter, and creating a new product that will end up as a book. We all go through this process many times a day. The last element to become a transformed person is to see ourselves as beings not limited by our form. If you live exclusively in form, you live in a world of limitations. Think of all the limits your shape has. The limits are a kind of borders for one. You are only able to lift a certain weight, it can only run at a certain speed, only achieves a certain level of job performance. But the limits belong to the dimension of the form. Now let's examine the part of you without physical limits, the cognitive or thinking dimension. Your ability to think has no limits. Imagine that you are doing something right now. You are able to maintain a perfect relationship with your partner in your thinking. In this non-form cognitive dimension, you can be anything, go where you please, experience as much as you like. What I am suggesting is that you are empowered to experience a large part of your life in this dimension that transcends your form, that is, in transformation. You will be able to maintain your form, satisfy your needs and understand your prompts, while being aware that the form is serving you, the real you. Our culture places special emphasis on values external to the person, on physical appearance. I propose that the emphasis be placed on an interest in the self beyond the form, without forgetting that the real you is housed in the form. When you get enough practice in this dimension, you will be able to remove all limitations from your life. He will overcome the limits of form and act as St. Paul proposes in Romans 12:2. And you do not want to settle for this world, rather, transform yourselves with the renewal of your spirit, so that you can discern what is God's will, what is good, pleasant and perfect. This is the place of transformation. This is the place where you can not only experience a miracle, but also do it. You can achieve a high standard in your daily life without going to a spiritual teacher or attending a course in metaphysics. How? Believing that you are a soul accompanied by a body, rather than a body endowed with a soul. You will create for yourself a life without limitations. You will begin to see miracles as soon as you believe in them and trust them to come true. You yourself will become a miracle worker. When you have a health problem, you will begin to realize what an extraordinary miracle you are. You will modify the very harmful habit of eating too much and not exercising, without having to try or submit to strong discipline. Your new habits will automatically respond to your new sense of worth and who you are, even if you feel unable to define it in words. Your faith in your body's ability to heal will be reflected in how you care for the precious temple that shelters you. The fear of death will disappear as soon as you realize that thought, meditation, our very essence, never dies. Thought cannot die. It is the energy of which the very existence of the universe is composed, and once you have this firm conviction in your being, you can be sure that you will never fear death again. A few years ago a beautiful woman named Peace Pilgrim crossed the United States, with a message of peace, love, and personal transformation. He described the characteristics of this transformation in a short list. Some signs and symptoms of interior peace. Tendency to think and act spontaneously without any fear derived from previous experiences. Ability to enjoy every moment. Loss of interest in judging other people. Loss of interest in interpreting the actions of others. Loss of interest in conflicts. Decrease in worries. Frequent and intense stages of appreciation. Feeling of satisfaction in knowing that you are connected to others and nature. Frequent states of joy. Increasing receptivity towards the love offered by others, as well as an urgent need to offer their own. This is what it contains for you. Life will become a fascinating journey full of joy and respect. That part of you that was reduced by the limitations that you imposed by living exclusively in the form, will be released and will see a whole new panorama, only if you believe in it. You will surprise yourself slowing down and living in that quiet inner space that will allow you to appreciate everything that comes your way. Your heart will tell you that you have no reason to feel threatened by the opinions or actions of others. Your life will be filled with greater joy and serenity, since that is precisely what you will radiate abroad. It will be much easier for you to accept adverse opinions, knowing that you are not manipulated by anything or anyone outside of yourself. You will find great satisfaction in the quiet that replaces resentment and pain. Conflict and confrontation will disappear from your life, as you will have no need to prove anything to anyone. As a result, you will begin to take advantage of the enormous power of your mind. You will act as a mediator, calmly, even if others think you are raving. You will be the power of a calm mind, and you will decide to access it frequently. You will discover things about yourself that you may never have considered before. You will find yourself in that perfect intelligence that is within every form, within that miraculous inner space in which everything you can visualize is possible. I have come to know that there is an invisible, untouchable, imperceptible, and yet very real intelligence behind, or supporting, every form. This intelligence has been designated by many names. Some call it God, others, life force, higher consciousness, divine spirit. The name doesn't matter, its existence, on the contrary, yes. It's a similar feeling to what Carl Jung expressed when an interviewer asked him if he believed in God. His surprising answer was no. After a silence, he added, "I know there is a God." Observe a tree and contemplate the intelligence in or behind it, which allows a perfect functioning of its form. The leaves are renewed, the sap rises through the vessels and fibers, the flowers open in due course. It is much more than just a shape. It contains a vital force, and at the same time it is very real. Lately I tend to stare at the palm of my hand a lot. When I pinch myself, the skin that covers it no longer tightens as before, but forms a kind of meander and returns to its original position. Crow's feet pluck out of my eyes that were never there. Hair has started to grow in my ears, and those on my head have started to fall out. I see how my shape is changing. If I thought that is all I am, the physical changes would distress me. But I know that I am much more than my body shape. I know that I am a soul accompanied by a body, and not the other way around. What some call soul and what I call myself, or selfhood, is the very essence of who we are. It is the intelligence that underlies the form, and the great difference between who I am now and who I was a few years ago is that today I experience the fact of knowing that I am not just a form. Buckminster Fuller once claimed that 99% of one's being is invisible and untouchable. It is the ability to think and go beyond the form that determines our quality of life. Today, the main transformation of my life lies in my ability to express and experience the phrase, I am my ability to think and feel, I am not only form. I see that in this life I have adopted a great variety of roles. I used to believe that those roles were my real self, and that everything I did determined my essence. Currently I experience my form when I do what I have chosen, but at the same time I know how to distance myself from my form and observe the movements and actions of my human nature. Thus, I work and sweat, play tennis, write, speak to large audiences, make love with my wife, walk on the beach, pay my debts, try to save some money, talk on the phone about my investments, hug my children, and I do all those actions that I have selected for my being. Those actions, those papers acquire a magical quality, of enchantment, when my being is in full action. When I involve that invisible and untouchable part of myself, then I recognize that my form is not all that I am. When I accompany my physical actions with my thoughts and feelings, I experience a balance, a whole, the totality of my being. My ability to be my own thought is the real miracle of which I am a part. No one can stand behind my eyeballs and experience my inner reality, and I cannot enter anyone's form and experience their own process. But I can become my mind instead of my form. Today I live every day as if that intelligence that exists in all things, including me, was the real essence of my life. I no longer fear death, for I know that we are never fully conformed, that we always remain in a state of transition, and that although form may appear to have died, thought does not die. The main difference that I have noticed is the extraordinary and new understanding towards others that has taken over my being in recent years. On occasions when I previously would have ignored anyone or locked myself in my world, I now find myself more connected on an emotional level with the inner energy of all forms of life. For example, my commitments as a speaker force me to travel a lot, and in the past my reaction would have been to push my way through the crowded people on an airplane and settle into my seat. Now I can't stop helping someone store their carry-on luggage, whereas years ago that someone could have been the target of my shoves. I love this new understanding of others. It gives me the strength to do great things, and of course it also helps others have a more loving experience. On the other hand, I am developing a style of intelligence, new to me, that does not involve any conscious effort. I have acquired sensitivity and understanding regarding certain concepts that once seemed confusing or strange to me. I have fun reading about the reality of physical quanta, relativity, metaphysics, and I find fascinating what I previously considered unfathomable and even boring, for example everything related to Eastern thought. In bookstores I go to the sections of philosophy, the New Age, metaphysics, and the like, and I regret not having time to read everything I find there. These subjects are a new distraction for me, but more importantly, they all fit the mood of my current disposition perfectly. I have become more receptive to all things in the universe. My disposition allows me to explore freely, without any value judgment clouding it. And what makes things even more interesting is that now it all makes sense. I understand everything that was confusing before. This is an extraordinary awakening experience and, to tell the truth, it commands me great respect. I often find myself reading books or listening to tapes that fill me with emotion. I don't know if it is my receptivity to these new ideas, or if I have simply developed a greater intelligence thanks to my studies, but in any case I love it and, even more, I love being able to share it with you and with others. It is as if in a jiffy I have begun to understand and live the teachings of the spiritual masters. And all this without having regular study programs, without trying to improve my spiritual awareness, only transforming myself into a new me, full of admiration for the miracle that this represents. I also have a less pronounced sense of success and possessions. I no longer identify with my achievements and my resume. It is as if now, when I feel like a being without borders, I am less rigid in my concept of myself. I feel like I can stand behind myself, of my form, so that my own self can be infinite things, without my actions limiting me. I define a state of knowledge or internal being that defies any external description. It no longer matters so much how much I achieved, but knowing myself in harmony with my own sense of belonging to the human race. My own labels are no longer necessary for me. It is not that the facts no longer exist, but that they are now integrated into the process of my own definition. The less importance I attach to the external, the less restrictions I find in my life. I feel capable of anything the voice tells me that only I can hear. There has been a big change in my personal ethics. Whoever comes into my life pretending to control or judge will be repelled by my emotional energy. I no longer feel the need to prove something or to account for my beliefs. I have overcome the obsession of convincing people of the truth of my position or of placing myself at the opposite pole of their point of view. I radiate a calm sense of who I am, respectful of the way others are. I have delved into some of my personal relationships, especially with my wife and my closest family, while others have ceased to interest me. I still have a lot of fun when I go to social gatherings, but I no longer consider myself a being who needs to be part of these activities, as I did years ago. I am in favor of spending time alone or in the company of my family and a few friends, who provide me with loving and rich personal relationships. In fact, in my life no one depends on me, except for my young children. It does not interest me at all that others depend on me for their emotional sustenance or of any other kind. However, and although it may seem a paradox, I have become more generous in my dedication to others. What I like the most is helping others. I find it strange and at the same time wonderful to be able to act based exclusively on my truth and at the same time welcome with pleasure and without prejudice those who operate on a different frequency. In the same way, it is much easier for me to broadcast on my own frequency and ignore the pleas of those who try to convince me to live in their own way. The border between my own self and others has disappeared. I see others going their ways and now I can love them for being precisely what they are. When others try to impose their values and attitudes on me, as I once did, I am aware that this can upset my balance and harmony. But in those moments I become a peaceful observer of what they expose about themselves and their truth. The real me, the inner thoughts and feelings that I live, are not forced into any defense, and I can observe calmly without having to prove them wrong. My path is very clear. This is a new kind of approach that allows me to live in form and at the same time out of form, without anyone being able to threaten or control me. It is a place of peaceful glory. I have overcome my tendency to blame others for what happens to me in life. I no longer judge the world in terms of unfortunate accidents or misfortunes. I am aware that I influence everything, and I begin by considering why I have generated a certain situation rather than asking, but why me? This high knowledge leads me to search for answers within myself. I am responsible for all this, and the enigma becomes a fascinating challenge when I modify aspects of my life over which I previously believed I had no control. Now I feel that everything is under my control. I believe in everything I have and need, and I know that I am capable of working miracles when I am in inner balance, and of using my mental dimension to create the world I want for myself. Now I know that my circumstances do not make me who I am, but only reveal what I have chosen to be. The calmer my mind is, the more I perceive the bond that exists between my thoughts and my way of feeling. The calmer my mind is, the less I tend to be critical and negative. Having a calm mind helps me to have a peaceful life, and it also helps others to consider choosing a peaceful, calm, and positive life for themselves. Consequently, it can be said that my way of thinking can directly affect those around me. It had already been said of Jesus, and of Buddha, and of other spiritual leaders, that wherever they went they raised people's consciousness. Now I am able to understand and appreciate this idea. I have come to the conclusion that when I enjoy total inner peace and externalize it, the conscience of those who are in the same situation as me calms down. Not long ago, I gave a lecture to a large crowd in Chicago. The room was full of children, about 500, most of whom must not have been 7 years old. Sure, the noise was considerable, but after a while I got used to it and it didn't bother me again. At one particularly intense moment in my presentation, when I was about to recite a poem of particular relevance to me, the entire room, including the children, fell into silence. A kind of wordless communication had reached the entire audience through the dimension of thought. The modifications that I myself and my way of living have undergone have occurred without the need for prior plans. And yet these inner changes are as much mine as the lungs or the heart. In the same way, there have been a series of changes in my physical state. I run a minimum of 12 kilometers a day, and since I was 36 I have never missed that appointment. Not even once. I explain to people that running is not something I do, but something that I am. It is part of my being. He regularly enters into my daily health care, as well as scrupulous dental care. This is who I am as a healthy human being. My old me was well aware of the benefits it was bringing to my body. These benefits continue to exist. What happens is that now I experience a new level of benefit related to my own inner self, with the loss of the body self, and ignorance of my physical condition while I am running. In those moments I experience the highest energy levels in my life, something that, together with my actions in favor of good health and optimal physical condition, I attribute to the approach to life from a higher consciousness. It is curious to me that today I do not eat the red meat that in other times I savored so much. Do not add a pinch of salt to your food, since before you used to use the salt shaker at will, that sugar, caffeine, and other products of no nutritional value have been almost excluded from my diet. It is curious to me, but the most surprising thing is that this trend towards healthy eating habits has arisen from a more responsible approach towards myself and my whole life, and not from the desire to enhance my physical attractiveness or my strength, or to achieve greater longevity. It's like I'm obeying some perfect inner counselor, instead of relying on cultural guidelines, old ways, or what I've been taught. The part of me that wants to be balanced is the part of me that decides about my food. I feel internally balanced, and somehow this becomes a healthy approach to nutrition and exercise. I hardly ever wear a watch, and yet a few years ago I couldn't have gone out without it. Time has ceased to matter in a linear sense, and I am not forced to carefully follow when, how, and at what speed my life passes. This happened without having proposed it to me. I just stopped wearing it and referring to time and scheduling my life on a schedule. And as a result I am now much more efficient. I am intrigued by the paradox of failing to fulfill an obligation or a wish due to time constraints and, at the same time, feeling that I have discovered unlimited time for the things I want to do. I even dare to affirm that by seeing me without any impediment of time, my life not only passes better, but it has also increased in richness and texture. I experience the paradox of letting go of the limits of time in places like, for example, the lines at the supermarket checkouts. I'm sure you know from experience what the old me felt before, when someone in front of me was taking too long to pay. I became impatient, tense, and critical. I even got close to that person to make him realize it. The new me does not feel trapped in time, and consequently does not need to worry about having to leave the store after a certain amount of time. On the contrary, I often experience a new level of being in time. Through thought I discover my old self in the person before me in line. My thoughts are of kindness and sympathy towards my slowness or clumsiness. A message of love, relaxation, and freedom of action towards unconditional love that I would choose for myself in that situation seems to be transmitted to the other person, and I intend to help them find the exact coin or whatever else they need. And often this thought process generates a smile, an understandable energy between that person and myself, a richness and a texture. One of the most beautiful acts, and at the same time most difficult to describe, is the experience of intimate contact, physical and emotional, with another person. Physical orgasmic sensations are undoubtedly a wonderful aspect of our sexuality. But affectionate and emotional feelings are also a very beautiful part of this experience. For me, sexuality is now the highest perfection of love, and not the obligation of a married man. The sexual act is an expression of the inner love that we can achieve, when we both feel balanced and satisfied, and it is also our reciprocal expression of that love. I no longer want to organize myself in a linear way, and in this process of change my life has been enriched, made more bearable, and has achieved the perfect balance. This new perspective allows me to approach any project with a sense of inner emotion and knowledge that does not force me to show who I am or to be judged by the results. I am just who I am, and I do what I have decided to do, accepting the results or the lack of them. Interestingly, this way I get more achievements, which I share to a large extent. I get so much more than I ever imagined in my old linear days. My low motivation to achieve is particularly evident in my competitiveness. When I was young I felt the need to beat the other boy to show who he was. In recent years I have totally moved away from competitiveness. I continue to play tennis, but in the middle of a difficult match I stop and wish my opponent luck, and somehow, paradoxically, it improves my own level of play. I imagine that this is a natural result, a consequence of the feelings and thoughts that myself radiates about unconditional love and the absence of criticism. Cooperation has replaced competition in all facets of my life, and the results are amazing, both for me and for those around me. I am deeply drawn to the following statement: in a world of individual beings, the comparison does not make sense. External events are of no importance to me unless they create order or disorder in the world. I value everything I do. If an act brings harmony to myself and others, I consider it a positive act. If it creates turbulence or clutter, I'll try to flip it. My mission is to help others to modify their consciousness, so that all their thoughts and actions are directed towards order and harmony. It means living knowing that the intelligence underlying all forms is important and not doing anything that can destroy or damage life. Taking advantage of inner energy, our own self, through an attitude of acceptance contributes to a personal sense of balance and harmony. The more we evolve towards this level of personal balance, the sooner we will create the best external shape of our world. In this way we will participate in the transformation of our universe. I delight in verifying the love that exists in my life and what my 6 beautiful children have learned. I only teach them love, and that is what I see when they interact with each other or with people outside the family circle. My wife and I have matured in love, mutual respect, and our own uniqueness, so that we are both able to send that inner glow to each other. We have a wonderful absence of criticism and negativity with respect to the other, Because we have learned to be that way within ourselves. Disagreements, yes. Bad temper, never. I want to emphasize that this new me is still dogmatic and standing firm about my own life. I am not advocating pouring sugar and honey on the evils of the world, in the hope that they will disappear. On the contrary, what I am experiencing is a much deeper relationship with life, thanks to which I know exactly what I will do and I do not deviate from my path. I am able to continue in it, doing what I love and loving what I do. I have gone from being a person who made absolute judgments, which required concrete and rigorous answers, to one who sees and knows that every human experience is an opportunity that allows us to reflect on the place we occupy or cease to occupy. In the end, it all comes down to a renunciation of the old and ingrained models, which means catching myself in the moment when I carry out an act that is not harmonious, and realizing my position and the place that is not. I occupy at this precise moment. And this implies using my mind to place myself in the inner point where I want to be, and move slowly but surely towards that inner harmony. I recently had an experience that can serve as an example. My wife told me that one of our daughters had excelled in her freshman class, and ended by saying, "I'm glad I worked with her on this project and taught her to behave in the classroom without fear or hesitation." In my younger years I would have answered, "Stop. I'm the one who taught her to do it. Do not believe that the credit is yours, as always." My reaction now was, "Great. I am very happy that she is gaining confidence in herself, and you have really contributed greatly." Inside, I feel that I have also contributed my grain of sand, and I appreciate my feeling without having to be recognized in an external way. I know that our daughter's confidence is the result of many impulses coming from us, from her own inner being and from many others as well. I feel happy for her. My satisfaction is not based on the need to see myself recognized, or to remove recognition from my wife. My competitiveness and inner turmoil have been replaced by peace and harmony. It is unconditional love, which begins with yourself. When you withdraw to your serene inner solitude, you enter that fourth dimension that opens the doors of a totally new world. But before you reach that destination, you may need to test your resilience to this powerful new idea of personal transformation. Why you can resist this principle? Why would anyone resist this state of being? Above all, for safety. If you are convinced that you are only your form, you don't need to consider your own greatness and the risks involved in transformation. Think about it for a moment. All the obstacles to your success and happiness can be explained in terms of the limitations of your physical existence. From this point of view, you can decide that the others were simply lucky, or that they were born with everything to win, or that those from beyond were given the opportunity. Transforming requires opening up to the possibility of a totally innovative idea. Most of us reject new ideas for the sake of those we are comfortably used to. It is also a very comfortable and natural position that we adopt the opposite position to which the original title of this book alludes. In other words, I must see it to believe it. That's the first thing. Almost no one likes to step out of their comfortable zone of influence. You may know that life resists being justified by mere physical theories, and that science is incapable of answering questions like what is life? Where do you go when you die? How do I think? Despite this, it may happen that you prefer to stay with what your eyes have seen, that is, solely and exclusively with the form. Believing in a formless state is perhaps too unreal and strange. However, you intuit that it is actually much more than the body that it inhabits. At first it can be risky to give up the usual comforts and take that step forward to get in touch with your inner being, with that place you inhabit, your inner space. That is where you feel all things. That is where your thoughts reside. But it may be the case that you are unwilling to explore the space where you are fully responsible for what you are experiencing. You may also resist transformation because you are afraid of changes or having to examine something you do not understand. I call this a head-down approach to your own spirituality. Let someone in the pulpit preach about what I am supposed to do in the celestial kingdom. Me. I'll take care of paying the mortgage. All this spiritual matter is addressed to deep thinkers and devout believers. We are conditioned to believe that all matters related to higher consciousness are primarily the responsibility of religious guides. However, if you consider the teachings of the great spiritual teachers, you will find that they all say the same thing but in a different way. The kingdom of heaven is within. Don't ask God to do it for you, acknowledge your own divinity and magnificence. Look inside, not outside. You may think that personal transformation can collide with your religious upbringing. But I am not writing about anything that has to do with the discrepancies between the teachings of the spiritual masters. It has nothing to do with it. The transformation is based on love, peace, personal fulfillment, respectful treatment of others, and the achievement of harmony on this planet as a single family of men. In no sense what I write can be judged as an attempt to criticize or ridicule anyone's religious beliefs. Although I think that some acts committed in the name of God or of some religious institution were against the human being, I do not criticize the essential beliefs of religion. A transformed being is incapable of behaving in a non-spiritual way with others. Finally, you may be resisting this transformation process because you actually feel unable to overcome the life that you have created for yourself. You may assume that you already know the limits to which you can go and that you want to save yourself the intense effort and anxiety that comes with rising above the life to which you have become accustomed. It is also possible that you do not want to imagine what it can become, because you are simply not ready to make that change and prefer to stay with the inner environment that you already know and that is more comfortable for you. Most of his resistance to accepting the possibility of transformation stems from his willingness to continue as before. However, I know that you would not be reading these pages if you weren't at least curious about the possibility of rising above what has thus far been your way of life. And I can guarantee you that the work is not hard. Once you accept that you are much more than a pile of bones, muscles, organs and blood, you are well on your way. Once you start wondering what kind of person you are on your way. Once you begin to realize that you, your own being, are divine in possessing a universal mind and intelligence that support your form, you will go straight ahead. The rest will occur almost automatically. Some suggestions for personal transformation. Practice thinking about yourself and others, out of body form. Take a few moments a day to evaluate yourself not in terms of your performance in the physical world, but in terms of your pure thinking and feelings. Imagine yourself behind your own physical self. Observe your own way of acting, relating and feeling. Don't criticize or judge, just write down how your form behaves and what you feel. Be an observer of the movements and actions your form performs. Practice observing other people. Notice how they destroy your potential for happiness and success because they identify uniquely with your ways. When you contemplate their frustrating movements, think that the human being does not end there, that behind each one with whom he meets daily there is a divine and invisible thinking being. In your personal relationships, meet with loved ones in a limitless space, in the thought underlying the form, and you will understand that most of your differences are trivial, that the true human being that underlies that form means much more than what his eyes reveal him. Commit to that true self. Make an effort to overcome your comfortable conventional domains. Listen to your authentic inner self that encourages you to go beyond yourself, rather than fixate on the old self that repeats that it is unable to carry out such a task. Ask yourself, what patterns of life do I adopt over and over again because they are the most comfortable for me? When you answer honestly, work to start a new approach to your thought processes. If you haven't been in the field for a season yet because the idea is not compatible with your concept of comfortable domains, make it a point to do so. By expanding yourself to other levels, you are transforming your life. Try to stop labeling yourself as if this is a means of identifying yourself as a human being. As for me, I stopped identifying with my profession a long time ago. When people ask me what I do, I usually respond with this innocent phrase, I am dedicated to pleasure. However, behind that brief and sharp comment hides a great truth, I do everything because I am everything. Yes, of course I write, but this only represents a small part of who I am, and writing helps me to make my thoughts known. Yes, I also give lectures for professionals, but this label would only serve to limit me. My oratory is also a manifestation of my human nature. By eliminating categories and tags, we reduce our tendency to limit and compartmentalize our lives. Søren Kierkegaard said, "The moment they put a label on me, they are cancelling me." Almost all labels refer in some way to the shape and what we do with our physical bodies. When you stop identifying exclusively with the form, then your profession, age, race, sex, nationality, economic situation, physical performance, achievements, awards, obstacles, and many other things go into the background. Disconnecting from labels will help you define yourself in deeper and more spiritual terms. In case you have to accept a label, I propose the following: I am connected to the perfect intelligence that sustains all form, and consequently I am an integral part of it. I have no limitations or compartments. I don't need to get everything, because I am already that everything. Begin to examine your mind, your shapeless dimension, as if it were something new and miraculous. Learn that your mind is capable of penetrating its form, and that your body is largely controlled by your mind. Imagine yourself with a lemon in your hand. Now think about putting it in your mouth and taking a bite. This exercise will cause saliva to flow into your mouth, as your body reacts to the imaginary citric acid. This is transformation into action. Your mind causes your physical self to respond. That is precisely what hypnosis is about. It is a way of directly contacting the mental state that allows you to go beyond its form, to overcome the pain by canceling the symptoms. This amazing power will never leave you. Take care each day to overcome two of the factors that most impede your personal transformation: negativity and criticism. The more negative your thoughts, the more likely you are to focus exclusively on your physical dimension and act in a way that can lead to the destruction of your body. All negative thinking retards personal transformation. It blocks your path to personal transformation, just like cholesterol in an artery. If you are full of negativity, it will be impossible for you to reach higher and fuller heights of happiness. The tendency to judge others also retards your personal transformation. When you judge a person, you are not defining them but yourself. Critical judgment says nothing about the person being judged, it just expresses that you need to judge her the way she is doing it. Therefore, you are talking more about yourself than the other. When you find yourself thinking and acting in negative or critical terms, remember that this is also an indication of where you are now and where you are not. In this sense, it may mean that you are identifying yourself in some way with the person on trial. What bothers us most about others is something we often refuse to admit to ourselves, or even something we ask for more of. Try to be more interested in finding out what is causing your negativity rather than finding out what is wrong about a person. Over time, you will replace negativity and criticism with a loving and tender inner gaze that will ask you how you got caught by it. Higher consciousness or personal transformation entails applying this golden rule to practice, and so when you stumble, this rule will also fall on you. You will discover that the world has not changed, but that you are now a totally different human being, a transformed human being. In fact, controlling one's inner life produces a rewarding sensation. Examine the way you treat your physical or visible self. When you start the purification process proposed above, you will understand that you are becoming more and more balanced, improving in your physical exercises and in your meals. When negativity and criticism wear off, bad habits related to abuse and directed at body shape will too. You will learn that the food you eat is what maintains the wonderful temple in which you reside. You will watch the flight of old and harmful ways and honor the form for the sake of your new personality. The truth is that everything works like a charm when you allow it yourself. Give yourself time to quietly meditate. Meditation is a very useful tool, and it is as easy as breathing. Choose the type of meditation you prefer. Maybe I'll make things easier for you if I tell you something about mine. I move to a quiet place, and with my eyes closed I visualize a light in a pastel tone. Any interfering thought is uncompromisingly pushed aside by the power of light. When I relax, I see a white light in the middle of a pastel-colored field, and I notice that I get closer and closer to the color white. When I finally get through that light, the feeling is very similar to that described in the first pages, that of leaving the body on the other side of the door. My energy is revitalized and I feel like I am in control of myself and my surroundings. The best definition I can think of to talk about this place is exquisite peace. In the end, I am as rested as if I had slept 8 hours. When I leave this level, I feel totally connected with humanity. In fact, I understand this meditation as my connection with eternity, because at some point inside I have completely freed myself from my form. After meditating, I am aware that I have achieved something. Some of my deepest ideas, my best talks, my most brilliant writings have emerged after meditation. And my affection for my loved ones can only be described as a highlight of my experience. Please try it. Use your own method. But give yourself the time and the quiet place to be alone with your invisible self. Miracles await you in that great space. Wow! It will be really exquisite. Above all, be kind and understanding to yourself. Be especially kind to yourself if you are behaving in a way that you dislike. Speak to yourself with kindness. Be patient with yourself when you discover how much it costs you to be a holy person. It takes a lot of practice, as much as you did to develop your neurotic and negative habits. Grant yourself forgiveness, and then if you don't behave as you wish, use your actions as a reminder of where you are, and where you are not. The kinder you are to yourself, the greater your spontaneous response to others. By way of summary, I can think of the broccoli metaphor. Imagine going to your local grocery store and buying a package of frozen broccoli because you are drawn to the beautiful presentation of the package. When he gets home, he is still so attracted that he throws the contents of the package into the trash and prepares to cook the wrapper. When the wrapper is served on the plate, he realizes that if that is all he is going to eat, he will be left hungry. His life may be similar to what I have related. You may be paying so much attention to the bundle of your true self that you are wasting essential content. Its form is the package, and although its beauty and appearance may seem of the first order, its primary function is to contain the rest of its magnificent humanity. The container cannot give you the pleasure, satisfaction, and nourishment that the contents give it. Although you cannot see what is inside the beautiful package, you know that whatever it is provides you with an important and irreplaceable food. If a lifetime were to focus exclusively on the package, the shape, it would end up producing a spiritually malnourished and quite unhappy self. 2. Thought. We are not human beings enjoying a spiritual experience. We are spiritual beings who enjoy a human experience. Thinking is much more than something you do. In reality, it is who you and the rest of us are. Thought constitutes our whole being, except for that part that is form, the package that comes and goes with our minds. Try to see thought as something that exists not only within you, but also in the outside world. This task can be difficult for you because you are used to believing that your thoughts are an internal mechanism that governs that part of form. Try to think of thought as a universal into which it was born. It is something that you do and also something that you are. When you understand it, you will have no difficulty in viewing every thought as something that is undoubtedly a part of you. This is a little lesson in what thinking is. Your desire to improve your life is actually your thought about improving your life. Your will to live is really your thought to live. Your attitudes towards life are, in short, your thoughts about life. All your past to the present is nothing but thought. Your whole future from this moment on is nothing but thought. His relationships with the people in his life are nothing but thought. Your determination to succeed responds only to your thinking. The idea of success is really the thought of success. Since you cannot stand behind a person's eyes and pretend to feel what they are doing, you stay one step away from that person's thought process and experience it through thought. You relate to all things or all people on this planet through the mechanism of thought. What determines the quality of your life is not the world, but the way you have chosen to process the world in your thoughts. Many thinkers belonging to very disparate subjects that have been highly respected, have concluded that thought, the mind, is the absolute determinant of the path that our lives take. The Dutch philosopher Spinoza stated, "I saw that all the things that scared me, or that I scared, had no good or bad in themselves except to the extent that the mind affected them." Albert Ellis, founder of rational emotional therapy, said, "People and things do not upset us, rather, we are the ones who are upset knowing that they can upset us." Ralph Waldo Emerson declared, "We become what we think about all day long." There is nothing good or bad, only what thought qualifies as such, explains Shakespeare. Abraham Lincoln said, "People are happy when they decide to be." "Change your thoughts and you change the world," suggested Norman Vincent Peale. Jesus tells us, "Just as you think you will be." Our future is made up of the thoughts we have most regularly. We literally become what we think about, and we have the gift of being able to write our own history. In my opinion, this is an irrefutable truth. In my parable The Gifts of Achis comments, "There is no way to happiness, happiness is the way. My thoughts have always created my world." After my mother got everyone together again, we went to live in East Detroit. I spent many nights watching Tonight's Show, starring Steve Allen, on a tiny black and white television while everyone else slept. I loved the quirkiness of Alien. Sitting in the little living room on Morrow Street, I imagined myself on Tonight's Show and mentally conversed with Steve Allen. In fact, I was fixing some diagrams and preparing my answers since I imagined that I was a guest of the program. But the image in my mind did not correspond to the 13-year-old boy who was watching television. The one who appeared on the screen and discussed things that I considered true was me, but in my adult stage. My adult personality was quite consistent with my beliefs, even at that time, around the idea that we are capable of choosing our own destiny and making others relatively happy. These thoughts were so real to me that I used to tell my brothers what I was going to say on the show that night when it appeared. They considered me a boy with an overflowing imagination who was always in another world. They laughed at me and kept doing what seemed most real to them. But my mental images were never damaged by the attitudes of others. For as long as I can remember, I have been able to penetrate this world of pure thought, and I can affirm that it is as real to me as the world of form is to all of us. Many times, as a child, I knew what was going to happen to me before it actually happened, because I experienced it in my mind beforehand. As a young man, this ability never brought me any benefit, so over time I stopped telling people about it. As I mentioned in the introduction, when I returned to New York in 1974 after my transformational experience at my father's grave, I knew I had to make big changes in my life. Although I was passionate about teaching at the university, something inside me told me that it was time to leave, to change the rhythm of life and take new directions. I spent almost a year haunted by the idea that I should leave and lose the security that my bi-monthly payroll offered me. Through my mind's eye I was gazing at wonderful images. I would see myself in the United States talking to everyone about the ideas I had just put forward in Your Wrong Zones. He sensed that the book was going to be a great success. So one day I announced to my senior PhD class that I would be leaving the university shortly and that from then on I would be on my own. After this, I suffered a strong shock. At that point, the topic of my possible resignation was only available for dialogues within my family, but the truth is that I had already made it public and definitive. Surely my form was following the invisible force of my inner world. The next morning, a very clear image of what I wanted to do was reflected in my mind. I saw myself alone in my adventure, without any guarantees, and yet more relaxed than ever. I knew that the time had come, and that after a few hours I would be relieved of my position and I would continue at my own risk, without being able to count on the security of a payroll. When I got to the university I went straight to the dean's office. Neither my wife nor my family knew that this was the chosen day. It was the vision I had that morning that decided me. The entire process of my entry into the dean's office was mental. All my thoughts, All the visions that I was the only one to know. All images of myself that I could no longer erase. I couldn't believe it myself. And there I was, waiting to announce my resignation to the dean a few weeks before the end of the semester. Our conversation was brief. I told him that I wanted to go away and do something that I truly believed in. She asked me to reconsider the issue and discuss it with my family and some colleagues, but I replied that it was all settled in my mind and thoughts, and that I was simply following the necessary steps to formalize it in the physical and real world. He told me about the risks I was taking, how difficult it would be for me to earn a living writing and lecturing, how finding a job like this again was almost impossible in the 1970s, since there were too many professors in the academic world and there was a shortage of vacancies. I told him that I was aware of everything and that precisely this was one of the great reasons why my life was taking this turn. It was going down the path that Robert Frost called, in a well-known poem, the less well-trodden path. Two paths diverged in the forest, and I took the less tried. And there is the difference. When I left the dean's office, I walked by myself, flooded by an inner light. I was free to confidently move towards the achievement of my dreams. I emptied my office, informed my students and PhD candidates of the situation, and returned home, thinking as I drove down the highway that this was the most important decision of my life. And there I was, a perfect stranger, who jeopardized his safety and tried to tell the world the ideas of his new book. I was ecstatic because I had seen it all in my mind, before it happened in the world of form. I chatted about my new adventure with my wife and daughter, and they were both very supportive. Since I had always been a responsible person and fulfilled my financial obligations, I relied on these precedents, instead of imagining some kind of impending disaster that could affect my family obligations. I would make use of our savings, I would ask for a loan if necessary, and we would reduce our expenses, if necessary. My family totally agreed with me, money was not going to be an impediment to my happiness. It seemed as if they knew that this was an end that I had to pursue, and as often happens when the family wants the best for one, they not only encouraged me, but also let me know that they had a feeling that everything would work out. Everyone was eager to accept the challenge, knowing the happiness that the effort would reward us. Every obstacle that stood in my way became a new opportunity. They told me that very few copies of my book had been released, and that my being featured in the media would be of no use, since most bookstores were out of stock. So I thought the best thing to do was to buy a large number of copies myself and take them directly to the public. In the beginning, I literally acted as my own distributor. I left my books deposited in some bookstores across the United States in 1976, and I was very fortunate that some wonderful people came into my life at the right time. One of them, Donna Gould, became such an avid fan after reading my book that she spent some of her time getting me orders across the country. Donna knew that I paid for most of my expenses, and she contributed many hours of her time and tons of energy to help me. My editor supported me a bit more by checking the results of my project. Before long I found myself traveling from city to city, making an appearance at radio talk shows and responding to interviews in local newspapers. First I toured the East Coast, then the Midwest, and finally I embarked on a long trip across the country in the company of my wife and daughter, running at my expense, sleeping in cheap motels and, most importantly, enjoying every minute of that new adventure to the fullest. He seldom thought about money. I had published 3 successful textbooks, plus many articles for professionals, but none brought me any financial benefit. Consequently, he had no motivation to wish to make a fortune. He was simply doing what he wanted without being accountable to anyone. Since I myself financed the trip and the purchase of the books, I controlled the entire development of this promotion. As the months went by, my talk show expanded to 15 a day. The bookstores in the cities he visited began placing new orders with the publisher. In the beginning, I had only been able to get them in small cities, but now it happened that the mass media of the big cities required my presence in their programs. An expert in advertising and publishing had explained to me that the only way to reach all the people of the United States in the 1970s was through television, but that this option was forbidden to me since it was not well known at the national level. He added that I could already be satisfied if he sold a few thousand books in the New York area, got a couple of editions out of the text, and got it some attention for later promotion to college. This opinion was shared by many who also knew the publishing business by heart. They seemed to be unaware of the great truth behind Victor Hugo's phrase, "Nothing is more powerful than an idea whose time has come." What is an idea but a thought? The experts had their own ideas and acted on them. I also had my idea. He agreed that the easiest way to talk to everyone in the United States was through television, but he also believed that it was not the only way. People from my country could come if they were willing to invest time, spend energy, and take the risks that my project entailed. I was willing and also very eager to do it. I would interpret each obstacle that crossed my path as a new opportunity to see if I was able to overcome it. And it went very well for me. At the same time that I allowed certain things to happen through my thoughts, I allowed others to happen without having to face anything or anyone, only doing everything with love and good humor. Everything was fun for me, the days, the interviews, the new cities, the new friends. It all seemed very exciting to me. The months turned into years, and my family and I kept going. Somehow, my financial situation had stabilized. One day, while on the KMOX radio station in St. Louis, I received a call from Arthur Pine, my friend and literary agent, telling me that the next morning my work would appear at number 8 on the list of bestsellers of the book. New York Times. He had just accomplished something that everyone had described as impossible. Without having any national radio or television appearances, I had been able to reach out to the people of my country and get them to buy enough copies to put me on the bestseller list. I felt emotion and respect at the same time. But that was only the beginning of the manifestation of my images and thoughts. I had come to shape and form what I had thought so many times, and, what was more significant, I was getting closer to the possibility that my goal would find myself. I had begun to cast off the negativity and criticism that had so interfered with the flow of my previous process. There were other changes as well. I started exercising more every day. Slowly at first, but always regularly. In August 1976, I managed to cover a mile without taking a break. In the end, as they say, I could not with my soul, because of exhaustion, but my inner satisfaction was something indescribable. The next day I tried again. And the other. After a week he was able to do that route without any problem. 2 months later I managed to run 12 kilometers, which set a precedent and marked a milestone, which I have maintained every day since October 7, 1976. I paid more attention to my eating habits and discarded certain foods that today are considered poor to nutritional level. The freer I was, that is, the less negativity and destructive criticism I possessed, the more I was concerned with treating my physical self in a healthier way. When I allowed my goal to hit myself, I began to feel happier and in greater harmony with my other self. In the end it was as if I had forgotten who I was and tuned into my deep sense of mission and purpose. This is how the interior lighting process works. You go through a series of phases that first focus on yourself and consciously try to improve until the inner turmoil disappears. When that happens, you are much more determined to share with others. When you achieve a true inner sense of love and harmony, that is exactly what you should offer. When my book began to appear regularly on all the bestseller lists in the United States, the demand for my personal appearances in the media grew dramatically. Even the shows that had previously turned down my collaborator Donna called to inquire about my availability. One by one I began to answer the requests, and after a few months the book jumped to the top of the list, where it remained for almost 2 years. Then I received the wonderful call that would allow me to realize the dream that I had so many times as a young man when I was watching television in East Detroit. At a party on Long Island, someone had handed a copy of my book to Howard Papush, a member of the Tonight Show staff. The man read it to him on the flight back to Los Angeles, and a week later someone from the show called me to ask if on my next visit to the city I could appear at Burbank Studios to prepare an interview on the famous show. Just imagine. After 10 days I found myself sitting next to Howard in his office, talking to him about those ideas in which he so fervently believed. By now he had given hundreds of interviews and learned that the tactic of being yourself was infallible. It was about conversing with the interviewer as if we were in my living room. Howard and I hit it off very well and have continued to be great friends to this day. I was a week away from appearing on tonight's show. The guest artist that night was Shecky Green, a well-known Las Vegas comedian. While I was waiting in the hallway, next to the room in green tones, I saw some phone booths and I ran to one of them to call my wife and share my happiness. In the next booth there was another man, the first guest of the evening, the person with whom on so many occasions, in so many nights, he had mentally spoken almost 25 years ago. I'm referring to Steve Allen himself. In my opinion, the recording turned out superbly. I spent 15 minutes on national television talking about those ideas that I considered so fundamental. My dream came true. When I then headed to the airport for an overnight flight to the East Coast, I was immensely satisfied. But at the airport a loudspeaker mentioned my name. Howard was on the other end of the phone to give me bad news. The show that night had been cancelled, for the first time in 60 so many years, due to an extension of the Republican National Congress. There was no date set for its future broadcast. During the flight I wondered if the show would ever get on the air. The next day I got another call from Howard asking me to get back to Los Angeles as soon as possible to make an appearance with Johnny Carson that same week. So I flew over the country for the third time and did the show with Johnny Carson on Wednesday night. But for the interview we only had 6 or 7 minutes at the end of it. Johnny, aware of this, asked me on the air to reappear on Friday night. I couldn't believe it. I stayed in Los Angeles for 2 more days and went to the show on Friday night. Everything went smoothly. A week later they broadcast that first program that had been postponed. Therefore, I went from being a little-known person who was only admitted on local programs, to acting as the guest star in 3 broadcasts of tonight's program, integrated into national television, in the course of only 11 days. He had no doubts about the great truth expounded by Henry David Thoreau: if you let yourself be carried away towards your dreams, and make an effort to live the life you have imagined, it will not take long to know the honeys of unexpected success. Your Erroneous Zones was published in 26 languages around the world. It has been followed by other books, tapes, articles, international professional conferences and the opportunity to influence the lives of millions and millions of people. In that first year of going solo without the security of a payroll, I made more money than I ever had in the previous 35 years. The how and why of visualization. I am fully convinced that thoughts are things. Thoughts, when properly taken and assimilated, become reality in the world of form. That is, we think through images and these images become reality. When we learn the how and why of this imaginative process, then we move toward knowing the honeys of unexpected success. 4 Principles of Effective Visualization. Consider the production of thoughts as an inner visualization without any limitation of physical order. In thought you can go forward or backward, and you do not need the 5 senses to enter your world. He does it in his sleep while he sleeps. Cause and effect are not a prerequisite. With thoughts you can create whatever images you like, and these images can become the best thing in your life. There are 4 basic principles that will enable you to operate this formless realm not only on your physical but also on your mental level. 1. Your actions are derived from the images. All our thoughts are the consequence of the thoughts that preceded. If you form the mental image that you are incompetent in a certain area, and you continually repeat it in your mind, in the long run you will be. Let's say you have to load 6 suitcases in the trunk of your car, designed to hold only 5. The image you form in your mind will determine the amount of luggage you will take on your trip. If you think, I have to dispose of a suitcase because this car can't carry them all, then that is what you will do. But if instead you imagine yourself going on a trip with all 6 suitcases and freeze that image in your mind, you will act on the thought of I know I can make them all fit, I just have to move them until 6 o'clock comes in. I refer to thoughts as things, because they have as much to do with travel preparations as other objects, such as the car, suitcases, maps, gas reserves, money, and everything that shapes the world of form. Understanding that a thought is the first step in the process of living helps you consider the value of visualization in a positive context. Apply the notion of thoughts understood as things that participate in the acquisition of wealth. If you imagine yourself swimming in abundance, if you keep this image fixed in your mind despite the barriers you run into, and if you perceive that wealth awaits you, then you will act on this image. It will allow her to become the primordial image of your mental world. You'll make 15 calls a day instead of the 3 or 4 you used to make. You will find yourself saving some money from your paycheck and thus starting to pay yourself, the first step in acquiring wealth. Thoughts related to wealth will occur to you and you will surround yourself with people who will encourage you in the achievement of your projects. You will attend classes on transcendental topics that will color the mission that this life has entrusted to you. You will always be in a state of continuous improvement. You will seek the knowledge and experience of those who, belonging to the same field, have known success. You will read biographies of people of humble origin who were successful. Your whole life will revolve around one very simple thing, one thought, the image of you swimming in abundance. It's worth looking at the flip side of this image as well. If you imagine yourself immersed in poverty, you will act from this perspective on a day-to-day basis. You will surround yourself with people who have no money to spare, read about failed companies, refuse to try new things or believe in self-improvement because the only idea that matters to you is that you are poor. Your behavior will always emerge from this vision. He will think that the winners were born with a lucky star or that fortune has simply smiled upon them. Whenever a circumstance arises that may favor you financially, you will believe that it will not work in your case. In fact, everything you do responds to the image that has been forged in your mind before translating it into action. Imagine yourself unable to stand before an audience, and you sure won't. You will simply walk away from that experience by claiming to be a very shy person. Shy people think they are shy in their mind, and they behave according to that image while they cannot overcome it with a new mental image. Leaving aside the circumstances of your life, it is safe to say that you are the writer, the director, and the producer of your mental images. It will always move according to them. Your circumstances will not determine the type of life you will lead, they will reveal the kind of images you have been selecting up to that point. You act on images of your physical appearance, your diet, your financial status, the quality of your relationships and all those aspects that require your intervention. Your mind stores all the images that you choose, and day by day it carries out the work that those thoughts impose on it. You cannot have a feeling without first having conceived a thought. Your behavior is based on your feelings, which are based on your thoughts. Therefore, what is involved here is to modify those things in our consciousness that we call thoughts, and not to alter our way of making them come true. Once your thoughts reflect what you really want to do, the corresponding behavior and emotions will flow spontaneously. Believe it and you will see it. 2. Tell yourself that everything you visualize is already here. Remember what Einstein taught us about time. Time does not exist in the linear world, it is a creation of man motivated by his limited vision and his need to compartmentalize everything. There is no such thing as what we call time. Let these words sink deep into you and open yourself to the possibility of believing that they are true. Now, in a universe where time does not exist, you can find anything you want. Where else? What we have come to call thought is found in the physical world. It is not in another solar system or another universe. Is here. But what you shouldn't do is visualize something and comfortably wait for it to materialize. You must understand that the opportunity to make thought become physical reality is already here, on this page, completely at your disposal. His job as a visualizer is to learn to bring the abstract world of thought into the physical world of form. Suppose you imagine yourself selling 5 million devices that you have invented. You might say to yourself, how can I perceive this image if I have not made them yet? The answer is very simple. It is because everything you visualize is already here. But who would want to buy one of those gossip? Where are those 5 million people? On another planet? In another solar system? Of course not. They're here. Naturally, a few steps must be followed to bring it into form. First, learn how to manufacture, distribute, and promote your product. The next steps are already in your mind. All you have to do is connect your thoughts with those of future buyers, and you will see what you envision begins to take shape in the physical world. Now suppose that you imagine yourself running a 40-kilometer marathon. Where will this happen? Right here. Not in another reality, but right here and now. When the Wright brothers envisioned an airplane flying, that reality was already here. We did not have to invent a new reality for the possibility of flying in aircraft. We needed to connect our thoughts to the reality that was already there. Once those thoughts were in tune with the possibility of flying, that became our reality. The healthy person that you imagine yourself to be is at your side, yet still surrounded by your previous thoughts about unhealthiness. Coming to understand that everything you can imagine is already here will help you take responsibility for the rest of your life. Everything is energy. Nothing is solid. Everything oscillates on its own level of reality, and while the form appears as solid, a simple examination under the microscope reveals the existence of an object composed of molecules that dance and move at a speed less than that of light, which then gives the appearance of being solid. Energy is the substance of the universe, and thoughts are part of that substance. Consequently, when you think of something you would like to see happen to you, remember that the key is to tune the two frequencies so that everything becomes reality. Do not forget that if you can conceive an idea as an image of something that you wish were true, that something is already here. And when you start to doubt it, keep asking yourself, where else could you be if not here, in our system of reality? The thought I had as a child about my appearance on tonight's show, as implausible as it may seem, was already here. If time does not exist, then 1953 and 1976 are the same thing. If you are convinced that the images are already here just because you can think about them, then you will stop waiting and get to work to project them both in your physical world and in your inner reality. The question, where else can they be? It can be of great use to you when you begin to doubt that your images are the most suitable to make them your reality. 3. Be willing to do it. Forget the word determination. Forget about perseverance. Forget about your personal journey and what keeps you going. These concepts will not help you understand the visualization process and fit it into your life. I often hear people say, I tried my best. I tried to do it but it didn't work. I have remained true to my beliefs throughout these months but it still has not worked. The missing keyword in these statements is willingness. In order for an image to become a reality in the world of form, you must be willing to do whatever it takes to make it happen. This is the most important aspect in visualization and imagination. Remember that everything that your mind is capable of imagining is already here, waiting for you to connect with it. The only thing left for you to add is your willingness to do so. When I dropped out of college in pursuit of my dreams, I was ready for anything. If it meant moving to another part of the country, I didn't care. If it was about borrowing money, I would. If I had to get away from my family for some time, there was no problem, because mine supported me. If that meant having to work 18 hours a day for a few years, I would be happy to do so. When I give lectures on the topic of positive imagination and creative visualization, someone in the audience always comments, I have pursued my dream over and over again but always without success. Because? I usually answer him with another question, what was he not willing to do? The answer is usually, I would never tear my family from our home to move to other cities just to achieve my dream. So I say, maybe what you need is to find out how far you are willing to go to make your dream come true. I believe that being willing to do whatever it takes to satisfy one's aspirations is a key factor in achieving them. The disposition is really a state of mind. It is an internal affirmation that is repeated, I will be happy in everything I undertake and I will take the next step towards the realization of my dream. This principle does not presuppose a long list of objectives. Quite the opposite. It assumes an inner affirmation, you will do whatever is necessary because that is precisely what you consider best. I think that the disposition is proportional to the suitability of the chosen path. If you are reluctant to take any action, I suggest that you put your dream to the test. Perhaps this is an indication that you are not doing what you really want. In another situation you would move forward with full confidence and would not stop at what people might say, obstacles that stood in your way, or anything that pointed to the failure of your visualization. In my office I have two framed posters. One is a photograph of Albert Einstein, with the following words, "Great spirits have always encountered mediocre minds." The other is only made up of the words, "I am very grateful to those who said no. Thanks to them I succeeded." What great thoughts! Directly related to this third visualization principle is the notion of openness. When you are willing to do whatever it takes to shape your images and thoughts, you open yourself to all the possibilities you have as a human being. You will think that nothing is too absurd to be tried. In his conscience there will be no place for impediments or discouragement. It will be open to everything. And also, you must not forget that when you open yourself to abundance you begin to take on new forms. On many occasions some experts had told me that my efforts to speak to the world in your wrong zones would not find an echo, but my heart was reluctant to accept it as my will strengthened and my mind reasoned that those opinions might be true for who had issued them. I enjoyed every step on my way, not thinking that my efforts constituted a winding lane that I had to drive down to get to a service area. Every time he overcame an obstacle it became an inner feast. And I came to realize that the service area that I wanted to reach was a mere illusion, since the future does not exist, we only have the unit of exploitation, so to speak, that is our life, which now exists. When you are truly willing to do whatever it takes to achieve your goal, despite the obstacles that stand in your way, your openness will lead you to a state of inner harmony that will prevent you from giving up. Being willing does not mean having to suffer, or having to do everything. Often the same arrangement is already sufficient. 4. Realize that failure does not exist. Do not forget it and you will get everything your mind wants. It will never fail, you will simply get results. For example, if you are trying to hit a golf ball about 60 miles away and it swerves to the left, you have not failed. You have achieved a result. His concept of failure comes from having taken into account the opinion of a second person regarding how he should have proceeded in that play. You have certainly achieved a result. You can do two things, get angry with yourself, or place the ball at the new starting point and hit it from there, from that previously achieved result. If you go for the second possibility and have to repeat the move about 200 times, think that you have not yet failed, he has only got 200 results. Thus, following the principles of visualization, if you want to be able to hit a golf ball within 100 miles of where you are, you must be willing to do whatever it takes to get it. It's very, very easy. You don't have to do what your wife or Arnold Palmer needs to do to get it done, it has to do what you need. 100, 200, 6,000 strokes. If you want your vision to become reality in the world of form, you must be willing to do whatever it takes, and remember that you cannot fail to be yourself. You will always get results. Suppose you weigh 110 kilos and want to weigh 60. You have not failed, you have only achieved an excessive result. Now apply the 4 principles that consider thoughts as things. Imagine that you weigh 60 kilos, fix that vision and retain it. That is when you begin to act on that image, and you will find yourself changing your eating habits and exercising to fit that image. Second, don't forget that the 60-pound person you visualize is already here, even if he or she appears surrounded by 50 extra kilos. Third, be willing to do whatever it takes to make your image come true, to achieve your goal. Don't do what worked for your sister. Do what you need for your image. And finally, remember that in the process you cannot fail, that way you will always get results. If the results show that you are unable to lose weight, get down to business finding out which thought is preventing you from losing weight, because that thought will undoubtedly be the cause. I think that in these cases the most effective methods are those that emphasize the fact that everyone has their own answers. You must find the approach that best suits you, that leads to self-responsibility and the understanding that what you believe is what you see. You can try it with dream analysis, whereby self-knowledge is sought. Inner awareness invites solutions, answers, and clarifications to come through in dreams and meditation. You are the dreamer of your dreams. The you beyond form lives eternally in a formless world. Quite a bold statement, surely, but would you be convinced if you could leave your body, exist in a formless world, and then re-enter your body and exist in the state we call form? Consider that you do it every night, and that you spend about a third of your life practicing it. It's called dreaming, and it can teach us a lot as part of pure thinking. Let's observe what happens when we leave our bodies and enter the world of dreams. Every time we fall asleep and start dreaming, we leave our body and enter a dreaming body. We convince ourselves that this new body is real while we are dreaming, because otherwise we would be incapable of having dreams. Where could they take place? Let's take a look at the rules of dreams, and see how much they differ from those we apply in waking hours. First of all, in dreams time does not exist. We can move forward and backward at will. We can be with someone who has died many years ago and whose presence seems very real to us. We can go back to being teenagers, and that too can seem very real to us from our dreaming body. We can live a lifetime in a dream sequence that lasts 14 minutes and our dreaming body believe that it has been true. Second, while we dream, there is no cause-effect relationship. It may be the case that we find ourselves talking to someone we know very well, and that after a split second we find ourselves on a bus talking to a stranger. It may happen that we undertake an action whose results are opposite to those obtained in wakefulness. Third, dreams exist without the need for a beginning and an end. It may be that in the middle of a sequence we move to another place, and later we return much younger than we were a moment ago. Fourth, in dreams every obstacle becomes a kind of opportunity. If in the dream we are driving on a road that suddenly ends on a cliff, we can turn around that setback and instead of rushing into the abyss, fly over it. In a chase scene we may be able to stop the bullets on the fly. Fifth, we create everything necessary for our dream. This point is very important for my hypothesis. If we need a person who screams and screams, we create it ourselves, just like the scene with the screams. We are the ones who create all the people and things we need for dreams. Because, if not, who does it? Sixth, our reactions in dreams are manifested in our body, but the causes of those reactions are only illusions or thoughts. For example, if you dream that someone threatens you with a knife, your heart will begin to beat faster, and that is something real. But the knife and the individual who wields it are an illusion. And lastly, the only way to know that we have been dreaming is to wake up. If we dream 24 hours a day, that would be our reality. We are convinced that the body is real, and yet everything we experience when dreaming belongs to the realm of thought. Physical reality does not exist, it is an illusion that we realize when we wake up. We spend almost a third of our lives sleeping, and a high percentage of that time dreaming, which is formless thought that seems very real to us before we wake up. In fact, in dreams we are capable of performing the most prodigious feats. We can fly, overcome the limits of time, create whatever we like, and male dreamers seem to be able to imagine a lifetime in this state of pure thought. What is a nocturnal pollution if not the ejaculation of the protoplasm of life? It is pure thought offering the opportunity to visualize life. There is no physical contact. Only the pure thought that creates life. It is an extraordinary process that occurs in this strange and mysterious world built in a pure and formless state, with thoughts. By this I am not referring to the interpretation of dreams. I am writing about the dream process in order to encourage you to become a daydreamer. In other words, I intend to help you understand that the rules that apply to your body as a dreamer also apply to your body when you are awake. Henry David Thoreau had already anticipated this idea by saying, "Our truest life is the one that occurs when we daydream." For comparison purposes, think about the three levels of consciousness. At the lowest level we will call it dreaming consciousness, the next, consciousness awake, and the third, higher consciousness. And now let's see what these levels are like and what they mean in our lives. To do this, I will use an example from my own life. As a young boy I often dreamed of scooping up snow, and sometimes I would talk aloud about it, thus waking up one of my brothers. He came to discover that if he spoke very softly to me during my sleep, he could get me to give him my imaginary shovel, and thus have fun at my expense until his laughter woke me up. But while pretending to be part of my dream, I cooperated from my level of dreaming consciousness with his level of waking consciousness. I think this case perfectly illustrates our ability to communicate between our dreaming consciousness and our waking consciousness. What if someone from a dimension higher than ours wanted to join us and speak to us? That person should also make us believe that it was one of our own, even if he, or she, knew that there is a higher consciousness beyond our level of waking consciousness. If that being had charisma and was convincing, many would listen and grasp some of the potential of higher consciousness that awake consciousness does not know. This is, I believe, the process that great spiritual teachers have followed to teach us the dimensions that await us in the world beyond form. What would be a good costume? What do you think of a carpenter who offers us a vague notion of what we can have, and who keeps telling us while producing one miracle after another, "He who believes in me and in my works will know how to do them, and even better than these"? And how about a teacher, a writer, or a gas station clerk? Yes, there are miracle makers out there capable of leading us to the frontier of our waking consciousness so that from there we can glimpse something else. The great spiritual teachers who have lived and live among us have overcome the rules in the way that we consider unique. While we are in our bodies as dreamers experiencing that part of our lives, we enter the world of pure thought, we can enjoy transcendent experiences at will. In this formless state, we do not need to use any of our senses. We don't need to touch, feel, or smell anything to know it's real. Thought is real. By becoming a waking dreamer, you enter the higher level of consciousness beyond waking consciousness, that is, you penetrate the level that spiritual masters have pointed out to us through their teachings and examples about human beings. But to do so, you must challenge the belief and thought system that makes up your reality. To become a daydreamer you must learn to die while alive. Let's start by examining the dying process. I firmly believe that 1. We cannot kill thought, and that 2. Every form is in transition. Therefore it can be said that death will be very similar to the dreaming consciousness described above. We, our thoughts, leave the body when we enter sleep, and then we, the thoughts that we are, re-enter the body of waking consciousness. In the same way, when we die, our thoughts leave the body and we can take a look at the dream we are living now, which we call waking consciousness, from a point of view similar to the one we have when we think about the dreams we have had. This idea is especially relevant. If we learn to internalize it, it can free us from the fear of death. The reason that makes it difficult for us to accept that this awakened consciousness is a dream is that all things seem real to us. But let's get back to our dreamer consciousness. The same explanation can be applied here. While we are in the dreaming body we believe that it is real, but as soon as we wake up it becomes an illusion. Everything we experience in waking consciousness is also considered real. Dying while we are alive is the only chance to get out of that envelope in which we temporarily shelter ourselves. A very ancient parable, handed down from generation to generation by the great spiritual teachers of India, will serve to illustrate this point. A traveler from India went to Africa to buy some local products and animals, and while he was in the jungle he was able to see thousands of beautiful multicolored parrots. He decided to capture one and take it home as a pet. Once at home he put her in a cage. He fed her seeds and honey, played her music, and generally treated her quite well. When the man had to return to Africa after 2 years, he asked the parrot if he wanted to give him a message for his friends in the jungle. The bird told its owner to tell them that he was very happy in his cage, that he enjoyed every moment there, and that he sent all his love to them. When the traveler returned to Africa, he transmitted the message to the other parrots in the jungle. When he finished speaking, a tearful parrot fell to the ground, dead. The man was alarmed and thought that that parrot must have been a good friend of the one he had at home and that that had been the reason for his sadness and death. When the traveler returned to India, he told the parrot what had happened. She collapsed on the floor of the cage. The man was stunned, but thought that his pet had also died of despair upon learning of the death of his jungle friend. The merchant opened the cage and put the bird in the container next to his house. The parrot then flew to a tree branch. The man said, "So you're not dead, huh? Why did you do it?" The parrot replied, "Because the jungle bird sent me a very important message." "What message?" the merchant asked impatiently. "He told me that if I wanted to escape from his cage, I had to die while I was alive. We must all die while we remain alive, to be able to look back and contemplate our waking consciousness and ourselves trapped in the cage, which in our case is equivalent to the body. And that's when we will realize how useless it is to live in a cage. Let's review the 7 rules that apply to our dreaming bodies and consider how fascinating our waking consciousness can be if we learn to die when we are alive to become waking dreamers. 1. Time does not exist. Einstein devoted a study of life to an idea about our existence in a complete universe. If time does not exist, except for the convenience of man, then it turns out that 8 hours and 80 years are one and the same. A dream of 8 hours and one of 80 are identical, and the only way to know that we are dreaming is when we wake up. In a dream, we can be babies, children, or adolescents. We can get married, have children, have a career, go bankrupt, become grandparents, move into a nursing home, and become adorable little old men. All this in a few minutes. In the dream everything seems very real and we are able to reduce what we see to a short sequence of what we call time. Also when we are awake, on the level of waking consciousness, we may recognize that time is an illusion and that we redefine ourselves by including our ageless and formless natures. 2. There is no cause and effect. In the dreaming body we come and go with full freedom without being restricted by the laws of causality. In thought exactly the same thing happens. We can have an idea without any relation to another that we have been able to conceive in a higher thought process. We can have a dream that is also part of another dream, that also belongs to another dream. In waking consciousness we are also able to recognize that we do not need to be constrained by the rules that determine form. The physical law of gravity cannot be applied to thought. In fact, beyond the atmosphere, not even our body is limited by the constraints of gravity. A daydreamer can dream of a thought without it having anything to do with the preceding one. We can jump from one thought to another and take advantage of those that are useful to us. In waking consciousness we can understand that we are capable of changing gear at any time in our lives. If you are a doctor, but it no longer has any application in your life, you will choose new thoughts and begin to convert them into your waking consciousness reality. 3. There is no beginning or end. In our dreaming body we never disappear or cease to exist, because beginnings and endings only exist in form. We never die, we just cease to be. Nor do we die in our waking consciousness, and we must understand this if we are to overcome our fear of death. We cannot kill thought, as we show night after night. Thus, his dead grandmother can appear to him in dreams, at the age of 53 and at the age of 83, without being limited by the laws of form. When we enter our dreaming body, we do not need to have a beginning for each dream sequence, we are simply there, in a pure and simple state, there is no need to start. Perhaps now we are also here in waking consciousness, regardless of beginnings or endings, only imagining eternity. Under this concept of eternity, the notion of a beginning and an end is absurd. Try to imagine where the universe begins and ends, and you will realize how absurd it can be. Try imagining a thought with a beginning and an end, and you will find that thought does not follow these rules either. The universe and everything in it, including humanity, is thought, and the waking dreamer struggles to understand it rather than worrying about its beginning or its end. Truly enlightened souls know that they cannot die. They know that death is nothing more than a transition of form, and that the dimension of astral thought knows nothing that can be considered a beginning or an end. 4. Obstacles are opportunities. Our dreaming body knows how to turn obstacles into opportunities, and when we dream we do so continuously. We often overcome difficulties and move to other realities in our dreaming body. This is one of the lessons we can learn about our waking state. All the things we are faced with in life can teach us something. Each disease holds within itself the seeds of healing. Every relationship, no matter how damaging it may seem, has something to teach us. Every addiction contains within it the strength to overcome it, and all the ex-addicts with whom I have been able to work have always told me the same thing: I thank my addiction for how much it has taught me about myself and about my ability to get out of the trap in which I had locked myself. The daydreamer is aware that in every problem he is faced with, there is no evil that may not come, and that everything improves as soon as he realizes it. We can develop this daydreamer attitude by eliminating the tendency to become bitter about problems and instead giving ourselves a break to discover the positive side of it. Above all, we must not forget in our waking consciousness that everything we face or regret only serves to weaken us and hide the possibility of seeing an opportunity in the obstacle. Our dreaming body is aware of all this. In reality, our dreaming body can take it with someone during sleep and consequently wake up moody and tense. The teaching that follows from this fact is important. Anger is real and we experience it in our dreaming body and in our waking body, but the people and things we are angry with are pure illusion. What a great lesson! We experience all our anger, but the origin of it is not real. It is like a character that we have created for our dream. 5. You create everything you need for sleep. In our dreaming body we create everything that happens to us. We make up people, events, reactions, weather, etc. We also imagine everything that our waking consciousness needs. Think about it slowly for a moment. That is one of the lessons that spiritual teachers have tried to instill in us from the annals of history. Feel responsible for all of it. Imagine yourself dying and looking back at this level of consciousness from that void state in a way that bears so many similarities to your dreaming consciousness. When you leave your cage, your body, you will understand that it was you who created everything you needed for sleep that we measure in years, instead of hours, but that it does not matter if we accept that time does not exist. Now try to revive that notion while you are inside this body. Do not stop repeating yourself that you are a multidimensional being. From this perspective that offers the dimension of pure thought, creating all your experiences, it will no longer seem such an absurd notion. Look at your whole life knowing that it is impossible to retain form once you get over it, just as it happens to people and things that you have imagined in your dream when you wake up from it. A little weird, huh? And a bit mysterious, right? You are right. But imagine the power and significance that idea could have on your mind. Start to drift out of your way, and take a look at everything you have and don't have, all your possessions and all your relationships, all your businesses, everything, in a word, as if they were objects that you have created for your dream. Now is the time to make the most of your creations for the benefit of that great dream that nobody has had before, or to become a being disappointed, trapped, depressed, worried, and full of anxiety about the things you have created for his dream. In short, illusions. So why not make up your mind, Take responsibility for everything and enjoy your dream of 80 years or more. 6. The reactions are real, the characters only illusions. When we dream, we suffer multiple emotional reactions. We feel ecstatic as a result of some thoughts, and our body reacts with changes in blood pressure, heartbeat, flushing, erections, smiles, and the like. We can get to feel hurt as a result of other thoughts that make up our dreams, and our body then reacts with frowns, tears, and other physical manifestations. Anger is produced by thoughts in dreams, and our body responds to it with clenched fists, heavy breathing, gnashing teeth, and even tears. But remember that we are the creators of all characters and events, and that we bring them to the stage only in thought. Deep down, the characters are illusions, but the reactions are real. And that's how it works in waking consciousness as well, although in your current life it may be a bit difficult for you to accept the concept of the waking dreamer. I have no intention of establishing a debate about what exists or ceases to exist in whatever reality you may find yourself in. In my opinion, the reactions, the manifestations of our feelings are real. If these feelings interfere with our enjoyment of life, then it means that we need to clarify what it is that prevents us from enjoying our happiness. Whether the people or events are real is just a matter of focus. What counts is to clarify what is happening to you, instead of worrying about whether it is given by something real or by an illusion. Examine your anger, hatred, or obsessions in this new light. No one can generate hatred or anxiety within you, only you can do it by virtue of the way you process the world in your mind, that is, according to your way of thinking. Consequently, it can be argued that instead of trying to find out what or who is real, it will be more helpful to focus on how you process your thoughts and feelings. And just like in your dreams, once you have woken up, you will find that only your reactions, the residue of your body's feelings, remains. Are you able to let those feelings and thoughts slip away without being censored, just like you do in your dreams? In your waking life, can you think about something without passing judgment on it, repressing it, or putting an end to it? In dreaming consciousness, you feel and know a set of human experiences without the need to submit to any judgment. Try doing it in waking consciousness as well, and you will become what I call a waking dreamer. Consider the realm of love. Your reactions to love are real and you experience them in your waking body, but the only way to create those reactions is through your thoughts. The more you lean toward loving, positive, and beautiful thoughts about yourself and others, the more healthy reactions you'll get from your body. We create everything, including the people who take part in our life. And what has an even greater weight is our way of allowing or canceling our reactions. This constitutes the true essence of a daydreamer, in other words, not being critical in our way of reacting emotionally to all the people and events that make up our life. Focus on everything you do, think, and feel. If you learn to die alive, you will be able to look back at those external elements and realize that they are only illusion, and that your internal reactions are, on the contrary, a reality. In fact, those reactions represent who you are, your pure and simple thoughts. 7. The only way to know that you are dreaming is to wake up. If we dream 24 hours a day, that would be our entire reality. We only know that we dream when we wake up. And the same thing happens at the level of consciousness that we call the waking state. Once we wake up, that is, once we examine the principles that govern the dimension of the state devoid of form and thought, we are able to consider all our activities from the same prism from which we observe our dreaming consciousness. From this perspective of awakening, it is quite stupid to be attached to certain things that we can only experience in dreams. I have no doubt that this is the reason why my neighbor had a sign hanging in his laundry that said, "After lighting, laundry." We must not allow the actions of others to control our thoughts when we have the ability to mentally process our world and the people we please. Awakened people know deep in their hearts that they are much more than a body, and that they have created everything they need for their dream. Looking back at our dreams, we realize how fruitless it is to worry about the content of a dream that we have created, and also how useless it is to do the same because of what we have generated while awake. The key to understanding that we are thought and that thought gives rise to everything is found in this immediate awakening, and in using our new perspective to make our life an experience of as much glory, harmony, and love as possible. This does not exclude the examination of the contents of our dreams and the circumstances of daily life, in favor of a greater knowledge of ourselves and a better understanding, although this is not the central theme of this book. Now I suggest that we reconsider the 7 principles that define the waking dreamer, and that you apply them to your own life. Use this new knowledge to make the most of your waking consciousness, and free yourself from your fear of death as well. Use the full potential of your own death as an awakening experience and begin to live that great life that you would never have dared to dream of before. Why we resist. We have become used to thinking of ourselves as a physical body rather than an inner energy. We look in the mirror and we think we see what we are. We live in a culture that places special emphasis on this idea. Every day we are bombarded by messages that remind us to perfume, shave, cleanse, feed, relax and adorn our bodies so that we can enjoy happiness, health, and success. Most of us have been instilled with this philosophy since childhood, and consequently we now consider ourselves to be a package whose content is unimportant in the first place. It is understandable that we resist the idea that we also have a significant part invisible and indifferent to the demands of the external world. The story of the man who was looking for the key next to the front door of his house, under the light of a street lamp, can serve as an example to illustrate this point. A stranger offered to help him look for her, and the man was very grateful. After 30 minutes of fruitless searching, the stranger asked him, "Where did you lose the key?" "Oh," answered, "I lost her at home." "But then why are you looking for her out here under the light of this street light?" "I have no light inside the house, and that is precisely why I went out here, to look for it where there is light." This is exactly what we do every time we look for the solution to our problems outside of ourselves. We live within, our humanity resides. It seems much easier to define ourselves by the packaging and not by the content, which we cannot touch, see, smell, taste or hear. Taking the path that seems easier is one of the primary reasons why we resist accepting thought as the basis of our humanity. Also, when other people define themselves in this way, it is more practical to do like them than to be different. This is what I have observed in the youth in my neighborhood. When I suggest the possibility that they consider themselves outside the crowd, they reply, if we did, they would see us as eccentric or oddballs. They worry about how others perceive them, and forget that their thoughts are an essential component of who they are. They are unaware that they can process the world in any way they like, and they often go the easy way, to make a place for themselves. A large number of people prefer to act like everyone else and ignore formless reality. We may not be willing to accept the criticism that thinking independently of other people can bring. Perhaps we resist seeing ourselves as something that goes beyond form, because we feel totally identified with the conventional approach to life. To change it, we have to redefine ourselves and dare to observe the place we occupy without becoming defensive or negative about our own point of view. And we will automatically take the next step ourselves, if we accept ourselves openly, without criticism, as we are. When we identify with the form we are capable of functions only in the realm of things, excluding all thoughts that may be annoying to us. Possessions become a way of demonstrating our competence in life, while our formless nature is relegated to a kind of locked closet. We behave as if we have no responsibility for the feelings and thoughts of those around us and insist that we make them happy with the things we provide them. We justify ourselves by saying, I work a lot, I pay my debts, I give them everything they want. What else can I do? What we can do is be receptive to their thoughts, talk to them about their aspirations, pat them in that divine space behind their form, and encourage them to experience life that way. We aim to accumulate, achieve goals, and acquire wealth and possessions. We identify success with countless things, without knowing the meaning of inner happiness. We fight continuously, never arriving. I believe that we are something more, that we are intelligence beyond our form, as the rose is the intelligence that provides the fragrance and the appearance of the flower. We cannot create a rose. We need the life force in the form we call rose. In the same way, we need to touch the intelligence or divine force that underlies the form and that we are ourselves, and that of those with whom we are related. Perhaps we resist because of unfamiliarity with this aspect and because the unknown always provokes fear. Ask yourself if that reason is strong enough for you to stay exclusively fit. In the world of form, we often look for scapegoats to explain why our life does not respond exactly to what we expected of it. We blame the world for the disease, the stock market for the financial conditions, the baker for the extra kilos, and our parents for our personality. In the world of thought, however, we are solely responsible. We think what we want, we are what we think. Not what we eat, but what we think. If we do not want to accept the responsibility of having created ourselves, then we ignore what is related to the creation of ourselves and live exclusively in the form that we have received. If, on the contrary, we are aware that thought is capable of healing, creating a happy life and improving the lives of others, then we use our capacity. Then we will be living the responsibility. Once our interest includes the inner world of thoughts, we change course towards a more responsible way of being in the world. Look inside yourself and find out how it feels to be more responsible for the world. Perhaps you enjoy your dreams so much that you don't even want to consider that there is still more while awake. Consequently, we prefer to continue asleep, ignorant of the greatness that awaits us when we wake up. When we stick with the known, we run no risk. And if we don't take any risks, then we don't have to change. Avoid change and you will come to claim that the lack of growth is due to a multitude of external factors. It's an attractive, comfortable-looking circle that keeps us safe, yet trapped in a place that is rarely of much use to us or to those we love on a higher level. Resistance plays a key role in fear of change. When we ask ourselves questions of a metaphysical or spiritual nature, we find a long history based on the belief that, to believe, one must first see, and that it makes it difficult for us to fix our eyes on a place to which our senses seem to point. I propose to turn this impediment into a stepping stone from which we are able to review our thoughts and adjust them to the new principle that, to see, you must first believe. The exit from the cage. Think about how you can improve on something you want to achieve in the world of form. For example, playing the piano for 2 hours a day will improve your skills as a pianist. Hitting lots of golf balls a day will improve your playing skills. To form an image is to practice in the formless world. Before going to bed, try to visualize a picture of what you want for yourself. If, for example, it's about getting into better physical shape, practice looking how you would like to look. Let the image freeze in your mind. Be sure to repeat the operation a few times a day. It is all about using your thoughts by focusing on positive images, to become an even more perfect person than you have decided to be. Don't think of yourself as imperfect. Print in your mind the image of what you would like to be and you will find yourself reacting automatically to make that image come true. In other words, start acting like you're already where you want to be, and the rest will follow. Focus each day on your thoughts rather than your behavior. It is your thinking that creates your feelings and ultimately your actions as well. So give this dimension of your being all the attention it deserves. Surprise yourself by verbalizing negative thoughts. For example, if you say out loud, "I will never be able to pay off all my debts," or "I am unable to understand my partner no matter how hard I try," stop and think that you are acting on your negative thoughts instead. To allow your positive thoughts to shape the conditions of your life. Now get those thoughts back in order and imagine yourself debt-free. Refuse to be surrounded by creditors. And very soon you will begin to act on that new image of yourself, without debt, that has already been forged. You will find yourself ditching your credit cards, paying off all your debts, or moonlighting and doing all the things that come out of your imagination. In the same way, you should act with respect to your spouse, rather than according to the negative image of being married to a problematic person. Start behaving like someone who in one way or another will solve the problems in your relationship. Create an image of yourself in a relationship full of love and harmony, and you will act that way. If you do not receive the desired result according to that image, what we could call feedback, you can start to consider the possibility of going your way alone, or with another person who harmonizes more with you. But this time, instead of letting confusion reign within you, you will begin to act on that new image of yourself that responds to a human being in harmony. If things go well for you, everything will go smoothly, and if not, at least you will go on your way in peace with yourself. In either case, you are solving your relationship problem rather than obsessing over the mental image of someone in an untenable situation. Get a perfect situation in your mind, and you will act out of the desire for perfection. The quality of relationships is tied to your images and thoughts. What we see is full proof of what we believe. Remember that your circumstances do not make you, since they only reveal your presence to others. Some people have told me that it is very easy for me to give advice on how to be happy and be successful because I am already rich and famous. My reaction is to think that my circumstances reveal me to them. I mean, I don't give advice because I'm rich and famous. If I am, it is because I myself have followed them. I have lived by these principles all my life, and I think that is why I have achieved the wealth and fame that are now part of my life. Look at your life, no matter what the conditions are. Your relationships, your financial situation, your level of happiness, your health. Now try to consider that these circumstances reveal something about you. Recognize your relationship with these circumstances and consider them as a reflection of your way of thinking and, consequently, of the actions that follow from it. You can use your power of visualization to keep that old deteriorated image in your mind or to turn it into what appears illuminated on your inner screen. You are what you think throughout the day. And even if you think about the people who live in terrible conditions, know that they are precisely the ones who most need to know and believe what is written here. If you could somehow change your inner images, so filled with despair and hopelessness, for one that presented a more positive vision, and if you persisted in eliminating all negative images, you would begin to make that new image a reality within your physical realm. An example. Think of all the people who have escaped conditions that seemed unmovable. Then they explained that believing in a better future had been what had given them the strength to achieve it. Second, be aware that you are not that person. You are here and now, as a result of all those canvases that you have been painting for yourself in your mind, and think that you can continue to paint new ones, including one of yourself helping those in need, if that is what you want to do. Remind yourself day by day that thought does not know the limits of time, of cause and effect, of beginnings and endings, and of the other rules that govern form. In short, in the astral realm of thought there are no barriers. Once you are aware of this, you can begin to meet others who are also in this realm. Relationships can occur spontaneously, or you can also foster them by reminding yourself that all the people in your life are divine entities with an intelligence that goes beyond form. Your loved ones share their bodies, just like you, with God or with that perfect intelligence, whatever name you give it, and that this is on the other side of the form. Meet them in that new place, and you will find that your relationships are dramatically improving. Furthermore, you can also approach strangers in the same way. See the whole world as part of the wonderful, mysterious, and invisible force that exists in each and every one of us. Treat other people as the divine creatures that they are. Study the 7 principles that can make you a daydreamer and apply one of them each day of the week. Here is a model of how to do it over the next week. 1. Sunday, time does not exist. Spend some time outdoors, in nature. Try to imagine that the ascent is always continuous, since our mind, as rational as ever, tells us that the universe cannot just end. If it continues to exist forever and ever, then it will be as complete and as mysterious as the idea itself. In a complete universe, time is simply the way mankind organizes days and remembers things. Eternity is forever, just forever, not like time. Now what to do with this? You can eliminate all worries about time, the passing of the years, organizing your life, and running from here to there. Slow down and enjoy your surroundings. Your lifespan, 90 years or more, is equivalent to your sleep of 8 or more hours. That time does not exist is not a discovery that belongs to me. Einstein offered it to us in mathematical laws, and philosophers of all ages have reminded us of it. The Bible is full of examples that allude to eternity. Your lifetime in form has to be honored and celebrated, not calculated and compartmentalized. Go beyond your bondage to time and live fully in that new state, which is the only one you actually have. In the now, the work unit of your life. 2. Monday, there is no cause or effect. Take some time to understand what it means to just be. You are not a human doing, but a human being. While form is governed by the laws of causality, the formless state is causeless, as is the time you spend dreaming. His thoughts go from one place to another in no order. You can let go of mere cause and effect by tuning into your invisible humanity. You do not need to continue with the same old profession simply because as a teenager, 30 years ago, you made certain decisions about your future career or your university major. Do not submit to the idea that those decisions have made you who you are today. You can become a creator without relying on the old rules that rule your life. You can be anything you want, regardless of what people say or do and regardless of what you have or have not been before. If you can imagine it, it can be, and don't forget that your imagination, your thinking, is not governed by the rules of cause and effect. Today, Monday, try not to be the effect of anything but the creator of what you have imagined you can be. You don't need a consultant on the matter, you just need to harmonize your form with your thoughts and then allow them to be reality. 3. Tuesday, there is no beginning and no end. Try to live this day as if eternity is already here. The here and now is also forever. Regardless of time in this metaphysical experiment, today and a million years turn out the same. You are eternal and your invisible essence can never die. Knowing this, all the trivia that worry you so much will fade into the background. Attachment to things that you will never possess will also lose its importance to you. Look in the mirror this Tuesday morning and say out loud, I am not my shape. I am something much more divine than mere form. That he can come and go in his dreaming body, regardless of any temporal barrier, is proof that the dimension of thought is not something we should fear, but something we should enjoy. Today, Tuesday, live each moment as if it were the eternity that it is, enjoying all the things that can be appreciated in each moment. Make it a habit, starting today. Every moment in its time. Every eternity also in its own time. Reassure their fears as you understand that they must be there to warn you of what they consider to be a danger, and invite them to experiment with you today and try this new way of thinking that exudes security and love. 4. Wednesday, every obstacle is an opportunity. Today, welcome any outrageous or unpleasant behavior directed at you by other people, and consider it an opportunity to remind yourself that they are only speaking to you in your own way. Know that they cannot access your divinity unless you consent to share it, and in that case, perhaps for the first time, you will be able to discover the divinity that they also hold within the form that is being so hostile to you at this moment. Use the obstacle, the fear, as an opportunity to connect with your inner self. Today, see how many times you are able to turn what is destined to provoke a negative reaction into good news, a blessing for you and other human beings. Use incidents as opportunities to practice and experience positive observation of what is happening in the world of form. Put aside criticism of yourself and others, and instead see what your feelings are, and let them set you free. Over time, and following this guideline, you will discover that what you considered a strong obstacle to maintaining harmony in your life, becomes an opportunity. Today, Wednesday, you can become the daydreamer, turning obstacles into opportunities for your awake body, precisely what your dreaming body does. 5. Thursday, you create everything you need for your dream. As waking dreamers, we know that as we die, our consciousness continues to live in a new dimension, and that everything we have experienced in our current waking state will appear as an illusion. Consequently, it can be affirmed that, as happens in our dreaming body, everything necessary to daydream is created by ourselves, even the people who make it difficult for us, they are in our life because we have put them there. They have important lessons to teach us. Today, focus on asking yourself, why did I create all of this in my life? Take responsibility for everything in your life, firmly believing that everything is your product. Take this Thursday to experience this insight into the facts for yourself. Respond to everything that comes your way as if it were something that you put there, as well as everything you experienced in last night's dream, also generated by you. Everything that happens to us reflects our inner beliefs in some way. When you really understand that you have created every aspect of your daily life, then you will either stop contributing to its disharmony or you will learn to decipher its message. When you no longer need to learn to deal with that lack of balance, then you will stop producing it, and you will begin to create harmony and love everywhere. Today is your day to address this priority issue. 6. Friday, the reactions are real, the characters are illusions. Today is the day to be reborn in a transformational sense. Observe how you make the characters react and develop the actions that you have created for your life. Remember that all the feelings you experience, anger, joy, fear, tension, happiness, are very real to you, as they did in the dream when, for example, you were out of breath because someone was chasing you. There too that physical reaction was real, but the characters were part of their creation. Your reactions are the essence of what constitutes the quality of your life. Today, dedicate yourself to studying how you react to all those external factors that you have created for your life and focus on the way you deal with thoughts. Reactions in life are determined by our thinking. Today, dedicate yourself to studying the harmful reactions and not the facts or the people. Imagine waking up from your sleep one morning and spending the entire day grumpy because one of the characters in your dream did not behave as you expected him to. Of course, you are sane enough to say, it was just a dream, and go on living as if nothing, or examining that reflection. Today you can use that same strategy and refuse to be immobilized by anyone's actions. 7. Saturday, the only way to know that you are dreaming is to wake up. Today you can practice waking up, that is, dying while you are alive, and take a look at everything that you previously thought necessary to do in your life. Begin to understand that all you experience is a thought. The cookie you want to sink your teeth into but are not going to do you any good is just a thought. Grumpiness that your spouse or children didn't do what you suggested is just a thought. You are waking up, and in doing so, you see that your reactions are actually responses to what you are creating for yourself. So you are detached from your body, and you see how it behaves in a wide variety of situations. Like an actor on a stage, you see how your body unfolds in the various roles that you have created for it, and you are aware that your being is not just a physical form. You are invisible and indifferent to the senses for a day and can almost afford to laugh at yourself for having acted so stupid before. As long as you are awake, you know that you can only give what you keep inside and that, whatever it is there because of your thoughts. If you proceed today with anger or hatred, it is not because of external actors, but because of something you have inside. Thoughts related to love and harmony produce love and harmony towards others, despite external interference. The thoughts that harbor hatred and disharmony produce the anger and hatred that you sometimes throw on others. Both reactions reflect your beliefs about the world. In this life, in this dimension of the waking state, you cannot offer to others what you do not have. Look at what you give to your peers at the end of the day and understand that the only way to learn to live this illusion is to wake up in another dimension and judge all your actions from this new perspective. Thus ends a week of work on how to become a daydreamer. Knowing that we only have moments to live, and not weeks and months, we can use this knowledge to make our lives as limitless as the waking state we experience in dreaming. Keep these 4 words of the Prince of Peace in mind and think of the wisdom they contain. As you think, so will be. 3. Unit. You are at the same time a beating heart and a heart belonging to a body called humanity. Take a moment to study the word universe, the term we use to describe this vast world in the way that we find ourselves thinking and breathing, day after day. If we break down this word we get uni, which means one, and verse, which can refer among other things to a song. Yes, to a song. That is what it is all about. That is our universe, friends. Neither more nor less than a song. And no matter how hard we try to separate the different notes that compose it, we will always continue to be part of that song. This is one of the most difficult concepts to understand and apply to our daily lives, because we still strongly believe in our ability to separate. We came to recognize ourselves as an independent unit of the billions that exist. We identify ourselves exclusively with our mind, as unique beings and isolated from the rest. We look outside from our confinement and we believe that the only way to influence the world and our reality is from that very isolation. There must be a great shift in our consciousness for us to accept the universal principle of unity. If we succeed and begin to recognize that humanity is like a beautiful and harmonious song, our lives will undergo a series of great changes. But to get there, you will need to stop believing in the ideas derived from the limited perspective that your own personal journey in life offers you, and instead begin to think of yourself as someone related to all the people who have lived there. They inhabit and will inhabit the planet. A new focus on our place within this unique song. Albert Einstein, in my opinion the greatest genius of our century, wrote these words regarding the approach that I now ask you to examine. A human being is a part of the whole called by us universe, a part limited by time and space. He experiences his own being, his thoughts and feelings, as if they are separate from the rest, which is an optical illusion of his consciousness. This illusion is a kind of prison for us, forcing us to be true to our personal desires and to feel affection only for those around us. Our task must be to escape from that prison, expanding our circle of sympathy towards others to welcome with open arms the beauty that all living creatures and nature enclose. Einstein was much more than a scientist, he was a profound metaphysician, who cared little or nothing for established patterns of thoughts or actions. In the words of Einstein that I have quoted, it is noted that he offers us the possibility, the challenge, that we escape from our cage and understand that we all remain united, not only in a spiritual or astral sense, but also in the physical and real world. I have my own methods for this concept to take shape in my case. First, to get perspective on metaphysical issues, I often ask myself this question: can I step back enough to look at the whole? I imagine myself standing in one place, observing everything that includes creation. Since this is impossible to do in form, I try to look in the other direction, that is, towards the smallest particle, and concentrate on it, expanding its content and reaching infinity through it. Victor Hugo has explained in the following terms: the microscope begins just where the telescope. Which of the two offers us a greater vision? Therefore, I suggest that for a while you stop looking at that single song with the telescope, and look within yourself, the space that you know best, your own body. And you will understand that we are all a me, that is us, quoting a small excerpt from Richard Moss's wonderful book of the same title. So, let's take a look through the metaphysical microscope. We usually associate ourselves with life forms that are necessary for us to maintain ourselves in the state that corresponds to life. Our eyelids have microorganisms that work in accordance with the whole. The tissue that covers our intestines contains thousands of different bacteria, all living and with their own unique characteristics, and yet they are part of the whole. Our scalp exists thanks to a series of microorganisms, each of which has its own identity that can be examined with the help of a powerful microscope. The same happens to our liver, pancreas, skin, heart, nails, etc., which live and function in harmony with the whole that we call I. Yes, without a doubt, you and I form an I, that is us, and although those microscopic forms of life that reside in our nails will probably never come into contact with the forms of life that exist in our eyes, one and the other, They are independent, unique, and fundamental to the survival of the whole we call ourselves. I saw this fact very clearly in a documentary on the forms of life that exist in a drop of water. With the help of a very powerful microscope, several scientists demonstrated that each drop of water has hundreds of forms of life, among which sometimes no type of physical contact is established. They have different colors, shapes and origins, and each one exhibits special physical characteristics. They were as different from each other as some tribes in Afghanistan. And yet they all made up the whole called drop of water. In an infinite universe, it is not difficult to conceive that our physical size is proportional to that of the smallest microorganism found in the tiniest microorganism, which, in turn, is found in an even tinier microorganism, all forming part of the same drop of water. The smallest form of life that resides in one of my toenails will never come into contact with the tiny microorganisms in the inner tissue of the retina, the eye socket, or the upper part of the trunk, etc. And at the same time, it is a unique and separate part of the whole that is known as a person. From this perspective, we can see ourselves as beings related to the totality that we call the universe. Due to our narrow-mindedness, we can only see that we are connected on a physical level, and we test it with physical methods. But we tend to use those measuring bars that we have invented, to enslave ourselves to our own interpretation of our place in this one song. We do this by believing that reality is only measurable, rather than thinking that it is also something immeasurable. Germs and bacteria existed in our lives and our bodies long before we could examine them under the microscope. The microscope did not create the germs. Just as we have invented devices to measure what was previously there, it may also be the case that each of us is part of a we that cannot be measured by man-made technology. If we conceive of humanity as a single being, and consider ourselves the individual pieces that compose it, and if we could somehow distance ourselves enough to contemplate all that way of life, we would immediately perceive the lack of a part. Our eyes would automatically be fixed on an empty space, the one that corresponds to us. This space shows us the importance of each one. You and I complete the body of humanity. If we do not function in complete harmony with the whole, it loses balance. And if a large number of us are not part of it, they die. This is the perspective from which we must understand and begin to live the principle of unity. Of course, being both unique and part of the whole is a paradox. However, it is our reality, and when we learn how the principle of unity works in this infinite universe, we begin to see how it can work not only for each one of us but also for the entire song that we compose. You will feel the harmony within you and you will emit it so that that single song becomes a captivating melody, fully in keeping with the individual notes that make up this universe. Let me tell you how this feeling of unity has influenced my life. My first contact with the unit. My grandmother, on my mother's side, holds a very special place in my heart. When my mother had to face the many difficulties that arose when my father abandoned us, my grandparents took care of my older brother, who moved into their home. And it is precisely from the role of mother that my grandmother had to assume, from which I got my first notion of the concept of union and unity. My grandmother had educated all her children and had provided special care for the youngest, including my mother. He had spent hours and hours rocking, singing, hugging, and pampering them. My grandmother was 94 years old when she began to lose her faculties. As he approached 95, he needed more attention and help. I observed my mother taking care of her in those last years of her life. He changed her clothes and made sure they were never dirty. I once saw her holding it and giving it a banana, taking precautions so that my grandmother chewed it perfectly before swallowing it. When he was already swallowing it, my mother began to massage his neck so that he would not choke. Then he changed her underwear, rocked her, and started talking to her as if she were a baby. As I watched the scene, a question ran through my head: who is the mother and who is the daughter? Wasn't it my grandmother, who couldn't help herself now, who changed my mother's diapers and made her food? Hadn't those two human beings switched roles for the good of the other? The unity that existed in it all impressed me considerably. I realized that it was a great circle, just like the one formed by the universe. While we tend to identify with our separation, we cannot obtain the perspective from which it is seen that everything is a unit, that in that single song there is a great being called human being and that each one of us is born within that same being. My second encounter with the idea of unity occurred when I started reading books on collective consciousness. I had read The 100th Monkey by Ken Keyes, and was trying to apply its content to my personal context. Very briefly, I will say that The 100th Monkey is a theory about how all of us, belonging to the same species, influence each other. A group of monkeys was studied on the Japanese coast. One of them began to wash some sweet potatoes, which had been provided to them, in the sea. The rest of the monkeys began to imitate him and did the same. When the number of monkeys that acted in this way increased considerably, the same behavior was observed in other groups of monkeys that were thousands of kilometers from the place and that had never been in contact with the first ones. The 100th monkey symbolized what scientists call critical mass in species. According to the theory, when a critical mass number is reached, the same behavior occurs in the remaining members of the species. Apparently this happens in all species. When a certain critical mass of members begins to act or think in a certain way, the rest of the species adopt the same behavior. Ken Keyes gives the example of a nuclear war. If enough of us, members of the human species, act as if it were going to happen, then, when we reach the so-called critical mass, we will create our reality tending towards that nuclear war. On the other hand, if large numbers of us think and act as if such a war will never happen, then it will never happen. The invisible link that unites all members of a species is easier to verify today than it was a few years ago. Physicists describe it as a transition phase. Scientists say that when the atoms in a molecule align in a certain way and reach a critical mass number, the rest of the atoms also end up aligning themselves. The Reality of the Quanta, by Nick Herbert, The Tao of Physics, by Fritjof Capra, Gary Zuckab's Master Dancers Woolley, The Lives of a Cell, by Lewis Thomas, and A New Science of Life, by Rupert Sheldrake, are some of the books in this growing new literature that describes the relationship between the principles of physics and collective consciousness. Think for a moment about the fantastic consequences that a scientific notion of this caliber can provoke, a scientific basis for the unity of everything, and the idea that if enough of us, that is, of those who share this way of life called being human, begins to think and act with love and in harmony, we can affect the entire being called human being. The history of the human being is full of wars and disorder. How many mothers have wept over the centuries when they saw their children marching to one war or another? An immense waterfall of terror and discord runs through this being that we call human being, and you are part of it. Do you support these discords, or can you become one of the influencing voices along with many others until you reach that critical mass that will allow the whole being to align itself according to the harmony of that single song? The human being is the only one who has not been in harmony with the rest of the totality that is God, the unit, or whatever we decide to call it. When the individuals of this total being are aligned in a certain way, like the atoms in a molecule, they can exert an influence on all the beings that are in the one human being. I have heard many scientists, belonging to different branches of science, talk about the invisible forces that unite all members of a species. For example, they explain that when a liquid crystallizes in some part of the planet, the same crystallization process is repeated almost simultaneously in another point of the planet without there being any kind of transformational or physical contact. Certain microbes in Europe have suddenly behaved very differently than expected, and this has happened at the same time in other places on the planet with other similar microbes. The entire history of the human being seems to be guided by these unwritten rules regarding the collective consciousness. I am not trying to establish a basis for any kind of verification of this point of view, I am only trying to show that the notion of unity is accepted in scientific circles as a means of explaining what was previously scientifically inexplicable. Indeed, if large numbers of us began to think of harmonious and peaceful ways to reach the level of critical mass, wars could be ended. If each being reacted to those around him with harmony rather than enmity, it would not take long for soldiers to refuse to carry out the orders of their superiors. Harmony would redound to the benefit of all through the arms manufacturers, which would cease to be. Then the rulers would stop buying them, and the immediate effects of this closed circle would begin to be felt in all human realms. People who carry weapons would notice that this is incongruous with their own internal harmony and would simply refuse to carry them. Arms dealers and dealers would begin to feel pressure to line up on the side of harmony rather than conflict. The human being would evolve, just like a molecule evolves. The more they align themselves in harmony, the greater the pressure would be exerted, and the unity of humanity would be a reality. And how does all this start? Symbolically, with the monkey that picks that sweet potato and has the courage to behave differently than usual, and then with the one next to it, and so on until it reaches critical mass. A conscientious person actually becomes a majority through this process of collective consciousness. One day I was running, as usual, and thinking about this question of being a me that is us, when I noticed the presence of another runner about 30 meters from me, and I asked myself something that would mark a milestone in my new life: how can it be that it is connected to that being, whom I have not seen before and do not know, who nevertheless seems to do the same as me? Then I remembered about perspective. I thought of my feet, which moved one after another, and of all the forms of life that exist inside and outside of me, which will never be seen, but which will not for this reason cease to be inextricably linked and to be fundamental to constitute the being I call Wayne. I decided to look at what was in front of me with the greatest possible perspective, and for the first time in my life I realized that 30 meters in a physical distance means nothing compared to an infinite song, which we measure according to the distances that light years travel. The other runner was as close to me as the microorganism in the eye is to the organism in the pancreas. For the first time in my life, I was connected to a being that at first glance seemed separate from me. It was evident that despite the point we occupy on the globe and starting from the basis that the earth is round, it is impossible to take sides on either side. I saw that we are all part of this being in which we remain, with a mode of behavior and a personality of our own, and that each of us can exert an important influence on the way of proceeding and existing of the whole. A small voice in that one song can influence the whole being and lead it to destruction or harmony. That was what happened to me that day. Then I got home and told my wife about the surprising discovery. Then I opened a letter that I had received from an Iranian woman, which would make all things clear. An English-speaking person in Iran had read some of my books and decided to translate them into Farsi so that they would be available to the people of his country. He had translated the books, had about 5,000 copies circulating in bookstores, and had seen fit to release a second edition. At that time the government decided to ban it, claiming that the subversive ideas that I presented in the book were totally contradictory with respect to the philosophy of the revolution that was taking place in Iran. The translator's niece obtained my address after contacting my publisher in the United States, and she wrote to say that my books had had a strong impact on her. His letter arrived the same day that I realized that he was not only attached to the corridor that was about 30 meters in front of me, but also to all of humanity. Maryam Abdullahi's letter helped me to understand that all human beings are connected, despite the borders and discords that we have created, convinced otherwise. Maryam specified in the letter how important my words were to her and said that in Iran there was a greater awareness, which was certainly growing, about the need for people to stop hating themselves and join the rest of the world. He began to write me regularly and send me gifts for our children, tapestries that now hang on the walls of our house, books about peace and love. That woman showed us another aspect of the people trapped in that vicious circle that war entails. One Friday afternoon Maryam phoned me from Tehran. She was crying with joy because she had just received some ribbons and some small gifts that I had sent her. Since then we have become great friends and we telephoned from time to time. Sometimes he tells me that the words I wrote him and the tapes I made for him are having a great effect on people who speak Farsi. The unity of everything that surrounded us continued to amaze me. Then a beautiful letter came to me that confirmed the universality of human beings. Read what Miriam writes to me and note the impossibility of taking sides with one side of that circle. Wayne, it happened on November 20th, 2 weeks ago. I was a little tired after a week of work, and wanted to take a break. My mother told me, "Prepare yourself. The guests have just arrived." "Oh. I'm tired. Tell them I'm not home." "No, this time it is different. Come as soon as you can." I did not know what was happening. The bell rang. "Open the door." It was my niece. In his hand he carried, and I could not believe it, my package. He had been waiting for it for so long. "Aunt Miriam, this is for you." My brother had gone to pick up the package and he hadn't said anything to me. I kissed the box a lot of times. After a few moments, my sisters, friends, and other family members arrived. "What's going on here tonight?" I asked for. Everyone wanted to be part of that celebration. My mother had invited them. There were about 30. I told my sister, "Oh Layla, what did I tell you on Tuesday?" On Tuesday afternoon my sister and I went to buy meat and milk. It is quite difficult to find meat and milk at 7 in the afternoon, but we had to do it. On the way to the store I was thinking that if we could find meat, it would not take long for me to receive my package. And if not, resignation. This is what we know by intention. I was afraid of having that intention, but then what did the risks that Wayne Dyer talked about in his books represent? They have been very lucky. We only have this piece left. 8.5 kilos. Lucky. The man repeated. We precisely wanted 8 kilos. "Oh Layla. I'll get my package. I'm sure." When I told people that Dr. Dyer had sent me a videotape, everyone responded. This time he was lucky. But the next shipment will not reach you, because the package will be opened and it will not be delivered to you. Oh, a kiss must come to make a list of all our concerns. For example, if my son is arrested in the streets and taken to the front, if today it is time for us to die from the impact of Iraqi bombs, or if I cannot get hold of the package. "Layla, I got it." Finally. I yelled at my sister and started kissing the box. "Open it," people told me. "No, first the cake," I answered them. Miriam describes the thrill of discovering the contents of the box. And the letter with the following. "Hey everyone. Let us hear his voice. Agree. Imagine that he is here with us. We hear him on this tape. Go out, take charge of your life, be a responsible person and make sure things happen, or stay locked up in the orphanage. I have discovered that everything is possible in my life, simply because I believe it can be so. My work reflects this consistent notion that one can become their hopes. Everything you want to happen." It was a magnificent night. I will never forget her. It was 2 in the morning. "Well guys, it's time to go." I get up at 5:30. They did not reply. It has been many years since we have seen such a happy face, such a sincere laugh, such bright eyes. My brother-in-law added, "I bet he doesn't sleep tonight, he reads the letter and listens to the tapes over and over again. Thank you for making these moments of my life unforgettable. I include some photographs. Please send me as many pictures as you can. The more the merrier. Is this the disease of many? Descartes, I think, therefore I am. Miriam, I have a letter from Dr. Dyer, therefore I am. I am very grateful for the book you sent me. And I take the opportunity to wish you a happy holidays. With love. Miriam." We can begin to probe the potential magnificence by discovering the unity in the whole, without the need for our individuality to be threatened. We can allow ourselves to feel genuinely connected, knowing that our thoughts, feelings, and behaviors affect all people, even those we have never seen. Each one of us is a whole composed of an infinite number of particles of life, and their interior movement is continuous. The other side of the coin is also true, and we verify it by changing the microscope for the telescope and seeing how a part of a life form that is in a being that is getting bigger and bigger, called unity. The great parable on this subject is offered by the book Gulliver's Travels, in which being a Lilliputian or a Brobdingnag giant is a matter of perspective. Let's take another look at this theme of unity, and see how it applies to our individual bodies. Obtaining a clear reference of the everything. If I adjust my metaphoric microscope and observe one of the cells that make up my whole, I will find many components, with names as fanciful as nucleus, mitochondria, deoxyribonucleic acid, DNA, or ribonucleic acid, RNA, centrioles, basal bodies, and others by the style. A single cell is a whole, a totality in itself, and contains what is necessary to reproduce the organism that constitutes me. One of your cells knows everything about you. Based on the fact that in theory we have about 6 billion cells, it must be affirmed that one of them has the ability to agamically reproduce another complete person. There is also something else that makes up a cell, something that defies any kind of physical explanation and that requires going beyond the physical, towards the metaphysical. It is something that holds the cell together. We usually describe it as origin, serenity, harmony, peace, tranquility, or love, my favorite word. Pierre Teilhard de Chardin defined it as follows: love is the affinity that connects and unites the elements of the world. In fact, love is the agent of universal synthesis. Love or harmony is the invisible and immeasurable ingredient that synthesizes and creates the form that we call our bodies and our physical form. When a cell does not enjoy harmony or inner tranquility, even though its component parts are in proper proportion, that particular cell will behave in a non-harmonic way, which will ultimately affect the whole that contains it. Thus, a cell that lacks tranquility is a sick cell that has lost its reference point on the whole and on itself. A sick cell lacks internal tranquility, harmony, love, or whatever we call it. That cell has no reference to the whole, to the individual person. Consequently, it destroys everything in its path and refuses to cooperate with the other cells, until it destroys everything, and as a result it eliminates itself. What I have just described is the mode of behavior of a cancer in the body. It is an organism that has lost all reference to the whole, that does not cooperate with the other cells, and that finally ends up killing the whole and destroying itself in the process. Since he lacks the point of reference with respect to the whole, he is mistakenly placed on a path that leads to destruction. Now focus on the telescope and begin to observe the environment of that single cell among the 6 billion cells that make up the great body that we call humanity. Its totality closely resembles the functioning of a cell. You are made up of many components, which are held together by something mysterious and invisible, as described by Teilhard. Love is your universal synthesizer. When you, as a single cell, appear formed by something other than that tranquility or harmony, it is that you are sick, and that you will react to the cells that surround you in the same way that cancer would. It will not cooperate, it will attempt to devour, aggressively destroy, or perfidiously judge its neighboring cells. A social cancer is comparable to an individual cancer. When an individual acts destructively towards a person, it is because they have lost their point of reference on the whole. Without that feeling of belonging to the whole, he will behave violently towards others, and in the process he will end up destroying himself. Thus, a lack of affinity with total union or a lack of thinking in terms of unity can cause cancer not only in a cell, but also in a society. Now let's look at a bigger picture with the telescope. Think of the entire planet we live on as a single cell. I don't think I've ever read a better description than Lewis Thomas in The Lives of a Cell. I've tried to think of the Earth as some kind of organism, but it doesn't work for me. I cannot imagine her in this sense. It is too big, too complex, and has too many working parts lacking visible connections. The other night, when I was driving through a very mountainous forest area in southern New England, this topic was running through my head. If it is not like an organism, what does it look like? Then I had an idea: it is quite cell-like. If you look at the distance provided by the moon, what is surprising on Earth, once you catch your breath, is that it is alive. The photographs show us in the foreground a dry and crushed surface of the moon, in a word, dead. High above, floating freely beneath the luminous, damp membrane of the sky, is seen the rising Earth, the only exuberant thing in this part of the cosmos. If you could just watch for a long time, you would notice the whirlwinds of white clouds moving and playing at covering the great land masses, half hidden, half in sight. If you had been observing for a long geological age, you would have noticed how the continents moved away from their platforms and kept afloat by the heat of the interior of the planet. Earth possesses the quiet, organized gaze of a living creature, full of information and wonderfully gifted at dealing with the sun. What does this say to me? Is the whole planet a cell? And why doesn't he change his focus and place her in the face of the enormity of that unique song? All the characteristics of a cell, like the one you are, and that cell at the tip of your nose, and the cell inside the cell at the tip of your nose, on the right and on the back and into infinity. Everything is a single cell. And what about cancerous or discordant cells on the planet? Let's take a look at what we know as the nuclear age. What have we done to the planet? We have created weapons without any proportion with respect to the whole, that is to say with respect to the only cell called Earth. The nuclear age behaves like a diseased cell, devouring everything that stands in its way and ultimately destroying not only the whole but also itself in the process. If we used these weapons against our brothers, we would be destroying not only our neighboring cells, but also our own planet. Without reference points in relation to the whole, without a sense of unity of the whole, we can only react like a sick cell, devoid of tranquility. And what does a cell of this class lack if not internal harmony, serenity or, as Teilhard defined it, love? The path to unity seems to be on the path of inner harmony. The way to inner harmony is found through thought. What kind of thinking? Thoughts about unity and togetherness. The thoughts that speak about the connection that exists between all of us. Although the bonds of union can be difficult to observe with the naked eye, the truth is that they are there, just as they are in each individual cell that makes up our body. The moment you stop seeing yourself as a part of that group and stop relating to everyone through this being that we call human being, then you lose internal harmony, that is, you lose tranquility, and consequently you become sick. The disease manifests itself through aggressive and selfish behavior and a lack of cooperation with its neighboring cells. In this way, the problems of the lack of unity in our world can be traced to all those individual cells that make up the body called humanity. When we try to eliminate cancer from our bodies by acquiring a sense of unity and harmony and a positive visualization, we are also helping to eliminate carcinogens from our society. Each one of us is a cell capable of influencing the whole being in a harmonious and generous way, or in a disorderly or unpleasant way, that is to say, sick. Until now, the history of the human being has had too many cancer cells, and very few full of harmony and tranquility. The body staggers and each of us must do what we can for higher consciousness and harmony to reign and harmony to be achieved in that one song. This work is not intended for others, it is for each one of us, and by doing it we can contribute to healing and the recovery of health throughout the body. The human being has been divided for too long, and now we are faced with the challenge of achieving a reference point on the whole, to see ourselves as a unit, to become a single cell that is part of a larger cell that works in harmony. From this new perspective, it seems clear that anyone who acts aggressive or destructive towards others is, in fact, a person who lacks inner harmony. We should examine our behavior if we notice signs of aggressiveness and hatred towards others, as if it were a problem related to the way we give ourselves to others, instead of relying solely on our neighbors. Once we get down to business, it can be very positive for us to examine how we treat those cells around us that are a little different from us, speak another language, or believe in a different God. We have created a large cell made up of many diseased cells, and we all know that the whole cannot survive when it is made up of unpleasant cells. Einstein, when he observed the division that occurred in the atom, already warned us that we were doomed to final destruction, unless we learned to think in a new way, an alternative to end our disputes without having to use aggressiveness or aggression. War. Brief review of the history of the human being. Ours is a story full of divisions rather than unity. Study any manual of history and you will notice the existence of long chronicles about how much we are divided as a species. The most surprising aspect of our history is that we have always been at war with each other. We can measure our progress by the sophistication of the gadgets created over the centuries to kill our brothers. We have evolved from simple weapons such as daggers and tomahawks to others that can do their job at a distance. They are automatic machines that can kill many of our brothers in a moment. In the 20th century, we have coined the term megadeath to indicate the lethal capacity of our weapons. Rethink the analogy between our own body and the billions of cells that make up its physical totality. If we projected that this single body lived for about 5,000 years, we would see that during that period of time microbes and bacteria are created within the same body with the purpose of destroying it more easily and quickly. We would realize that we have killed the pancreas, the liver, the arteries, that we have altered some limbs, and that we are again ready for all the integral parts to confront each other in such a way as to destroy the whole body. The history of this being is also that of divisions and differences. Let's take a look at our history books and we will realize how we have behaved at the level of the total being that we form. East against West. The darkness against the light. The old against the young. The Germans against the French. Civilization against the savages. Endless chronicles about dichotomies, peoples looking for a way to conquer others, to overcome them at any cost, to defeat them. Imagine that all the life forms in your body are based on physical appearance and take sides. Liver cells against the whites of the eyes. The large cells of your skin against the tiny cells of your blood. The liquid cells against those of the heel of your foot. The long cells of the intestines against the short ones of the eardrums. Division, division, and more division, until in the end one group manages to win and destroy the whole body. You can already get an idea of how absurd it would be to live with this disharmony within. You are already aware, without having to think about it, that all the components of your body must cooperate with each other and not lose the point of reference on the whole, if you want to live 90 years or more. In short, the being that constitutes our human being simply enjoys a greater life expectancy, because it is much larger, a matter of perspective, and consequently you must observe how the individual beings that make up the human being behave, and then wondering how it is possible that said being manages to survive so much division. The answer is that we must collaborate so that said behavior and the attitudes of the beings that make up the human being are modified, since otherwise it will destroy itself. Read what Paramahansa Yogananda wrote in the Divine Romance. I believe that there will always be wars, until the day we become such spiritual beings that we transform our individual nature and deem war unnecessary. Despite their great differences, if Jesus, Krishna, Buddha or Muhammad sat together, they would never think of using science to destroy themselves. For what reason do people consider the fight necessary? The power of arms does not show any wisdom, nor has it ever achieved peace. Our history is replete with references to how we have divided and led the human race to the brink of destruction as a result of caring too much for our enemies, and not paying attention to our allies in this miracle of life. Some of the great minds that have accompanied us know that unity constitutes much more than the vague thoughts of philosophers and metaphysicians, it is the very essence of our reality. In the unity that is humanity we have practiced division to the detriment of the whole. Yes, indeed, sometimes we have seen a little light that has made us understand the madness that reigned in our path, but in most cases we have not been able to overcome our physical forms and notice that our humanity is in our mind, and that the whole of our thinking has always insisted on division and separation. You still have a lot to do as a single cell belonging to this body called humanity, and also as an operational whole made up of a multitude of individual cells, in applying this principle of unity to your own personal world. One of the best places you can begin to apply this principle is in your relationships with the other human beings who are with you in this single song. You can be an instrument of cohesion or a being that unconsciously destroys your own unity. Cultivating a benchmark above everything. Some time ago I was running around the neighborhood when I noticed that a tree trimmer had been hired at a nearby house. Since I also needed their services for one of the trees in front of my house, I stopped and asked one of the workers if they could give me any information about their company. His answer was very explicit, as he offered me his vision of himself and his world. "Look, sir, I can't just sit back and talk. My job is to trim trees. I have no idea how the company offices work." He turned around, headed for the Sierra, and forgot about me. He was so preoccupied with fulfilling his own obligations that he failed to see that his actions, by leaving much to be desired, were affecting the entire business, and that if he persisted in doing so, he would walk away altogether and contribute to his professional and personal failure. His answer is equivalent to that of that waiter who, after being asked by a customer, responds, "I'm sorry, but that's not my table." In the business world, leaders are distinguished from followers by two qualities. 1. All leaders who pride themselves on being leaders have a point of reference on the whole. On any given day, I could count hundreds of people who have no notion at all, and who actually act like cancer cells in the totality that constitutes their company. It's not my department, you will need to speak to accounting. I only do what I get paid for. I'm sorry, but that's not my responsibility. I cannot take responsibility for the work of others, I cannot do 1,000 things at the same time. All these comments are heard from the lips of a bank employee, a cashier, a telephone operator in a department store, a clerk at the traffic department, etc. In neither is any reference to the whole detected. There is no sense of belonging to the unit, nor the understanding that one must cooperate with those around him for the unit to survive. Every day they all embark on a journey of self-destruction when they contact the public they have to serve. They destroy the efficiency of the entire unit because they can only see their own narrow compartment. A leader always sees the whole and is aware that each individual can influence the whole. 2. All leaders who pride themselves on being leaders have a reference point on an even higher whole. Yes, I know that I have written an even superior whole. Taking into account that time does not mean anything to those who are truly transformed, we are obliged to consider our work company as a totality regardless of time, which is measured by the instruments we have created so as not to lose sight of the whole. Thus, a true leader is one who knows that a customer who has been ignored by an employee is also someone who can make the company have its days, weeks, or years numbered. The leader strives thinking about the long way to go and knows that a client who has not received the proper treatment can affect everything not only that day but also at all times. In addition, the dissatisfied customer will tell his experience to at least 10 other people, and in the long run they too can affect the whole. Consequently, the self-respecting leader must be aware that every contact between an employee and a customer is of extreme importance. The great image is constituted by the now and the always, the all of now and the superior whole that encompasses the extension of time. The typical employee who acts as a follower doesn't care in the least if you come back again. The attitude he adopts already speaks for itself. I am only interested in my work every day, going home and collecting my payroll at the end of the month. It does not matter to him that the next time that client decides on the competition and that he repeats that operation as many times as necessary, because on one occasion that negligent employee did not treat him as he should. Employees who have no reference point on the higher whole are sabotaging the entire unit in the same way that a sick cell devours its neighbors. If your job is to select personnel, I suggest that you consider these variables in future employees of your company. If they see themselves as parts of the whole and are aware that their individual behaviors can have a profound impact on the whole, you are standing before a leader. A leader is attentive to individual human behaviors, since he knows that they can affect the whole and is also aware that the whole cannot survive if cancer cells are found in it that are gaining ground. The leader who prides himself on being one cannot forget that the future business is determined by the treatment the client receives at the moment of truth, that is, when he first establishes contact. When I meet someone who has no reference to the whole, I realize that that particular business or unit is in real danger. The employee who makes me feel important and who bothers to accompany me where I request will produce good results and will get me to return to that same company the next time. That employee equates to the harmonious cells that help the whole body function perfectly and stay that way in the future. Within our family unit we need each of its members to behave as a unique individual and function on their own, and on the other hand to also be able to work in harmony with the rest of those who share the same unit or house. This applies to communities, cities, states, countries, and even the greatest set of all, humanity. When we face the concept of unity and try to apply it to our daily lives, we begin to realize that we are part of the human race and that we must fight for it and not against it. In this common endeavor we acquire a sense of authenticity and we are aware that each behavior can have a great impact on this body or being that we call human being. If the image we perceive is panoramic, then the unity is obvious. Great statesmen know that it is impossible to remain divided and survive. They are aware of a fact: all the divisions that the human race presents contribute in one way or another to the destruction of humanity. But, as hard as it is to say, it is very difficult that statesmen who think this way can ever be elected in a vote. Voters are predisposed to vote for those who support their own divisions, and not for those leaders who work toward a harmonious goal for the entire human race. Neither the Jesus Christ of his time nor the Mother Teresa of our day responds to the kind of leader that voters desire. However, some leaders who comprise the entire human race have emerged in our world. Indeed, the United Nations is a first step towards applying cooperation rather than aggression to resolve border disputes and the divisions that we have created. Abraham Lincoln emerged in the United States when in the last century there was a call for unity. Perhaps a new Lincoln will appear in this century and the achievement of humanity's harmony will become a reality. From the tiniest individual cell to you as a cell, from all the units that we see emerging in social structures, in the larger units that we call countries, and by extension throughout the universe, the same message is transmitted. When we perceive the unity that exists in this whole set, and act as conscious individuals of that whole, we allow the whole to survive and grow. When we show no respect for the whole, we contribute not only to the destruction of the whole but also to ourselves. Seeing unity is much more than a metaphysical exercise, it is a way of being that transforms life. When we enjoy inner harmony, the fact of seeing it also in a larger context occurs automatically. We will always give to others what we have. When we see unity within ourselves and commit ourselves to preserving it, then we become one more cell in search of unity and individual prosperity. The unity and the dream. I would like you to now revert to the perspective of your dreaming body to remind you that while you dream you are in a world of pure thought in which you create everything you need for your dream. The senses of sight, hearing, smell, touch, or taste are not essential. Everything that you experience when dreaming produces a reaction in the body. The characters that appear to him in dreams are mere illusion, they are the product of your creativity and play your role in your dream. All of this leads us to a master lesson, the hardest to grasp if you remain solely in your form. There is only one dream. Read it again. There is only one dream. Guaranteed, even if there are 1,000 characters in it. The dreamer creates a multitude of situations that are not related to time. Cars, planes, boats, knives, bombs, beds, or any object that the dreamer wants may appear, but there is only one dreamer and one dream, and that is you. In the state we call dreaming consciousness, there is only one dreamer and one dream. Let's now go to the more complicated part. In Chapter 2, I have described the three dimensions of consciousness, which I called dreaming consciousness, waking consciousness, and higher consciousness. The masters of higher consciousness have disguised themselves as ordinary people and have walked among us teaching us that what we experience in dreaming consciousness can also happen to us in waking consciousness. Jesus said that even the most insignificant being among us could carry out his actions and more still. So imagine a real higher level of consciousness in which all form is illusion, just as it happens in your dream. In this scenario, only a dream can be represented. Indeed, waking consciousness can be seen as a great dream, from the perspective of a higher level of consciousness than this. if you consider yourself to be one of the characters in that longer-than-life dream. Who is ultimately the dreamer? Call it what you want, God, higher consciousness, Krishna, spirit, etc. But admit this possibility. From the perspective of this next dimension, all that exists is a level of consciousness, and we are just characters in that dream. Our form is as real to us as the characters we invent for our dreams, but from the point of view of higher knowledge we see that they are all illusions in our only dream. A dream, a dreamer, billions of characters embodying someone and representing that dream, and the disembodied spirit leaving the level of waking consciousness and the illusions of suffering to which the form is subjected. Your true essence is you, the fundamental part of your dream. Now, from this perspective, try to see your own death. At the waking consciousness level of our existence, we view death as something that produces fear and suffering. But, in fact, it is the opposite. You cannot suffer on the plane of thought, or astral plane. Suffering only takes place in form. The pain we experience, the aging process, diseases, and problems posed by relationships are sufferings that we experience from form. With the death of the form, suffering is no longer possible. Knowing this, it is impossible for me to make death the great melodrama that most people do. In truth, I see it as a reward, not a punishment. I know that overcoming my form means ending suffering, and I am also aware that I am capable of doing the same while existing in form if I manage to live in the dimension of consciousness where limits do not exist. By viewing the entire higher dimension as a dream and a dreamer, with many characters on the lower level, I can believe in death as a transformation rather than a punishment, and realize the great unity that exists in our one song. Here is the quintessence message that spiritual teachers teach us. The way to see it is in the mystical world that you are able to create for yourself and live in your dreaming body. You, the dreamer. God, the dreamer. You create all the characters and all the situations you need. God does the same. Your characters seem real to you while you remain in your dream. This is how real God's characters are. Actually, you are one of them. In his dream, every form is nothing but illusion even though the reactions are real. In God's dream, the characters are also illusions. His dream lasts for 90 years and ours for 90 minutes, and the reactions at the thought level are real. When you wake up from your dream you realize how stupid it has been to worry about illusions, and you are ready to continue your journey to the next level that you live. When you wake up in God's dream, you realize the same stupidity and move on to the next level. You look at a broader, all-encompassing panorama from a new perspective. There is only one dream and one dreamer. How you play that role of a dream character in life is entirely up to you, as a dream character and as a dreamer. It is a paradox of great dimensions, which once accepted allows us to see everything with new eyes. However, it does not constitute a paradox that goes beyond knowing that we are made up of billions of cells and that at the same time our entire being is summarized and concentrated in one of them. I can assure you that from the moment you truly know that there is only one dream and that you are connected to everyone in that dream, you begin to think and act as if you are tied to everything instead of being tied to your separation. This situation can lead to happiness and success. Never again will you feel threatened or self-conscious about anything or anyone. Ask yourself this question: what happens to the characters in my dream when I wake up? Now try to see that your dream is not a place but a new dimension. They are not waiting for you in the room, they have shown you that they are multidimensional. You too can enter this formless dimension. Why you resist this principle of unity? This principle is so easy to accept that it is not worth spending your entire life resisting it. Why? Because we have been taught that separation is the essence of our humanity. We believe in borders, limits, labels and traditions. We have learned to consider others different from ourselves, and in many cases to have half humanity as our enemy. We have been educated to treasure our ethnicity and to see others as individuals who do not belong to our clan. Our labels have become our own definition. Of course, after a lifetime subjected to these conditions, we identify ourselves with the labels that correspond to French, male, female, Protestant, tall, dark, conservative, athletic, middle class, among many others. They all separate and classify us, preventing us from thinking about that single song and finding the light. Unity is an abstract concept that is difficult to understand and live. To be able to believe and see this principle in action requires a vision of the physical world from a greater perspective, the one we conceive when our imagination is triggered. We must be able to abandon our narrow vision, and this is not easy in a world that places physical boundaries on life. In order to get a great image, it is necessary to abandon our conditioned mindset. It would be something similar to asking a liver cell, which only knows that organ, to stop thinking that the liver is all that exists, and to start seeing it as part of a body of which it does not know its existence. All you know is the liver. All you have seen or experienced is the liver. However, it is expected to work in conjunction with a whole of which it can only speculate. This is how you find yourself, but with a difference: you have a mind capable of perceiving how the whole stays together. You are part of that universal mind. And despite this, an arduous task awaits him if he wants to know the functioning of the whole from his stay in physical form or in the limits of the world of form. It is much easier to choose the world of limits. Although we can understand our body as a whole, it is difficult to go from microscope to telescope. We tend to take the narrowest path, and to defend limits and borders. It is much easier, though less rewarding, to live in a world where all the lines have already been drawn, often by people who lived thousands of years ago. From the cradle we are taught where to go to worship a certain god, and it is not difficult for us to learn the lesson. Going with the flow is much easier, for example, thinking that our enemies are those that everyone points to instead of considering those that our vision indicates to us. It may seem less complicated to continue a family business or a tradition that created disorder, than to draw the ire of our predecessors. It is much easier to be a cell that lives in this way and, consequently, to ignore what time can bring and that image as a whole. If we defend our separation, we will practice prosecution as a way of life. But if you believe and live according to unity, then the accusation is impossible, since we are all connected and the energy of life is directed towards finding solutions for oneself and for the whole. When separation becomes the goal, we tend to blame others for everything we lack in life. They are the perfect target to take the blame. You may not be willing to stop blaming them, especially if they hum a different chorus than the one song, if you don't get to know them personally, and if they look quite different from yours. It is up to you to decide whether it is better for you to make enemies and people to hate and accuse, or to feel that we are all the same unit. As long as we continue to advocate that others suffer the consequences of our actions, we will resist accepting the concept of unity. For those who personally take advantage of separation, it is no problem to laugh at the concept of unity. Anyone in the arms trade or manufacturing business will scoff at this nonsense of unity and union. Anyone who needs to remain tied to traditional ways of life and continue to separate ourselves into higher and lower categories will be reluctant to accept what I propose in this chapter. Your business, religion, or company will remind you to judge others, and it will lead you to think that the concept of unity is quite puzzling. In reality, anyone who spends their life energy on this side of disorder, even on a small scale, will believe that unity is a problematic concept. A simple review of history gives us the key. Many leaders who believed and preached the existence of man as a unique being were assassinated. Those who strive to end wars are described as stupid idealists. Those who write songs asking us to imagine that the world is one, are killed in cold blood. It is more practical to ignore the whole in the name of the benefit to be obtained. The whole constitutes a threat to those who advocate separation. These are some of the reasons we resist this universal principle. However, our very survival and evolution as a species depend on a sufficient number of us accepting the concept of unity. I am convinced that we will actually succeed. I am as sure that the universe is a single song and that humanity will finally hear the message that cries out for unity. Every day the need becomes more pressing. Here are a number of suggestions that can accelerate your own transformation toward this wonderful principle of oneness. Some suggestions on how to apply the unity principle in your own life. Give up all thoughts of separation for an hour. During this time, consider the people you meet as beings with whom you are connected in an invisible way. You will find that when you think according to this principle of unity, it is more difficult for you to get angry or hold a grudge towards others, because that would be like taking it on yourself. Consider yourself someone connected to others, to those you come across, or hear about, and share something with them. What you share is your humanity, and the less you are inclined to separate yourself from others, the fewer risks you will run from the disease that causes separation. Examine all the tags you are hanging yourself. Each one is a boundary or limit of one kind or another. If you are of English or African origin and this tag is posted, you are limiting yourself to not being able to experience anything that is not English or African. Consider yourself simply human. There is no need for any other label. Thoughts cannot be divided into small compartments. You are neither old nor young in your thinking, you are only so in the label that you attribute to your shape. The same is true of political ideology and physical attributes. In thought you can be everything. Remember that form is your most insignificant aspect and the packaging that contains the real you. Try to think globally and act local. Consider one cell among billions of cells that are part of a large cell called humanity. When you finally see yourself united instead of separated, you will automatically begin to cooperate. This is what the healing process is all about. When I was a young teenager, a girl told me that she loved me. I asked him what he meant by that. Suppose I suddenly become an old, wrinkled and weak 90 years. Would you love me then? She was very surprised, but replied, "No, that would no longer be you." I remember I answered him, "I am not this body, and if this is what you love, then you don't really love me. I am also that 90-year-old man." Normally, when we love something or someone, we refer only to the form, neglecting what is inside. Admit that labels are part of the external life of the form. Decide to find your inner life. Understand that the way forward and the goal you set are one and the same. You will never be fully formed. You will never reach the ultimate goal. Life is change and growth. Paradoxically, you can achieve all your goals from this perspective of unity. Each step along the way and each day in your life is both a unique experience and a part of the whole called life. There are no moments just because. This moment in which you are now is a whole and not something separate from your entire life. Remember the old saying that goes like this: life is what happens to you while you make other plans. This phrase helps to center the unity of all things and to leave them centered, instead of relying on centering them through the artificial ways that we have invented. The closest members of your family remind you daily that you share humanity with them. You are part of this great body that we call human being. When you find yourself scolding a loved one, think that that person is sharing the same life energy as you. Our uncontrollable anger is fueled by the fear that we are the way we judge and see others. We can only offer what we have within us. If you respect yourself, you are sure to treat your loved ones the same way. If, on the other hand, this is not the case, their way of being will also be reflected in their treatment of others. When I have a problem with my daughters about something they have said or done, I try to imagine the invisible force that connects me with them through humanity. I observe that their behavior is also mine and vice versa, and that I am able to be more understanding and affectionate with them. Think of those you consider your enemies. The same logic and reasoning can be applied to you. This is the lesson of spirituality. The fact that human beings present different aspects or live in other parts of the world does not mean that they are not part of the whole, of that part of humanity that is you. Do not let anyone, least of all the geographical situation, determine you to have enemies. You don't have to accept any reasoning that forces you to think in terms of enemies. This does not make you a bad patriot. You can love your country so much that you want your children to live in peace with themselves. This means doing everything you can to make sure that we all see that drive. Remember that one cannot choose sides on a planet that is round. It's a matter of perspective, and you have the tools to capture that infinite view, the view of unity. If you are a leader in an organization, create options so that those who work with you notice that reference point or that sense of belonging to the whole. Rejoice in the various contributions and shares they may have for the good of the entire organization, and reward them with such tempting things as profit sharing, recognition, and incentive pay. Do not specialize and divide your organization into many compartments, because this will prevent your members from participating in an overview. Be attentive to what each person can offer to the whole, and direct your training programs towards an understanding of the impact that the whole produces based on the different individual behaviors. At the same time, support individualism and personal initiative. Each cell of a unit must enjoy a certain degree of autonomy so that as an individual it can come to feel important. A cell that is not comfortable in its position can lead to the failure of the entire company. A cell that breathes inner harmony contributes to the health of the whole unit. Individualism and the big picture can be excluded if understood separately. Accepting this paradox and understanding that two entities that seem opposite always function in a harmonious whole is fundamental to discovering the light. Direct all your efforts to send love in response to hate. This was the message of Christ. If you have inner love, this is what you will offer to others. All hatred, even that which can be justified as a result of aggression, is part of a cancer that destroys humanity. The more harmony and love we send to others, despite their behavior, the more we live in unity. Of course we need prisons and other means of protection against violators of the rights of others. What we don't need is hatred in response to their antisocial behavior. Try to see each of the people who come into your life as teachers. See this new person as that part of you that is ready to grow. In relationships it is not a pure coincidence that life together is the result of a combination of opposites. We often love someone who represents an underdeveloped part of ourselves. Instead of judging others as people who should or should not behave in a certain way, see them as a reflection of a part of yourself and ask yourself if there is anything you can learn from them. Love those who seem contrary to your world, and put your way of being safe, as if it were a treasure that had been entrusted to you. And remember that the ones that seem to cause you the biggest headaches are the ones that make you feel that the reason for all this is found in the lack or desire for something in yourself. If you did not react in any way, it would mean that you are indifferent to everything. But if you react by indifference, it means that there is something inside you that holds you down when you are faced with a behavior that provokes you. This is your learning situation and not the problem of others. The whole planet is a collection of differences. You are a complete unit made up of differences, living both in form and in non-form. Forget pretending that others are like you, and start enjoying your uniqueness in the variety that makes up this glorious and unique song. No one can explain the way to you to connect more and be less tied down. You control your thoughts. I can only help you begin to develop your ability to think in terms of unity. It may be able to help you open some doors that are now closed due to conditioning processes, but you are the only one who can make that decision. And once you decide to carry out your role in this one song, no one can stop you. That is the path that has been laid out and you can walk it as you please. By adopting this principle of unity, you will finally achieve a new sense of personal harmony that sets aside all conflict in your life. Without a doubt, this is a glorious reward. You stop questioning your role in all things and instead begin to open up to the unity of all life. It becomes a part of the energy of love, first in your inner life, then in your family life and personal relationships, then in work and community, and finally in all of humanity. Develop a sense of appreciation for all forms of life. He no longer identifies with differences and knows that they only exist in form. There are 4 words that symbolize our invisible connection with everyone, alone and all in one, which certainly refer to identical concepts. In every cell of the universe there is loneliness and union, which coexist at the same time. When Paramahansa Yogananda was being instructed as a spiritual master, he was told, It is the Spirit of God that sustains all the form and force of the universe. However, he is transcendental and stands apart from the wonderful emptiness that exists beyond the worlds of vibratory phenomena. Those who achieve self-realization themselves on earth live a similar existence that unfolds. Although they are aware of the work they do in the world, they are nevertheless immersed in an inner bliss. I hope you enjoy that experience as you learn about your connection and participation in this one song, acting in form, and with inner bliss. The truth is that you are alone and part of the whole at the same time. 4. Abundance. Calculating the number of seeds in an apple is very easy. But how many of us can establish the number of dormant apples in a seed? No one can determine the number of apples in a seed because the answer is infinity. The endless. That is precisely what the principle of abundance is about, endlessness. It seems a paradox, because we as human forms begin and end at a certain moment, and consequently endlessness is not part of our experience in form. But it would be difficult to imagine that the universe knows boundaries, or that it simply ends at some point. If this is indeed the case, what exists at the end and what is hidden behind that end? Therefore, I dare to affirm that there is no end in the universe, and that there is no end in any of its components when this principle is part of its life. We have already observed that a large part of who we are has no form, and that this part, thought, knows no limitations. From this I dare to conclude that we do not have a known end point either. In this way, abundance, devoid of limits and boundaries, becomes the key to the universe. It can be applied to us as well as to anything else in this one song. It is the universe's answer to our belief in scarcity. We should be aware of abundance and prosperity and stop considering scarcity as the cornerstone of our life. If our mentality is based on scarcity, it means that we believe in it and that we evaluate life in terms of what it is lacking. If we pay excessive attention to shortages, we are wasting our energies on something we do not have, and this experience infects the rest of our lives. The personal history of many people is summed up in phrases like, "I just don't have enough." "How can I believe in abundance if my children don't have all the clothes they need? I would be so much happier if I had." People believe that certain things are missing in their life because luck does not smile on them, instead of recognizing that their thought system is erroneously based on scarcity. However, they should know that as long as they do not stop living according to that scarcity-centered mentality, that is the only thing they will achieve in their lives. Everything that is needed to eliminate this situation in life is already in the world that we inhabit and breathe day after day. Where else could it be? The truth is that there is enough for all of us to find our place, and we are all part of it. Once we learn this lesson, we will understand that in our particular case this principle works in many ways. All the people I know who have gone from a life based on scarcity to a life filled with abundance have discovered how to believe and live by this principle. I am referring to each and every one of them, including myself. But how can we get rid of that exclusively scarcity mindset? Go beyond an awareness of scarcity. The first step toward achieving a mindset freed from the vision of scarcity is to be grateful for all that we are and possess. Yes, to give thanks, fully convinced and appreciating the great miracle that we all constitute. The fact of being alive. The fact of having eyes, ears, feet, and being here in this wonderful dream. Make an effort to start thinking about what you have, instead of what you miss. He does not lack anything. Naturally, how can you be missing something in a perfect universe? When you begin to give thanks for what has been given to you, the water you drink, the sun that warms you, the air you breathe, and everything that is a gift from God, you will be putting into operation all your thoughts, all your essence, to focus on your humanity and abundance. Remember that you are a cell in a human body, and that cell requires internal harmony to cooperate willingly with neighboring cells. When you act in this way, your energy will be transformed into the miracle of the being that is here and now. And while you focus on the miracle that you embody, it is impossible to notice what you are not or what you seem to be lacking. As you give thanks, expand the list of things for which you should be grateful. Friends and family, clothes and food, money you may have, all your belongings, everything you have in this life. I mean everything without exception. The pencil, the chair, everything. Start thinking about how grateful you must be to have those items that work so well for you when you need them. Think of them as having been loaned to you for some time, before you use them again. As soon as you learn to be grateful to everyone and everything around you, and to appreciate your own humanity, you are well on your way to eliminating the scarcity mindset. What you concentrate your thoughts on expands. Read it again. It's actually quite illogical. What you tend to think about the most will end up being what you choose to expand on. For example, if you have some debt and some equity, and you are concentrating on what you do have, then you will surely be working on expanding that amount of money that you have. If that capital consists of $500 and your debts amount to $5,000, and you only think about the money you have, you will surely have to do something with it. Whatever you decide on it, as long as it is in a positive sense, it will pay off with a capital increase. And vice versa, if you only look at your delinquency situation and constantly remind yourself of the state of poverty in which you find yourself, that is the only thing you will get, more poverty. This is very clear in cases of minor illnesses. For example, if you only think about the cold you have caught and always complain about how bad it feels, you will end up with a perennial cold. That is, your energy will be focused on the cold that you seem to be so proud of. But if, on the contrary, you think about the rest of your body that is perfectly fine, and tell others about your almost unbeatable state of health, you will end up enjoying iron health. We all act according to the patterns of our thoughts. These thoughts become our daily experience. Consequently, if you spend a great deal of vital energy concentrating it on scarcity, that's what your life will turn to. Now I will give a true example of how this process works. I have a good friend named Bobby Branch who lives in Wenatchee, Washington. He is a person full of vitality, with a higher consciousness, with whom he really wants to be. Probably in almost every aspect of your life abundance has dominated. However, in regards to his professional career he always believed in the principle of scarcity. Bobby is a singer-songwriter. She is very talented and always wanted to record an album of her songs, but was convinced that she did not have the financial capacity to do so. When it came to money, she operated according to a scarcity mindset. And this very scarcity mentality was stronger than she when she had the opportunity to sing in public. She was sure she would never be able to do it. One afternoon we talked for hours about her belief that she would never be able to record an album until an angel suddenly appeared to her and decided to fund her. I tried to show him that it was precisely this thought that was preventing him from achieving his dream. I used to invite her to sing at some of my lectures. Despite her fears, Bobby sang beautifully and the audience rose to their feet. He began to believe that perhaps he should focus more on what he wanted to achieve and not worry so much about what seemed unworkable or practically impossible to achieve. The more he thought about singing in front of an audience, the more offers to do so poured in, especially after a year of changing his thoughts. Then came the great challenge, to see herself swimming in abundance. In a phone conversation he told me that he had plucked up his courage and started to inquire about the price of producing an album with one of the best arrangers and musical directors in the Northwest. The sum amounted to much more than she had ever collected in her life. I replied that she should focus her thoughts on prosperity, since that was what she needed, and not allow the thought of scarcity to invade her at any time. He got the message. One afternoon I got a long-distance call from Wenatchee and Bobby said, "I haven't been thinking about anything other than getting that sum of money." She added that she and a friend were talking one day about how to get it and that Bobby suggested, "What if I asked 15 acquaintances to invest in me and my music? I mean, people who believed in my songs." To her surprise, her friend replied, "It would look great to me. I will be the first investor." Bobby realized that she already had a 15th of what she needed. After 3 days he had prepared everything and had obtained the signatures of the investors he needed so much. Each one invested about $1,000, to be repaid within a year. It seemed incredible to him that he had finally been able to overcome scarcity, through concentrating on abundance, which was what had actually brought him all that good fortune. It took him 2 months to produce the album The Only Way Is Happiness, with 3 songs about happiness written from a kiss, the Iranian girl I have written about in previous pages. Now Bobby is very busy promoting her music and trying to make it a big hit. Your focus on abundance rather than scarcity is already paying off. He has managed to pay almost all his investors and is preparing a second edition of his album. Its dedication reads, "To my friend Wayne Dyer, I appreciate all that you have done in encouraging me to take the risk. All I really did was help her focus on what she wanted to turn her life into." The same goes for all of us. To experience anything away from abundance, you must resist it with all your might and focus on scarcity. When you live and breathe prosperity under the belief that everything exists in great quantity and you believe you have the right to own everything you want, then you begin to behave towards yourself and others according to this principle. This belief applies to the acquisition of wealth, personal happiness, health, intellectual achievement, and everything else. It is related to an old biblical promise, "To him who already possesses, more will be granted." And this is really how it works. This universe is a great enterprise that is difficult to understand from the perspective of our limited bodies. Abundance reigns in every corner of it. The only limits we face are invented by believing in them. You already are everything. You are already a whole, you are already complete. You are not going to get everything, it is already everything. These statements should be the subject of your serious consideration. If you are not enjoying your life at this time, with what you have accumulated, with your current state of health, with your work and your relationships, you will not be able to appreciate or have a good time in new living conditions. Our ability to enjoy life comes from the way we process it, and not from the influence of external factors. Nothing outside has the capacity to create happiness or fulfillment in us. What determines the quality of our life is our decision to feel satisfied or not, based on our way of thinking, seeing ourselves and placing ourselves in the universe. Therefore, if you need much more to feel whole, then even if you receive much more, you will always be dissatisfied. Thinking according to the abundance principle means believing in an internal dialogue, "I love everything that I am and what I have achieved so far. I don't need anything else, not even a small change to consider myself happy or whole. I know I won't get everything, because I already am everything. The universe is infinite, I am the universe and consequently I do not know the borders." By creating and believing your own affirmations, you show your willingness to tune into abundance. I remember the story of a man who went to a guru to find out what he needed to enjoy in order to enjoy perfect happiness and success for the rest of his days. The guru left him with nothing, since in life he had already had everything he needed. Happiness and success are internal processes that we bring to our companies in life and not something we get from the outside. When we act on the scarcity principle, we usually believe, "If I only had a little more, then I would reach the key to happiness and success." If we pay attention to what these words represent, we realize that what we are affirming is, "At this moment I do not feel complete. Somehow, I lack what I need. When I do, then I can be satisfied and complete." If that is also our belief, it can be said that we are far from perfect. This kind of scarcity-based thinking assumes that we are not yet whole and happy human beings, and that we do not yet have the missing pieces to achieve abundance in ourselves. Thus, we function according to a mental process that relies on lack, and we end up trapped in the following belief: "I need to have more before I can consider myself fully happy." This is the reason that keeps us from tuning into the abundance that exists throughout the universe. You already are everything. You already have what you need to achieve happiness, success, satisfaction, and all those noble goals that we set out to achieve. If our basic needs are satisfied and we have food, water, and air, then we are able to be very happy. As Gandhi already said, God presents himself to the hungry in the form of food. We can appreciate and rejoice at the fantastic miracle of who we are. We are able to process everything that comes our way without the need to pass judgment. Our world is abundant and infinite, and the way of conceiving it depends exclusively on each one of us. Even if we were in prison, that corner of freedom we would always keep. No one can own the thought. Never. Since we become aware of what this represents, we can relate to abundance as the key to our existence. Yes, indeed, you already are everything. Abundance is already a part of you. Tune your dial to work perfectly for your own benefit. You cannot own it all. Abundance is not something that is acquired. It's something we tune into. This thinking is essential to make the abundance principle apply to our lives. Remember that the universe has an infinite reserve of energy, and that all things, including its own form and all that it has accumulated, is energy in the first place. Everything vibrates. We call it vibrational energy, and our universe is infinite in its energy reserve. This energy constitutes life. The energy that each one emits is determined by our thoughts and our way of understanding the world. Understand it through eyes that only see scarcity, and that is what there will be. Understand it through eyes that see limitless abundance, and that is what there will be. If we need to own things, whether we like it or not, we are filtering our universe through eyes that only focus on scarcity. Our need to possess things reflects the belief that we never have what we need. Our need to accumulate and possess prevents us from tuning into the abundance that exists in front of our own scarcity-filled eyes. Everything that we want to possess in order to be happy serves to understand that we are controlled from the outside. This position leads us to believe that we are incomplete and that we can only improve ourselves through more things. An endless trap, from which we cannot escape as long as we think that possessions can fill that void that we perceive. How can you come to own something? Think for a moment about all the possessions you have in your dream: cars, yachts, money, houses, or anything else. When you wake up, you immediately realize that these possessions are mere illusions, and that you only need them for as long as you sleep. Now try to see all of these things from the perspective of the 80 or 90-year dream of life. Imagine waking up and being able to take a look at your previous possessions. How could he come to possess all those things? The best thing is to take possession of our toys for a short period of time, because then, like it or not, we have to wake up and understand that they no longer serve us. Most of our life happens in the astral dimension of thought, and in that formless state objects have no value. If we notice a void, it is because we conceive thoughts about nothingness, which habitually widen the void. But we can expand it in a much more satisfying way, focusing on the possibility of completion and the fact that we can never own anything. This does not prevent us from enjoying everything that we accumulate or temporarily correspond to us. But remember, just as everything in our universe is incomplete, we are also incomplete. Everything is in a state of transformation, including the title to our properties, our family, our money, everything. Everything is in the process of transition. Everything is going around, landing in our hands so that we can enjoy it for a few moments and then circulate again. Once we internalize this notion about the impossibility of owning anything, ironically the same idea grants us the freedom to possess what we want, without having to depend on it. Very soon we discover the joy that comes from sharing this fact with others. The paradox appears, of course, when we stop looking for and accumulating things and we understand that everything we have ever wanted or needed is within our reach. The fear of not having enough prevents us from seeing that we already have enough. We cannot own everything, and the truth is that spending a lifetime believing in scarcity and need is a violation of the universal principle of abundance. A life full of abundance does not mean a life full of everything that one has accumulated, but an existence full of spirituality based on deep respect for the limitlessness of the whole. Take, for example, the case of your own body. It is a reflection of limitless abundance, capable of the most extraordinary achievements and restricted only by limit-centered thoughts. Your brain, with its billions of cells, can make your body sleep or dance, think or believe, build airplanes and submarines. Yes, you and the body you inhabit are an example of exquisite abundance and perfection. Its possibilities are endless. His existence as a self-supporting entity is so miraculous that it confuses our minds every time we think about how it got here and how it remains alive, and thinks and dreams, and so on to a long list of wonders. You yourself are abundance in action. But your body cannot possess or take anything with it when you leave. That body works through forces and energy that go beyond accumulation. All the things in life are here to serve you, not for you to serve them. Remember this principle throughout this reading. Everything that was once owned by someone now belongs to someone else. The land that someone else owned is now trampled on by others, her jewels now beautify others. And so it is with everything in life. Nothing can be possessed, and the sooner we are aware of the fact and stop obsessing over the idea of owning people and things, the sooner and better we can tune into the wonderful principle of abundance. The secret is to not worry about what we don't have and to shift our consciousness toward an appreciation of all that we are and what we have. As we effect this shift in our consciousness, being of service becomes a natural part of the abundant life. Gandhi couldn't put it better. Consciously or unconsciously, each of us provides some service or other. If we are in the habit of doing it deliberately, then our lust for service will be strengthened not only for the benefit of our own happiness but also for the entire world. Or Albert Schweitzer, who on the same subject noted, "I do not know the destiny of all of you, but there is something that I do know, the only ones who will come to know true happiness are those who have sought and found a way to serve." These two men were two saints in many ways, and we certainly cannot be expected to emulate them in their work of service to others. But the study of their lives and the two previous quotes reveals something else. The true meaning will be found by discovering the true sense of satisfaction that underlies success and accumulations. Tune into abundance. Abundance is not something we manufacture, but something we accept and tune into. If our mind believes in scarcity, expecting only a small portion of the abundance that life offers, then that will be what we will experience in our lives. We usually receive what we are willing to accept, and when we withdraw into ourselves it is not because of a lack of availability but because of obeying beliefs based on scarcity. As we form the concepts of abundance and prosperity, understanding them as something we deserve, we notice a great change. First, thoughts about what we think we deserve change. Then we modify our thoughts slowly. Finally, we come to know and believe that whatever object we want, it is already here, and that it is our own conviction that will cause its manifestation. I will not tire of repeating over and over again that what we do is expand what we set our sights on. But how can you tune into the abundance that constitutes the entire universe? The answer is obtained by altering your perception of what is within your reach and also in a new circulation of that which flows through your life. I suggest you start by examining these three questions. 1. How much do you think you are worth? You are a divine creation that is part of a perfect and infinite universe. It's everything. As Walt Whitman once stated, the entire theory of the universe is clearly addressed to a single individual, that is, you. This is not a selfish statement, but it responds perfectly to the poet's worldview. You are both part of humanity and an individual human being. You, like any other person belonging to the whole of humanity, have a complete and total value that is perfect. As part of that complete perfection, you must know that value is immeasurable and abundant. How could something more perfect than man exist? How could that something have more value? 2. What do you think you deserve? If you consider yourself only deserving of a small share of happiness, then that is what you will get. If you think you deserve it all and you intend to let abundance flow and continue to serve others, then you will take on a higher level. High with happiness. If you imagine that you don't deserve too much, that will be your reward. If you attach importance to yourself, taking what you think you deserve at the expense of those around you, then the results will be identical to what you would get if you believed yourself worthy of very little. In both situations it weakens and loses strength. Believing that you deserve nothing or that you deserve everything at the expense of others, you take a path of personal destruction that not only leads you away from abundance, but leads directly into scarcity. Know that you deserve everything, just like everyone else, and that in the process of helping others to achieve it you are serving yourself as well. 3. What do you think is available to you? A totally honest answer is based on what awaits you out there. If you are obsessed with what you have or don't have, or what you will never achieve, then that is precisely what you will achieve. One afternoon after a lecture a woman asked me, "Dr. Dyer, what do you think are the limits that prevent me from achieving the success and happiness I want in life?" My response was immediate: his belief that there are limits. What determines your level of success and happiness is not what is or is not available to you, but your own conviction of the truth. A report on participants in a study of visualization techniques related to job search demonstrates the effect caused by personal expectations. 3 participants were instructed to visualize the following: availability of the job they were seeking, their qualification for it, and their job title. In their previous positions they had received $10,000, $25,000, and $250,000 respectively. After a few weeks each of them returned to work receiving the same salary as before. What happened is that they were all limited by what they believed they deserved and could not imagine themselves in a position that would provide them with a higher income. The little abundance in their lives matched exactly what they had envisioned for their life. This is what really happens with all things. Believing in scarcity generates scarcity and makes it the guide of our lives. The same principle applies when it comes to abundance. Freedom and abundance. The idea that the universe is a single song, always expanding, without limitations, except for the barriers that our thoughts place, has given rise to the notion of freedom. Borders and lines restrict freedom, but these limitations are created by the person. The universe just flows. The water reaches the shore and the land begins at that very point. Air and water are not separated by borders, they coexist and blend in perfect harmony. Space goes on and on towards infinity without suffering any boundary interruptions. In all this context there is freedom, which goes beyond all the walls and restrictions invented by the human being. So freedom is what abundance is all about. Freedom is the absence of restrictions. In nature, it is observed, for example, in the bird that decides to place its nest in the place that seems most harmonious with the environment. Also in the whales that come swimming to the places that their hearts and instincts suggest to them. Abundance in human beings can only occur when the human mind does not feel obstructed by imaginary limits. Learning to rid ourselves of the belief that challenges freedom through limits is one way to create an abundant world for ourselves. How I made the most important decisions of my life. As a child I used to use my mind to focus on what I wanted, rather than what others had or what was missing in my life. It always worked for me and it still works for me. The essence of all the decisions I made seems to be in one direction, that of enjoying greater freedom in life, greater freedom and greater control over my own destiny. I did not like at all having to be in a certain place every day, or putting up with someone telling me how to dress, what to do, or how much money I was going to receive. I wanted to go in some direction that would allow me to expand that freedom that my mind caressed. This is what the abundance principle is about, tuning into the vastness that lies behind all the borders and controls that others impose on us. My first job, aside from mowing lawns and shoveling snow, was as a newspaper deliveryman. From the ages of 10 to 14, I went from house to house delivering the Detroit Times, the Detroit News, and the Detroit Free Press. I loved stopping by the local newspaper offices and picking up my copies, folding them, and placing them on the handlebars or behind the saddle of my bike. I was free, I made my decisions and no one imposed any route to follow. But the only thing I did not have a free hand was to charge my clients subscriptions. Every weekend I was forced to knock on their doors to achieve my purposes. That took a long time and I had to do it every week, otherwise I didn't get paid. Many times people were not at home and had to return several times to collect the money they owed me. I felt trapped by this weekly ritual, having to gather the amount of all the subscriptions, and separate the sum that belonged to the company and then what corresponded to me in order to get some money. My first decision arose as a result of my need to have more freedom, especially when receiving my weekly pay. I took a job at a small grocery store in my East Detroit neighborhood. The first thing I wanted to know was the payment terms. They told me that every Friday afternoon, at the end of the day, they would pay me for the hours I had worked during the week. This meant a better degree of freedom, and I still keep it in my memory as if it were a treasure. I felt like I was in control of my life a little more. Of course, they had imposed some restrictions on me: start the day when the manager ordered it, wear an apron, work the number of hours that he considered necessary. But at least I didn't have to run around in the snow, trusting my clients to be home to charge them. I worked at that store during my high school years. I became an assistant administrator, in charge of closing the premises, the safe and the tabulations of the money, acting as a butcher when necessary, and generally responsible for almost everything. I gained much more freedom over my working hours and what I could do, as evidenced by my rise from errand boy to cashier, butcher, and assistant manager. The weekend was distributed as follows: 6 hours on Friday afternoon, 12 hours on Saturday, and 6 hours on Sunday. I was earning quite well and I liked the job, but I knew that in that position it would be impossible for me to make a career. After graduating from high school, I enlisted in the Navy. I was aware that I had a military obligation to fulfill, and I also knew that I did not want to join the ranks and carry a weapon to become a potential assassin. He couldn't have done it then and he couldn't do it now. I passed the tests and they sent me to communication schools and finally to the island of Guam, in the South Pacific. Each position that I entered during the 4 years of my service was directed towards the achievement of greater freedom. But the first time I was forced to intervene in a personal inspection, I experienced an indescribable sense of disgust. Seeing how a young officer stared at me, examined my shave, criticized my uniform, claiming that my shoes were not shiny enough, my guts turned. I realized that I could never bear it again and began to make plans to avoid being inspected on future occasions. I have not been inspected again for 4 years. No one knew anything about the personal decision I had made, not even my best friends. In short, I got assigned to jobs exempt from inspections. I became a cryptographer, that is, in charge of a message center. Even in that position, under harsh control, I was able to greatly expand the freedom in my life. After working 4 years as an Army officer in a small-time position, I realized that the time had come to make big changes in my life. He had ruled out the possibility of remaining in the armed forces. I had seen how my colleagues spent their pay drinking to their satiety and wasting what little they had left, and how they killed time reading comics and being broke, empty both financially and emotionally. During my last 18 months of service in Guam, I made it a point to go to college when I got out. I knew that I had few resources, and during that time I began to save almost my entire salary and to learn to live with very little. And I did it. In a year and a half I saved 90% of my pay and put it in a bank account for the purpose of using it when I enrolled for 4 courses in college. Nobody in my family was able to go to college. I had my eyes on Wayne State University in Detroit. No member of my family had been able to raise the money to join it, but I was still focused on what I had, which was nothing more than a checking account whose capital was slowly increasing. I managed to expand what I thought about, the only thing I had, instead of obsessing over what I didn't have or the negative precedent set by my family. I made the decision to work as a teacher because I loved being in front of people. I liked young people and I was fascinated by the idea of leaving the university at 3 and having the whole summer free. The freedom aspect of teaching was what appealed to me the most. I knew that once the classroom door was closed I could teach the class as I pleased. I also knew that I would have the afternoons to attend different courses, if I felt like it. I was satisfied with the idea of getting a university degree despite being 22 years old and still in the first year, not caring that other young people my age had already finished their studies or were beginning to carve out a professional future. When I started teaching, I knew that I loved what I was doing. But I also realized that some freedom had been taken from me. He had to attend the same class every day and at the same time for an entire school year. The administrators demanded a series of curricular objectives from me, participate in commissions and attend certain meetings of the faculty. My life was excessively programmed. I didn't like to think that every Wednesday for 40 weeks I had to report to room 223 at 2 in the afternoon. I felt how I was losing control of my days. For a job he was losing all the freedom and abundance for which he had fought so hard. I observed that tutors had more freedom than teachers. They had their own office, were free to arrange interviews at any time and could have lunch outside the university, since they had no specific hours to meet. They were also able to work closely with the students and came and went as they pleased. They had great responsibilities in charge, but they could fulfill them with enough freedom of schedules. So I enrolled in postgraduate courses to gain the position of tutor. I loved work, my studies, and especially being in contact with young people without having to depend on a schedule or a fixed place. My days became what I wanted them to be and I had no obligation to start or end at the hours set by the university. I realized that the professors who were teaching me about tutoring only had to go to college 2 or 3 times a week and that they had much more free time than I did to write and do research on their own. But at that time I still had to stay in the faculty office 5 times a week, and 40 weeks each year, and my days were littered with many other college obligations. I wanted to achieve greater freedom and I enrolled for doctoral studies, with the possibility of becoming a university professor. Teaching at the university level was a wonderful experience, one that I enjoyed to the fullest in the 6 years that I dedicated myself to it. I organized myself in such a way that my classes and visiting hours only took me 3 days. It was fantastic. 3 days for the faculty and 4 for me, to write, advise and take control of my life and my own destiny. The difference between one position and the other was like night to day. But I was still dependent on the college calendar for my payroll. They still set my school calendar and my classes. And they started assigning me more and more groups, especially PhD students and those who were doing their research projects. I knew that I would need to take full control of my days if I was to experience the abundance that I write about today. Of course, I also had all the concerns that invade us all, regarding money, debts and family. When it came time for me to quit teaching, I must say that it was not due to any dissatisfaction. Quite the opposite. I was excited and proud to be Professor Dyer. I was very pleased to have been able to move from my humble origins in Detroit to the academic world of a university professor in New York City. I loved everything I did but wanted to follow the dictates of my own self. I didn't want anyone to tell me how I should be dressed for a certain occasion, or that I should appear in a certain building or before a commission at a fixed time. He longed for freedom, total freedom. I decided to leave a wonderful teaching job at a great university to take full control of my life. Once again I want to point out that I never entertained the idea of departing from my responsibilities and obligations. As I have stated before, I attach great importance to the responsibility of making decisions in my life. My family comes first and I have always fulfilled my obligations as father and husband. And I have constantly had the support of some members who have encouraged me towards the achievement of my dreams, despite the madness that they may have represented at the time. They knew that Wayne was a type of person who could not stand the rules that others imposed on him in his life. Of course, I was also helped by the need for my wife and children to take risks and trust the universe's ability to provide whenever they move out of love for others and themselves. We respect each other, and this respect is of paramount importance in creating an abundant life. If our closest relatives confront us, the whole world is harmed and consequently weakened. When you are encouraged to do something, everyone around you benefits and strengthens you. Today I still continue to make those decisions that result in greater control of my destiny. Being a writer requires tremendous physical and mental discipline. But I decide how and when to write, and if I want to write naked in the middle of the afternoon on a Wednesday, which is precisely what I am doing now, I do it. I probably spend more hours than ever today talking, writing, taping, consulting sources, researching, and reading, but I act freely and at my ease. To tell the truth, I don't know if there is a big difference between a Sunday and a Tuesday. I live for the day, doing what I like, and constantly focusing around what I have and not what I lack. I have always sought freedom because that was the central theme of my thoughts. I did not escape captivity since I thoroughly enjoyed those years when my schedule was governed by other people or things, but I simply have not stopped concentrating on what I long for the most, freedom. The few moments of freedom that I have enjoyed filled me with so much happiness, and I lived them so intensely that I could not help but focus all my attention on them, instead of feeling sorry for what I have lacked. And in all this ascent, in every step, money was not what drove me. I never looked for a better paying job. Never in my life. And yet, as things are, each of the jobs I was promoted to brought me higher income on the other hand. The paradox within the paradox. Incredible but true. Abundance and doing what one wants. I do not want to leave room for misunderstandings in this section. If you want to experience abundance in your life, you must begin by transforming yourself and doing what you love and loving what you do. Right now. Yes, today. It's fundamental. Doing what you love is the cornerstone for achieving abundance in your life. Robert Louis Stevenson described it in 1882 as follows: if a man loves the effort of his work other than success or fame, he has been called by the gods. I would like to help you receive that call that will lead you to happiness. Remember that our days are the most valuable treasure of our life. Indeed, the way we spend our days gives us the exact measure of our quality of life. If we are engaged in tasks that are not at all gratifying and that simply serve to pay our debts at the end of the month, then what we are doing is working so that our external part, in this case, the debts, feels satisfied. If you decide to meet your financial obligations by doing a job that you dislike, you will constantly be thinking about how much you dislike it. In fact, a third of his life is focused on negative thoughts. Assuming that everything you focus on tends to expand, you will find that negativity invades your life. Your whole life will be centered around what you don't like. As you experience work that you do not love in your daily life, you operate from a consciousness that has its origin in scarcity. Why do people spend their lives doing things that they dislike? Possibly because they believe in scarcity rather and trust in abundance. They will tell you, I don't have enough to do what I want, so I have to continue doing what I always do, or I can't afford to do what I like, or I have no choice. I have to pay what I owe. Pay particular attention to these reasons. All of them imply that there is a shortage of what they need to survive. The person feels forced, by virtue of this scarcity, to continue doing as before to satisfy his external needs. However, if you are one of those who understand that everything you focus on expands, then you will realize how foolish some people are trying to save their situation by doing something they hate. And without a doubt, this repulsion will be the one that will continue to expand since all the energy is concentrated in it. Reflect on this question. You cannot be satisfied if you do not feel connected to yourself in a relationship of authenticity in the first place. And authenticity appears when you recognize the needs of the inner and outer being that you are. If you hate or are indifferent to your work, then the moments in your life when you do it are a metaphysical sham. That is to say, you are behaving in the form in an incongruous way with respect to who you are in thought. 99% of you are disappointed while the remaining 1% have fun. If you persist in living this way for a long period, you will end up concentrating on scarcity, and it is only scarcity that will be able to expand. Everything becomes a vicious circle from which you can hardly escape, unless you are willing to do whatever it takes to start doing what you love and love what you do. Surely you are thinking about the unfeasibility of this suggestion when imagining yourself in your daily life, trying to pay off your debts and fulfilling your obligations at the same time. Let me tell you that your skepticism is grounded, but I regard it as a part of scarcity-based consciousness and therefore can be overcome. An incident that happened to me recently will serve as an example. Joanna is one of my best friends. Our friendship has lasted 12 years, and she is also the godmother of 2 of my daughters. Joanna is one of the most brilliant, knowledgeable, and educated people I know. When we first saw each other in 1976, she had been a flight attendant for a major airline for 16 years. He had an apartment in the same building as me in Fort Lauderdale, and we had many occasions to chat. She often used to tell me how dissatisfied she was with her job. And my reaction was always to ask him, "What would you like to do?" His response was invariable, and he told me how much he loved books and the intellectual, and the great attraction he felt for the publishing world, which of course he could not even take into consideration because they paid very little and he would need to move to New York. Joanna remained stewardess because, she told me, the salary was high, the hours she worked few, and she couldn't imagine throwing away her years of seniority in anticipation of a 20-year retirement. I encouraged her to leave that job, to take the risks involved in doing what you like, and I assured her that abundance would flood her life. The idea tempted her little by little. However, she was not yet ready for that great leap. Meanwhile, he was getting by with the payroll at the end of the month, without finishing paying off his debts despite the overtime he worked. The more she worked, the more the treasury squeezed her, and the more she realized that what she was doing was not in her own interest, but was helping her not to be left behind in the game. And so his life went by. After realizing his great abilities, I offered him a job. He started by typing my manuscripts for magazine articles and some other editorial work. In time she became my copywriter and assisted me in the 3 books that preceded this one, preparing, rewriting, correcting lines, gathering information, and generally becoming indispensable in my task. The appreciation at the beginning of the book attests to the important role that Joanna has played in its development. As the years passed and Joanna continued to fly, her dissatisfaction intensified and a number of rather unusual things began to happen to her. She fell ill 3 times, forcing her to stay away from her job for some time. The disease became a feature of his life. He tried to reposition himself professionally abroad, but a few personal and physical handicaps did not allow him to do so. She was losing all that passion for life that had always been a constant in her, and scarcity was taking over her world. His debts were piling up, and although he tried to keep up with his creditors, everything he experienced was unrelated to abundance. My friend Joanna recently broke with all of the above. In the course of a telephone conversation we had about some details of this book, he said to me, "Do you remember that back in the 1970s you used to tell us that if we did what we loved, money would rain on us from heaven?" At that moment Joanna was laughing a few times, and continued, "We used to laugh at your ideas and we would tell you that it was very easy for you to say, since your books were the best sellers, but we had no alternative but to continue working to buy them. It seems to me that at that time I did not realize that you were speaking to us with all sincerity from your own knowledge," he added in a much more serious tone. "From your own discovery of the rewards of doing what you love. In these last weeks working exclusively on this book and without flying on any occasion," he continued hesitantly, "I have been identifying this feeling of deep satisfaction with what you described in terms of doing what one loves." In a very resolute tone, he continued, "I have fallen into the realization that the difference between being a stewardess and having a payroll at the end of the month, and dedicating myself to what I like, lies in a way of being and being in life, which rules out any possibility that I will fly again." I wondered what had been the trigger for that rupture as Joanna continued talking, overcome with emotion. "This morning I was very happy, immersed in thoughts and books, in your words and ideas, and typing your manuscript accompanied by a good cup of tea. When I distracted myself looking at the buds of the lilac bush in my garden, I noticed the presence of the postman who left me the usual mail in addition to your third big check for the mere fact of doing what I like. When I stopped looking at him, I concentrated on the typewriter and the fact shocked me greatly. There I was, knowing that it is possible to enjoy a job like the one I was doing and checking how money, if it didn't rain from the sky, at least fell from the hands of my postman to my mailbox. And I didn't even have to leave the house to earn a living and collect my payroll. I laughed as she continued to speak. It seemed to me that this was perfectly in line with what you had described to us a few years ago. At that precise moment it was happening to me and I was realizing it then, he affirmed with confidence. There is no longer a possibility that I will return to my previous job as a stewardess. In reality, at the moment money only confirms the wisdom of dedicating myself to what I like. The phrase "you must believe it to see it" was spinning in my head when Joanna concluded. The inner joy I feel in honoring and encouraging this part of me is greater than the one I felt when I let myself be guided by my other part, the one that I only highlighted the advantages of working for an airline. You must believe it are nothing more than mere words when compared to that wonderful feeling. Get down to work. Having an occupation or not having one matters little. The important thing is not exclusively related to your job. Whoever you are, wherever you live and whatever your context in life, you always do something every day. These days can represent experiences of abundance or scarcity. Perhaps the ideas below will help you do what you love. Their implementation will, of course, be up to you. 1. Re-examine your resistance to doing what you like. I have been about to title this section "Take a Risk," but in reality I believe that it is not necessary to take any risk to dedicate yourself to what you want. If we classify it as risky, it would mean that somehow you must steel yourself to make such a change. But when you understand that risks are nothing more than thoughts that have convinced you that it is impossible for you to carry out your ideals, no longer use the word risk, which carries connotations of scarcity. Tell yourself, it will be great to be able to do what I love and I am aware that I need what I need to face my problems in life. This will put the necessary means within my reach. I know. Stop concentrating on what you don't have, unless that is what you want to expand in your life. His resistance to doing what he loves is not based on the world of abundance and endless opportunities, but is fueled by the belief that work and play are different aspects of his humanity. Work is supposed to produce pain and suffering and playfulness is fun. But it does not have to be like that. Imagine dedicating yourself to what you love. Composing, drawing, being an engineer, a florist, a beautician, being at home with your children. In short, the list of possibilities is endless. Imagine what gives you the most pleasure and what makes you feel that your life has meaning. What is it that causes that when you have finished imagining it you feel immensely satisfied, and that while you imagine it you lose all notion of time? Allow that question to sink into your consciousness, and then proceed with the search for your personal happiness. Know that you are not stuck where you are right now, unless you choose to do so. Remember that if you use your mental energy to imagine yourself doing what you really like, and keep that thought in a preferential place with respect to others, then that is what you will achieve. It has to be this way. They surely taught him that he should choose a profession as a young man and practice it throughout his life. But does it make any sense to continue doing what one chose to do 18 or 20 years ago? Would you approach an adolescent today to advise them on their future professional career? If you continue to do what you don't like, your life will be filled with dissatisfaction. You will not be able to escape from this trap unless you are willing to change the central axis of your thoughts and focus on what you like. Record that idea in your mind and make it the watchword of your life, even if you haven't made up your mind to take that big leap yet. Stick with that thought, because the more you focus on it, the more you'll expand it. Virtually all the people I know who have set out to lead the kind of abundant life that I propose here and now, have always been willing to do whatever it takes to make it a reality. They have all quit jobs that did not bring them any personal satisfaction and have set out in pursuit of their dreams. There is no shortage of opportunities to earn a living doing what you love. there is only a shortage of opting for the most appropriate means to achieve it. Anything you want to do contains within itself the opportunity to make a living out of it, even if it is hard for you to believe. His fears of deciding on what he truly loves are based on the belief that he will go bankrupt and will no longer be able to pay off his debts or meet his family obligations. It shouldn't be like that. Those who love you will support you unconditionally if you decide to make one of your dreams come true. If you have always paid your debts, why are you going to stop paying them now? If throughout your life you have shown a great sense of responsibility, why are you going to allow yourself to be carried away by an imaginary fear now? In addition, you may find that a large part of your expenses is due to the lifestyle that you hate so much. Simplify your life and you will see the reduction of expenses and obligations that your life will experience. If what you really want is to live outdoors, take a trip across the country or start a small business in some corner of the world, it is very likely that you will find the means to execute your plan yourself. I have had the opportunity to speak with many executives who one day made the decision to change the course of their hectic lives and began to slow down and waste their time, absorbing themselves in the contemplation of nature and chasing the dream they so longed for. Curiously, in many cases they came close to death to achieve that change in their lives. All of these fears are nothing more than apprehension thoughts that you can overcome. 2. If you refuse to change what you do, practice loving that activity a little more each day. The short Zen proverb that introduces this section perfectly sums up what I am trying to say here. Before enlightenment. To cut wood. Bring water. After enlightenment. To cut wood. Bring water. Lighting has very little to do with your daily activities, yet it has a lot to do with how you think of them. You will continue to cut wood and carry water from here to there, but being an awakened person, so to speak, you will no longer curse that wood or undertake it with your whole life. Everything you do now can become a task worthy of your love, if you are willing to do so. You will no longer hate your job or any other activity you do. Hate is an alternative that stems from negative thoughts. Hate is not generated by having to change dirty diapers 20 times a day, cleaning the toilet, being in a prison cell, picking up trash, sorting through papers, or attending boring meetings. Circumstances are the least of it. The hatred already exists within you, not in the outside world, and it has been generated in your negative thoughts and images. If you decide to continue exercising the same activity as before, change your attitude towards it and allow abundance to flood your life. You can carry out all the tasks that are offered to you from a totally different perspective. Joanna, my longtime writer and literary specialist who had worked as a flight attendant, practiced this new behavior when she decided to stay with the airline. She struggled to change her attitude as she donned her stewardess uniform and added a touch of love to a job that many would have found routine and unpleasant. He tried to give affection and serve the passengers as well as he knew how. What decided her to leave was her dissatisfaction at not feeling full of authenticity. But at least, during her last years as a flight attendant, she tried to enjoy it instead of feeling hatred. In this way, he cut wood and carried water around efficiently and competently. It all comes down to a very simple choice. You can change and take all the risks involved in doing what you want, or you can continue with your usual work but develop a new attitude that can turn a disappointing career situation into immense joy. It all depends on how you do it. It can be done by providing greater service to others, which will always bring you satisfaction. You know the secret to making your job enjoyable. You are the maximum responsible in this regard. As much as you try to convince yourself of how routine, boring, or hateful your profession or life is, the truth is that it is a consequence of the thoughts that reside within you. Surely somewhere there will be someone doing what you do, satisfied and happy for what you do. The great truth behind this maxim becomes evident to me every week, when a beautiful woman of Chinese origin comes to my house to do the cleaning. He often smiles and even laughs while doing tasks that some people would qualify as strenuous. Sometimes he entertains himself by playing with the girls, brings them a gift from his country, and contributes in a very unique way, with his own sense of happiness, to the work he carries out in our home. We are very happy to have her. Every time I see her cleaning around the house, I remember many other people in the same position who feel contempt for what they do. The people, and not the work itself, are the ones that contain demoralizing elements in this sense. 3. Everything that you are faced with can be rethought and rephrased in order to promote abundance in your life. If you are against something, surely that something keeps you away from abundance. It always happens like this. Make up your mind to live your life in a positive tone, and remove all negativity from it. If you are against terrorism and wars, then you become part of the problem. He is one more soldier fighting for his ideals. And the fight always ends up weakening him and bringing greater scarcity to his life. Instead, try to be for peace. Once you do, you will begin to direct your thoughts in that direction. You will become a pacifist simply by not being against anything. This, which at first glance may seem like a play on words, is very important. As I have been repeating, when the person manages to concentrate on what he is a part of, that is precisely what he expands in his life. Everything that you are against becomes a scheme of struggle and conflict that causes discord in your conscience. The same principle can be applied to your work. If you turn against your boss, instead of in favor of improvements, you will focus on the things you hate about him, and those details will acquire a citizenship card in your life. If you become obsessed with everything you hate in your work, it will become the central axis of your thoughts and will extend throughout your life. The philosophy I suggest is one of immeasurable power and force. Everything you are against hurts you. Everything you are for benefits you. When you are able to define yourself by what you are for, rather than what you are against, you are focusing on the potential for positive change. And from that moment on you will understand that whatever you focus on will expand. Rather than repudiate illiteracy, defend more schooling and you will contribute to an improvement in this area. Instead of expressing your disagreement with drugs, try to do your bit so that young people can find ways of life that satisfy them without having to resort to artificial paradises that later turn into hell. Instead of being at odds with your company policy, fight tooth and nail for unbeatable policy. Rather than detesting your spouse's outbursts of anger or alcohol dependence, think about the kindness and sobriety that your partner can still regain. It will not be difficult for you to know which side you want to be on, since you are now aware that whatever you are concentrating on will tend to expand. By doing what you like, you will have to make that decision on a daily basis and place yourself on the side of order or personal disorder, order or world disorder. Tell me what you are in favor of and I will tell you what it will achieve to expand in a positive way. Tell me what you are against and I will tell you what you will achieve to expand in a negative way. When you love what you do, you begin to realize how little effort it takes to get the job done. As soon as you are ready to apply the principle of love to your daily activities, you will notice that abundance has always been there waiting for you to tune into it. Why you may be resisting the principle of abundance. We grow up in a culture that places special emphasis on scarcity rather than abundance, and it is difficult to get out of this context. We frequently hear phrases such as, "For my part, I'm going to get mine now that things are easy," or "If I don't take it, someone else will take it," or "You have to fight to get your share." They have taught us to believe in limits and scarcity. What one has or does not have is a reality in our society. The list is endless. No one teaches us that abundance is available to anyone, and that there is enough for everyone. Our conditioning forces us to believe otherwise. We will never be able to activate this principle of abundance if we insist on believing that we are missing something of the first necessity, and we become obsessed with that idea. A mindset that responds to the phrase, "I'll never have enough," is a reason to live for many people. They spend their lives striving for what they want but fear that they will never achieve it. Focus on what you have, no matter how insignificant it may seem. People do not want to take responsibility for the scarcity that exists in their lives. It is much easier to blame circumstances, others, certain events, and even God when we fail to accomplish certain purposes. They deny all responsibility for the situations in which they find themselves and try to justify themselves by believing that they have been lucky enough to have a life of scarcity. The only way to escape this experience and begin to live in a new level of consciousness ruled by abundance, is to free yourself from the restrictions that scarcity imposes on our beliefs. Resistance may be easy for some. On the one hand, it may seem more exciting to stay at a level of scarcity than to experience a life full of abundance. This is because people who are already in abundance consider that they already have enough and that they have already achieved all that life can bring. They have stopped struggling to accumulate more things and feel satisfied with themselves and their goal in life. But giving up such efforts, many feel lost and without a point of reference. People are in favor of awakening compassion in others. A great majority insist on repeating over and over the story of how they were deceived or how hard they tried without getting anything in return. Since there are many other people willing to listen to the same story, it takes on great importance. As long as they persist in telling their own story to individuals who find themselves in the same conditions of scarcity and feel victims, there will not be the slightest possibility that their limited mentality will undergo any modification. And on the other hand, this very fact constitutes a powerful reason to guard against abundance. The phrase "I don't deserve it" keeps many people anchored in a lifestyle dominated by scarcity. This is a symptom of their low self-esteem. They are convinced that they are unworthy of the abundance that the universe makes available to them. The system whose maxim is "poor me." It serves as an excuse for them to focus all their energy on what they lack. But they are fully convinced that they are not deserving of more. Some are so used to living in scarcity and fear that they would not know what to do to live a life full of abundance. Those who are confined in a prison cell, real or figurative, have great difficulty getting out of those four walls. They no longer need to worry, as their primary needs have been met. Thus, the complications that a life in abundance would entail for them are avoided. The more you insist on keeping your consciousness linked to scarcity, the more reasons you find to avoid all change. Some ideas that may bring abundance in your life. Remember that abundance has nothing to do with the accumulation of things. On the contrary, it consists of living knowing that we have everything necessary to obtain total happiness and that we are capable of enjoying each and every moment of life. It is about accepting that we do not need more things, and that if we miss any of them, we will find them if we think intensely about them. We must be aware that scarcity is a set of beliefs and actions that overvalues what we lack and not what we possess. In this section, I suggest a few ideas that can help you overcome the scarcity awareness that dominates your life. They have worked like a charm for me and many people I know. Don't be against anything. Make an effort to express in positive terms all that you feel and discard the negative terms to which you are so used. For example, instead of trying to lose weight, try to fight for that image that has been forged in your mind. Instead of trying to quit, strive to become tobacco-free. On one occasion I saw a sign at the entrance of a store that said, "Please enjoy your cigarettes and your drinks outside the premises." It's a good example of how you can focus on what you want, rather than just what you hate or miss. Strive to be a person who is grateful for what you have and for what you are from day to day. Do it despite not feeling entirely satisfied. Gratitude generates a lust for abundance and makes thoughts focus on it. The universe supplies us abundantly when we are in a state of gratitude. The less we need, the more we seem to get. Take time each day to analyze how you use your mind. Analyze how much mental energy you spend thinking about what you need. How much time do you spend dreaming of having so much more or feeling sorry for how things are going? Be totally honest with yourself. You may find that much of your hours are spent doing just that. If so, make an effort to modify your consciousness a little bit each day. Make your thoughts what you want them to be. In time he will get used to it. To effect this shift in consciousness, you must first find out what proportion of your thoughts are fed by the obsession that you do not actually want to expand. Practice the attitude outlined in the previous section with all your personal relationships. Most of the time problems in a relationship arise because each of those involved only thinks about what the other is missing. If you've gotten angry with someone you really love, think of some aspect of that person that you really like. And then allow that person to become what you like about them and even what you sometimes find difficult to accept. By focusing on what you like about another person, you promote the growth and maturity of your relationship with them. This formula is tremendously effective when living with children. Catch them red-handed doing things right and you will see the results. Make a commitment to do what you love and to love what you do. Get started today. Words fail me to express how much this strategy represents in the experimentation of abundance. If your heart dictates the need for a change of job or address or anything else, sooner or later you will end up doing it. It is the only way to be true to yourself. It is practically impossible for abundance to replace scarcity if you don't feel that way. As soon as you begin to do what you love and to love what you do, you will discover that life opens the doors to unimaginable possibilities. If you don't feel ready to deal with these changes, look for the positive in what you do and appreciate having a mind, body, and spirit that allow you to be productive. Abundance flows by itself when we love what we do. When you think the time has come for compensation in your life, don't hesitate to tell yourself, I deserve it. He does not commit any sin by considering himself worthy of something. And it will be if you believe that what you are about to receive is worthy of you and important. The abundance is directly proportional to the good opinion you have of yourself. If you believe that you are important enough to request something and divine enough to receive it, you will be the object of that reward. If, on the other hand, you believe that it is unworthy of you, it will be impossible for abundance to ever become part of your life. Think of how a tree achieves its full potential by spreading its branches toward the sun to grow healthier. Would you scold a tree by saying, "Aren't you ashamed that the moss covers all its bark and that its branches look so twisted?" Of course not. What the tree does is allow the life force to penetrate inside. Your thoughts have the strength you need to be as natural as the tree. I often think of this when I remember something Litzy said many years ago: the white goose does not need to bathe to be whiter. You also don't need to do anything special. It is enough for him to show himself as he is. Slowly repeat the phrase, I can't own it all. It will help you as you try to improve your financial situation, make more profitable investments, and plan for more and more. It is a universal principle of which you are a part. You must let go of everything by being fully awake. Are you leaving your life in the hands of frustration and worry because, according to you, you don't have enough? If so, relax and remember that all your possessions will only be of use to you for a short time. When he wakes up, he will realize how stupid he has been by allowing himself to be carried away by the need for certain things. When you are tempted to give less to others, try turning it around and offering them more than you really want. It is a very effective method, especially when one has a tendency to be ungenerous with those around us, since it nips the evil in the bud, in the mind, and turns one into a new human being. You will be surprised to see how your life gets back on track, not to mention how good it feels inside to know that you are the bearer of a new love for others. The truth is that giving to others makes us feel very good. No wonder they say, the last mile is never too crowded. Make positivity a part of your life. Use every technique you can think of to attract abundance to yourself. The walls, the mirrors, the refrigerator, the car, are large spaces that you can fill with positive affirmations in written form. A positive affirmation helps you shape your thoughts according to your needs, that is, it places you in perfect harmony with your mind. Your thoughts must be reasserted regularly so that you can see them in the world of form as well. Abundance is a universal principle, which a great majority of us do not experience because we misunderstand it. We understand that it consists of owning things and striving for more. But in reality, abundance means the realization that our eternity and our universe are infinite. It is a different way of looking at things. I have always liked the story of the little fish that I quote below as an example of what I have defended throughout this chapter. "Excuse me," said one fish to another. You are much older and experienced than I am, and you will surely be able to guide me. Can you tell me where I can find what they call the ocean? I've been looking for it but no luck. The ocean, answered the old fish, it is where you are swimming right now. But this is only water. What I'm looking for is the ocean, replied the young fish, quite disappointed. The same thing happens to people. We are immersed in abundance. We don't have to keep looking for it. As much as the little fish swims away from the bigger one, it will never leave the ocean. It is as abundant for him as it is for us. Decide how you want to live each day of your life. For the mere fact of asking, the abundance is already yours. It is not just for the lucky few to enjoy. Abundance is part of your own human quality. It is there for you to tune into. What you are thinking about right now is already expanding for you. Ultimately, the implementation of your thoughts will depend on you. 5. Independence. Independence is the only way to reach the goal after striving to achieve it. It would be logical to suppose that in a land where everything is abundant, people lived in a state of absolute happiness and fully satisfied. Consequently, it could be argued that the happiest people on the planet must live in the West. We consume a large percentage of the world's natural reserves. We enjoy the highest standard of living in all of human history. We have all kinds of appliances, machines, and utensils. These objects, which we have come to consider essential, are in fact luxury items for 90% of the world's population. Compared to most of the inhabitants of the planet, we are immensely wealthy. And yet we have not been graced with happiness and satisfaction. For what is this? I have the impression that the more materialistic we become, the more distrustful we are as people. The more we own, the less we tend to communicate our human values to others. Instead of doing so, we dedicate ourselves to thinking about money and the belongings of our fellow men. When we have a few possessions, we are forced to deal with all people and look them in the eye, for nothing of a material nature distracts our attention. As we accumulate possessions, our gaze focuses on those riches and consequently deviates from the human quality that unites us all. It should be said that in this society, the most materialistic in all of history, high levels of loneliness and despair are registered. By disconnecting from the human relationship, we have also produced one of the most violent cultures that history has known. Loneliness and violence appear as the bastardized son of an excessively materialistic society. The most important question you can ask yourself regarding your place in this culture is undoubtedly the following: how can I be a happy, loving, and satisfied person within this materialism that characterizes the whole of society? Can I experience happiness and inner harmony in my life within a context that stands out for its greed and desire for possession? In what way can I lead a life full of love and harmony if I find myself surrounded by people who dismiss loneliness and violence on their way to achieving more and more things? I think the answer lies in independence. Independence is a natural fact in the universe, which always occurs. The question is whether you are willing to tune into it and put it into practice in your daily life. In our society, which stands out for its high rate of materialism, independence is a principle normally rejected by those who pursue more and more success. It is something that many scoff at as it tests the essence of the traditions and beliefs that they have upheld throughout their lives. Let me digress. I do not mean to imply that the accumulation of wealth and material possessions is bad. In my case, after overcoming my beginnings in poverty and having reached riches, I am satisfied with the harvest that my money has produced. I am proud of my achievements and I don't have to apologize if I can now buy what I want as a result of my efforts. Independence is not a denial of the joy derived from abundance. Paradoxically, it will bring you much more abundance, instead of forcing you to part with your material goods. However, if you choose to give up on them, life will become much easier. Understand the meaning of independence. Throughout this book I have referred to the duality that we are, that is, our form and not form. Much of our being is devoid of form and encompasses our thoughts, spirituality, and higher consciousness. Thought is a higher dimension, in which our higher consciousness and spirituality reside. All our ties are in the form. I use the term tie to refer to the dependence of things and to define our life in relation to people and things outside of ourselves. Consequently, it can be affirmed that a tie is something belonging to the world of the form to which, by giving it so much relevance, we now feel emotionally united. We believe that we must possess everything because otherwise we would lose our essential humanity. But keep in mind that our essence lies in thought, where ties do not exist. In the dreaming body we can have ties in thought, but when we wake up, we realize that the people and things to which we were attached were nothing more than illusions created for the dream. If he is truly awake, he will realize the insignificance of all the objects to which he is chained. Imagine leaving this planet, after your death, and looking back at all those ties. You will realize how unimportant they are. Now I suggest that you think of this principle of independence in the same vein. Let go of the need to depend on people and things. In essence, you can never own anything or anyone. All bondage is an impediment to living on a higher level of consciousness. On the other hand, ties are to blame for very limited personal happiness and success. The more you can give up dependence on people and things, the fewer obstacles you will have to overcome during the journey of a lifetime. The ability to separate yourself from people and things, and at the same time consider yourself part of the whole that constitutes humanity, is one of the great paradoxes of the spiritual journey. At this point in my life I know perfectly well that I am connected to the rest of the human beings in the unit, and at the same time I am aware that I am not tied to anyone, that is, I do not need to depend on anyone to feel complete, in this body that we call humanity, or anything I need to accumulate to feel happy. I value and enjoy everything I already have. Consequently, my detachment from people and things to feel like a complete being allows me to go through life and be myself very easily, instead of facing life or demanding something from someone. Independence is the absence of the need to depend on someone or something. It does not mean to stop owning things. It is a way of thinking and being that gives us the freedom to flow through life, like the rest of the things that God has given us. Independence is achieved in the dimension of non-form or thought. It is a process of purification that ultimately leads to freedom and the no need to live in the world of form. It is not necessary to be enslaved to all the things that we accumulate. You have to get higher. Everything is a matter of getting to experience what it feels like to sail in command of our own boat downstream. And do it without any impediment. It is a portrait of the perfection of the universe. It is the flow of the current. Flowing as a mode of independence. The more tied we are to people, things, ideas, or emotions, the less able we are to experience these phenomena authentically. Try squeezing the water with your hands and you will notice how quickly it disappears from your sight. Now relax as one of your hands runs through the water and you can enjoy it as much as you like. This is how the principle of independence and flow works, allowing things to circulate naturally in the universe. Everything in the universe, yes, everything, is energy, even you. Energy needs to flow freely to be more efficient. Allowing things to flow naturally is a manifestation of the universe. The air circulates without any interruption. Water runs all over the planet without encountering the slightest resistance. The earth revolves around its axis, and so do all the heavenly bodies in the universe. It can be said that the entire universe is a great energy system, which strives to direct all the movement of said energy. It works in harmony with all its components without suffering any ties with respect to the functioning of things. Remember that human beings are also an energy system. We are all part of the life force that constitutes a single song. And since all energy needs to flow freely, it seems logical to conclude that we too need to function untethered. The fewer impediments there are in the flow of energy, the more easily we connect and harmonize with the energy system that we call the universe. The ties that force us to believe in the need to own more and more things and to control others, constitute impediments in the achievement of a higher consciousness and a transformed life after an authentic awakening. Independence is one of the great lessons to be learned by those on the path to enlightenment and a new way of life. How its form works in the universe. You yourself are a perfect energy system. Yes, yes, I am referring to you, dear reader. You do not need to monitor that your body is working properly, nor verify the actions that your body performs in its form, nor check that your entire system works. He, on his own account, already does it, and without receiving any orders from you. In fact, if you were to intervene in the functions of your body, you would only oppose the flow of your energy and its systematic functioning. Let's take an example. Imagine eating a lettuce salad. Think of all the functions that you and that lettuce must perform to ensure its nutrition. Saliva automatically flows into your mouth to make chewing easier. You don't even notice that fact. It happens without realizing it. Then, when you swallow it, the peristaltic muscles in your throat take the lettuce down your esophagus. This process takes place without your involvement at all. It is also not responsible for certain substances in the vegetables circulating through your blood. The digestive processes do precisely what they should and transform the lettuce into food that is distributed to the areas that need it most. So, for example, nutrients destined for the pancreas never go wrong and go to the big toe. You have never had to take any action within the system that you are in order to get it working properly. Once the lettuce is swallowed, there is no longer any tie to it. The process that she will undergo in her body no longer requires any attention on her part. You do not intervene in the digestive, respiratory, or excretory systems. They simply work autonomously. In the same way, and to take another example, your heart beats thousands of times a day. Have you ever bothered to control it? Of course not, because that organ is a perfect, automatic mechanism that works completely independently. You may have noticed by now that many functions take place in your own life that you have no influence on at all. All of them are perfectly executed because they maintain a harmonious relationship with higher universal principles. There is no need for you to intervene, and if you did, it would surely hinder the natural course of these functions. This is the way to function as a system of systems within the larger system, the universe. Energy circulates through it properly. You eat the food and everything happens as expected. Any interference on your part would only derail the natural course of things, thereby damaging the perfection you represent. From this moment on, I propose to change the perspective offered by the microscope that you have been examining and replace it with the vision that the telescope provides us. The universe is a system of systems similar to the perfect system that works in humans. It also works on principles that are beyond our understanding and control. And most importantly, they work perfectly when we do not interfere with them and allow the energy to circulate unimpeded. I love to compare this process with the one that lettuce undergoes, which is nothing more than energy, within a body, depositing the precise number of nutrients where they are needed. You, like that lettuce, perform your function perfectly. This is the intelligence that underlies the form. This is the force, or the God, or the Spirit, or whatever you prefer to call it, which is an integral part of every form and which works in harmony without any interference or bondage. And now, for the big jump. A moment ago you were the lettuce serving system. Now imagine that it is a giant lettuce leaf. Follow the transformation process and become the imaginary lettuce that is part of the largest image you can conceive of, its place in the universe. You are also a perfectly flowing chunk of energy within a larger system that is within another great system that points to infinity. You can also run what you have been designated to do, as long as it doesn't interfere with the perfect system. You don't have to do what you assume to be your role, you have to let go, like lettuce, and everything will run its course. You must understand that any attachment you have regarding how things are supposed to be, somehow hinders their perfect functioning within the higher system. Nor should you forget that all the things that you depend on produce this disruptive effect on the functioning of the energy system. It is as if the lettuce picks up a suitcase as it passes the intestines and carries it throughout the journey through its body. You can imagine what would happen if the lettuce decided to carry more things, believing that it would result in a better trip. This would affect not only the lettuce, its stomach, and its breathing, but also its very existence. Naturally, I am aware that we are much more complex than a lettuce leaf. But the analogy serves to remind us that universal principles work perfectly when there is no interference or help anywhere. If you apply the principle of independence to your daily life, you will find that you are functioning in full freedom and in harmony with the universal energy system. And there are still more. You will find that you are allowing energy from the universe to flow throughout your body without interference. The more free energy circulates, the happier and more satisfied you will feel. Furthermore, all the things that you have tirelessly fought for and most wanted to possess will come into your life in quantity necessary for your own good and that of your loved ones. Combine this with practicing the abundance principle and the flow of energy in your life will be more plentiful. Over time, he will be able to keep all that energy circulating through his body and will give his peers everything he does not need. And once again, another paradox, know that the more you offer to others, the more you will have. By allowing energy to circulate unhindered, the system achieves maximum and glorious perfection. Our obstacles are due to some type of tie that we believe is indispensable in our lives. How I learned to apply this principle. From 4th to 8th grade I silently sighed for Erlene Rentz, the love of my life. I thought she was very beautiful, and yet I never plucked up enough courage to confess my feelings to her. We lived in the same neighborhood and I was close friends with her older brother, which allowed me to see her often. She always held a very special place in my heart. I recently received a letter from him telling me that he had read some of my books and that he had seen an article about me in the alumni magazine published by Wayne State University in Detroit. I made the sudden decision to call her. Erlene and I talked for 40 minutes on the phone. I told her how I had felt about her in those school years and she replied that she knew. I couldn't believe it. He had known it for all those years. At one point in the conversation he added, "The thing I remember most about you is that you were never overly concerned with possessions and that you were the most generous boy in the class." I was certainly surprised to see that this was what his mind had retained the most from those years. And yet when I look back I realize that his claim was well founded. Somehow I always knew that depending on one thing was the surest way to never get enough of it. Although other kids my age talked about what they wanted to have, I was usually content with what I already had. In fact, I was helping my friends get what they wanted so badly. In my teens and youth my friends talked incessantly about what they wanted to achieve, cars and the like, and yet I was delighted with my 1950 Plymouth, its rusty parts and shortcomings. I didn't seem to care. When I think about those times, I understand that even then I felt comfortable being independent of things. I own very few objects that seem to be part of every house that has known wealth. Fashion in clothes does not concern me at all and the ostentation of possessions has not even crossed my mind. And yet, paradoxically, it could have all the things that most people want. The more goods I own, the less I want them for my own use. This paradox hides something very deep and difficult to explain. More is less. For me, owning more assets means having to insure them, clean them, protect them, maintain them, care about them, try to increase them, brag about them, put a price on them, maybe sell them for a profit, etc. Of course, one can appreciate the beauty that each object contains and enjoy with it, but that is not a bondage, it is simply allowing the energy of your appreciation and love to flow to the object and later return to you. If you want to know the difference between being tied and enjoying something, ask yourself how you would react when you discover that something of value has been stolen, broken, lost, or suffered in any accident. Would he get carried away by anger and worry? Would you be stunned, immobilized, not knowing what to do or how to act in front of your loved ones? If this is your reaction, that object would represent a tether. The need that is attached to the object gives it power or control over its emotions. I am not lying when I say, and my wife also thinks as I do, that if one of our objects were stolen or lost, I would limit myself to commenting, "Now it will be where it belongs. I hope that whoever uses it will enjoy it and feel happy. It is only one thing, I do not feel attached to it. It is not that I am indifferent to robberies or negligence. I simply offer that example so that you do not get possessed by objects. Be able to distance yourself and separate humanity and your purpose in life from things that only have exchange value. If we are able to value something simply with thought, then we can undoubtedly free ourselves from the materialistic and mercantile process." An example of this came to me when I was writing this book. After speaking on a 3-hour radio program, I accepted an invitation from Marie Provenzano. She, dedicated to the cosmetics and beauty business, had written me countless letters in which she told me how much my tapes and books had helped her. And he had invited me to his studio numerous times for a free facial as a thank you. For some unconscious reason I decided to stop by his studio on my journey home and receive my first facial. As I was about to start it, Marie told me that she had suffered a stroke some years ago and that she believed she had recovered from it by listening to my tapes over and over again. Naturally, I was very pleased to learn that I had contributed to overcoming such a problem. There were no signs of the disease. Marie kept telling me that she was always trying to be a perfect person before. He recounted to me in detail how he enjoyed preparing parties in which everything, absolutely everything, was perfect. The most expensive dresses and jewels paraded through its premises, the most exquisite delicacies prepared by very first cooks and the best decorated tables, all of which responded to the good taste and originality for which it wanted to be known. She loved being congratulated on being an excellent hostess. But over time he learned that most of his life had meaning only with respect to a series of bindings. One of those perfect afternoons became the trigger for his life. Instead of receiving one of the many congratulations she was so used to, a guest commented, "Marie, aren't you tired of all this display, and trying to make things perfect?" Marie's response was none other than crying. The woman led her to the sofa, put her arm around her, and did not leave her side for 2 hours. They talked about the real Marie, the Marie beyond material things, about how easy it was to disguise herself with external things and how sad it must be to end the day caressing one's own jewels, without being able to share the look and the feeling, heart of another human being. They talked about how to redirect energy to serve others, and thus get to be the true person who locks up the cage of possessions. That meant the beginning of a great friendship. Marie suffered the stroke shortly after meeting her new friend, who helped her a lot in getting over it. Together they studied the literature of love and harmony, and Marie began teaching classes on my works at a local university. Currently, Marie has 45 students enrolled in her life enrichment course, insufficient to meet all the demands. He always begins his classes by describing to his students how their own attachments to objects and possessions had blocked their ability to see the beauty and satisfaction contained in human relationships. He also tells them how an afternoon that had started out as a perfect tie changed his life and gave him a lesson on how to live better and even how to heal from the aftermath of a stroke. Marie is one of the happiest and most charming people I know. She was so excited to tell me about her transformation, exclaiming, "I can't believe you're here in my studio. You, my guide, my spiritual master." I reminded her then that she had as much to teach me as I had her. I said, "The spiritual master is you, not me." The strange and wonderful gels, steams, massages and creams managed to stimulate not only the skin of my face but also my heart. Why am I writing about Marie and her discovery of independence? Partly because I believe that his story can serve as a catalyst for many others to recognize the void that his ties hold. But also because I think that a special energy was what led me to your studio that specific day, to listen to the story and to be able to share it with you now. Ties are not always possessions. Attachment to things is a common thread that winds its way through our materialistic culture, trapping people who only think about the material. However, there are other more significant ties, such as those related to the opinions of others about different aspects and about ourselves. I think my words flow easily because I don't feel tied to the opinions that they can motivate. With this attitude I allow their free movement, knowing and trusting that they will be what they have to be. I'm open to anything for improvement, but I don't think about it when I write. If I do so, my focus is on what should be happening, rather than what I am allowing to happen. Writing is energy, just like any other human activity. Ralph Waldo Emerson could not put it better: the good writer seems to write about himself, but he has his eyes fixed on that thread of the universe that passes through itself and through all things. This is what I am doing right now. I write about myself, but I am aware that I am also part of you, even though we do not know each other personally. These words spring from me and flow to you. I don't have them, and neither do you, and the less tied I am to this process, the easier and more enjoyable it is for me. Do what you need to do for yourself, without worrying or emotionally tied to the results, or in Castañeda's words. Thus, a man of many knowledge sweats and gasps, and if you look at him closely you see that he is a man like any other, with the exception that he has the madness of his life under control. His controlled madness forces him to say that what he does matters and makes him act as if it were, and yet he knows that it is not. Therefore, once he executes his actions, he retires in peace, without worrying about knowing if they were good, bad, if they gave good results or not. This point is quite difficult to take, because we have been brought up believing that everything we do matters. Most of us can't control the insanity in our lives. We worry about how others perceive it. We look at the opinions of others, and consequently we find it very difficult to just be. Castañeda, like others, encourages us to adopt a flexible attitude whereby energy can flow through all of us without being subject to judgment and, at the same time, we participate in it as if it really mattered, and then separate and walk away in peace when it's over. If this is paradoxical and inconsistent, it is because it really is. However, separation will help you appreciate and enjoy what you already have, rather than worrying about getting more. I feel the same about my talks. I never use notes when I am in front of the public, and I have been acting in this way for many years. When I let go of my notes and started speaking from the bottom of my heart, my speaking skills improved tremendously. I am not bound by needing to please the audience, nor is it essential for me to express myself with precision. Actually, I am not dependent on any ties. What I usually do is meditate half an hour before my lecture and try to visualize that all things are going well and that both the audience and I enjoy and appreciate the new experience. The absence of ties allows me to be in front of thousands of people for hours and hours. When I am in that situation, I find myself in a new sphere of life, in a new dimension. Time ceases to exist. My memory has become more faithful than ever. The words flow in my mind and in my voice with ease, without even hesitating for a second, and everything comes out, and worth the redundancy, to ask for the word. When I decided to let go of my bondage that my talks were perfect, a new aspiration began to invade me. The internal emotion and nervousness that I had previously experienced turned into a strong desire to be in front of an audience, in that magical space, doing what I like and showing myself as I am, with all my energy circulating freely. This energy that flows without any impediment occupies the highest place that I know on a physical level. By doing what I like, that is, writing and speaking, I have understood that independence from the consequences and opinions of others is the key that allows me to flow through life with freedom and in maximum perfection. I don't try, I don't worry, it doesn't give me any anxiety, I simply behave as I am, and I let myself be carried away by the energetic current, without my mind interfering with it. I know from the depths of my being that I am contributing to a change, and I am also aware that to achieve it I do not need to think about it. It is simply so. I think that giving it importance is a very debatable question, since that change is irrelevant in a higher context. However, I act like it really matters. But when I finish a lecture or a book, I never look back. I know that it is over, and that despite what some may think, that act has been carried out as planned. Therefore, I direct my efforts towards a new challenge, without what I have just executed hinders me in anything. I learn from previous experiences and start the new project. This new project is unimportant, but I act like it does. The process consists, according to Castañeda, in having the madness of our life under control. The way to do it is to be what we are, without having to pretend what others want to see. Keep your distance and enjoy every moment the energy flows through you. My wife and children are the people I love the most in this world. For them I have modified my thinking, and I have broken with many ties of my past. This is a transformation of the first order, which has given us all a new sense of love and serenity. I love my wife deeply, and yet I know that I do not possess it in any sense. My inner knowing recognizes that she follows her own path, and that being married to me is part of her path. I feel very grateful and fortunate to be able to share a large part of my life with her, and vice versa. In previous love affairs it had taken me a lot of trouble and time to enjoy the relationship without feeling the need to control it. Now I allow the person I love to be herself, even if she is diametrically opposed to me, or to what I want from her. In my opinion, this is the essence of a marital relationship on a conscious love level. The ability to suspend all judgment about the way in which it seems to us that our partner should lead his life, and to love that person as he is a very beneficial exercise in the practice of independence and detachment from people and people stuff. Suspending all judgment means respecting the need and the right of that person to find their way following their own guidelines and without heeding the opinions of others. It also means respecting my need and my right to feel what I feel, without having to pronounce on its relevance or not. This is unconditional love for myself and my partner. Unconditional love does not imply that one is right and the other is wrong. When you are intensely related to someone and you judge them, think that you are not defining them, but talking about yourself. My wife and I are very different. In many ways, I would even dare to say that we are opposites. Love seems to work in this way, allowing our partner to enjoy their specific, unusual qualities. We don't normally fall in love with people like us. Perhaps this is because we are too familiar with our way of being, and a similar person could be a burden. I have long stopped judging and dealing with those differences. Now I am dedicated to enjoying the new flavor that my wife brings to my daily life, and I am grateful to her for it. We both lovingly accept the fact that we don't have to like and understand each other all the time. This is precisely the quality it brings us, overcoming the need for possession. It allows us to sincerely appreciate these strange qualities, opposed to our own. When I feel the need to change her way of being, I remind myself that that was exactly what I liked the most about her. When I started to fall in love with her, I never said to myself, if I had another point of view, I would love her even more. It has been our unconditional love that has allowed our relationship to mature and grow. If the need I sometimes feel to change her in any way bothers me, I look inside myself and look for what this fact says about me. And I am relieved to find that that look means a lot to her. At other times I admit that I am confused by her views and actions, but soon I love her again for precisely that, rather than convincing myself that she is wrong. I have found that this mode of behavior in my marriage has greatly influenced my relationship with others. I know from my own experience that any attachment to always being right defines only me, and not others. In the end I realized that people will not change their way of being, despite the opinion that I may have about them. This greatly facilitates my work when interacting with others. I don't feel the need to be judgmental, hateful, or hostile. We just have to be ourselves. Since I no longer depend on the wish that my peers were wrong and I was right, it is much easier for me to share my life with people who defend different points of view. If I allow myself some judgment, I am much kinder and more open than before. I only give way to anger for a moment because paradoxically, at the end of that moment I eliminate it, and I feel like nothing has happened. If for some reason I cannot get rid of the anger, I begin to think about the points I make here. Ironically, I realize that I have a greater impact on people who mistreat others or act according to a series of prejudices, since I am a person with few ties. My independence from the need to be right surprises them, and they notice that I will not behave as they would if the interlocutor acts or thinks otherwise. The quiet person who does not want to make others in his own image or convince them that they are wrong, even if they are not, has much more powerful weapons than the rest of the people to build a behavior based on love. Those around you will not achieve their goal of change if they only use their judgment and anger. A short time ago, at the club where I play tennis, several people got into a heated argument. They defended opposite positions with respect to racism. Some were in favor of it and others criticized them for their lack of love and understanding. Someone stopped the discussion and asked me, "Wayne, what do you think? He is never seen to be concerned with these issues. But surely he has his own idea about it?" My answer was this: I am sitting here and I send you all my love. If you could do the same, then the discussion about who should love whom would not make any sense. They froze and looked at me like I was a freak, and stopped arguing for a few minutes. This approach of loving all people despite their differences from us, I began to put it into practice in my marriage, and from that experience I decided to apply it to other aspects of my life. If you are at peace with yourself, it will be much easier to detach yourself from the bonds. That kind of inner peace brings much more to the world than the attitude of being just another combatant in the endless disputes that stem from intolerance for the views of our fellow men. For example, I have been a better father since I understood and adopted the words of Khalil Gibran in The Prophet. Your children are not your children. They are the sons and daughters of the desire formulated by life for itself. They come through you, but they do not come from you. And although they are with you, they do not belong to you. This message contains the great truth of independence. There is nothing that distances us more from them than to think that we possess them. Teaching our children to be responsible for their actions but at the same time knowing how to distance themselves from them is very difficult to achieve. I love my children as much as my ability to love allows me. I would die for them if necessary. And I wouldn't think twice if the time came. However, I am not aware of whether or not they are successful in their lives. Each and every one of them knows that I will not have a nervous breakdown or throw my life away if they fail to do their homework, come home late, or do the thousands of things young people often do. I try to teach them to be responsible through my actions and my words and to value themselves, and the mirror they have is that of a father who does the same and encourages them as much as he can. But I will never be emotionally or spiritually tied to the decisions they make in the course of their lives. They must live their lives and I cannot do it for them. They are learning to take on responsibilities that parental dependency often denies to other kids. By allowing our energy to flow through our children without imposing our will on them, they become much more responsible beings. And why not? No one opposes them, nor do they need to show their stubbornness because their parents no longer control them. My independence from them does not mean that I no longer worry about them. In fact, they worry me so much that I allow them to carve out their own path, advising them on this and that, helping them to choose responsibly and lovingly, congratulating them when they do things well, and above all not forgetting that I do not possess them, they own themselves. My personal maturation on this path to independence has brought me to a point where suffering is forbidden in my life. By dint of accumulating things, relating to my peers and myself, I have learned that the less I depend on obtaining a certain result, the more energy circulates inside me and expands outwards. Independence is an essential factor in eliminating suffering and nurturing inner peace. Having things in life is wonderful, but needing them is a bind. Having people to love is phenomenal, and it is important to value them for who they are and thus be grateful to them day after day, but owning or controlling them is a bondage. If you are currently suffering, I can guarantee that your suffering depends on some attachment to the way things should go. Independence is the only way to eliminate suffering, as the Bhagavad Gita explains. A person who is not bothered by the incessant flow of desires, which like rivers penetrate the ocean, never completely full but always calm, can by himself find peace, but the man who strives to satisfy those desires you will not find. The ocean continuously receives huge amounts of water but is always calm, except for its surface. We too can be open to new experiences and lessons, and remain calm, at peace with ourselves, unless we choose to allow all these things to invade our consciousness and pester us. Annoyances are always caused by our ties, born of the belief that things should be different from what they currently are. Our suffering, despite the form it may take, is given by the mind, which insists on having preferences and not allowing others to manifest as they really are. Our most frequent bindings. Suffering can manifest itself in various ways. Our ties to external factors are limitless. Below I present the 7 most common types of bondage and also include the reasons why at this time you may be carving a path of suffering. 1. Attachment to things. Most people in the Western world identify with ourselves and with our level of success or failure by looking at the quality and quantity of everything we have. In doing so, we measure our worth as human beings in proportion to the acquisition of objects. Consequently, we set out to suffer when what we possess is insufficient. That is, we become our own object. By taking such a stance, you are setting yourself up for endless frustrations. What he reflects with his attitude is that he considers himself a being devoid of esteem and value and incomplete. You feel the need to charge your batteries and your bag of things that you think will help you find yourself better. The thesis that contains a phrase like "I have no value without objects" inevitably leads to the achievement of more and more things and to dependence on them. When we strive for more and more objects, we realize a fact: we will never feel complete on this outer level. This posture prevents him from considering himself a complete being, who no longer needs anything. It also leads to accumulation and the need to compare yourself to others with regard to accumulated objects. You turn your gaze away from the eyes and hearts of those who interact with you and take a look at your bank accounts and material possessions. The more value and humanity you dedicate to those things that are alien to you, the more power of control you give them over your own being. And when it is controlled by these external objects, it becomes its slave, having suffering as its only ally. Of course, you can suffer surrounded by comforts, but remember that this agony will never disappear because it is part of you as well as the ties. 2. Attachment to others. This is one of the most difficult ties to detach. Surely the price you will pay to break up with her will translate into suffering. With this, I am not saying that it is inconvenient to love another person, value their presence in your life and feel happy about your relationship. All of this is the positive result of relationships generated by unconditional love. What I mean to say is that we will not benefit from the desire or need to possess another person or our feeling of worthlessness, helplessness, and pain when we realize that that person is not part of our life in the way we thought. This reaction responds to ties. These are the relationships by which you give the power and control of your own being to your fellow men and in return receive only suffering. All human relationships can be much more satisfactory if they are established under an attitude of detachment and independence. In reality, this means loving others enough to be able to let them choose their path without any hindrance on your part, even if you think that the decisions they make do not suit your wishes. It also means being confident enough not to feel intimidated when you don't respond as expected. In the marital relationship, it means loving your spouse with such intensity that the needs of one and the failures of the other take a back seat, because you love that person for who he really is and really was when you first met him. In family relationships, this detachment is applied by allowing our relatives to be what they want and counting on the full assurance that we will not allow ourselves to be carried away by their judgments about ourselves. This attitude includes ignoring any criticism we have formulated and beginning to listen and love our family members for who they are, to give them some advice or other when they request it, and to offer them all our unconditional love. When it comes to a parent-child relationship, don't forget that your children follow their own paths and will not live as you wish they would. It is also a matter of guiding them, of helping them to have confidence in themselves and show them that their love is unconditional, even if their attitudes are sometimes negative. Independence in human relationships does not mean disregard for others, quite the opposite. His peers worry him so much that he decides to eliminate all value judgments about them and relate to them from love instead of trying to control or judge their lives. The independent person in this sense will manage to avoid all the unnecessary suffering that most of us experience in our relationships. What you do is offer love to others, put aside your role as a victim and show that you have great sensitivity about yourself and your fellow men. And in this way you enjoy independence on a metaphysical level. The attachment means that the other must please me so that I can love him. When you freely allow others to be who they really are and love them for it, you can consider yourself an unattached person. Once you reach this new state of independence, you will not want or need the possession or control of any human being, especially those closest to you. Paradoxically, the less you try to own and control a person, the more attached you will feel to them. Independence actually encourages you to strengthen your personal relationships and intensify your love. By showing your unconditional love to others, even if those around you at one point decide to leave you, you reduce the chances of suffering in that relationship. Learning to be more independent from them also instructs you in a great truth about relationships and love. Love is given, not taken. This is the true essence of independence in human relationships. 3. Attachment to the past. To eliminate some of the sufferings that exist in the world, you must learn to distance yourself from the past and traditions, so decisive in the lives of many people. Take a look at all the beings who are at war somewhere on the planet, and who suffer and die in the name of some tradition. They have been taught that what their ancestors believed is what they must believe and defend at all costs. By following this absurd logic, they only succeed in perpetuating suffering in their lives and also in those of their enemies. Large number of wars between ethnic groups have been fought for thousands of years. If the dependence they manifest on their past and traditions is not abandoned, these wars will never end. The determining minds of these cultures are no longer among those who now face each other, who only live in the form and do not hesitate to die for a tradition that only guarantees enmity and hatred for future generations. We participate in a tie to the past when we try to trace the path that our fellow men must follow, always based on what was instilled in us at the time. The education we seek, the vocation we have, the friends we choose, the vote we cast, the way we dress, our way of speaking and even our thinking are determined by our ties to traditions, so strong and powerful that we cannot ignore them. Because it would mean a complete ostracism with respect to our family or our neighbors. At least that's how they have taught us. Sometimes our parents tell us, remember, you are a. Or, you were born into this family and you have no alternative. Faced with such an attitude, the illumination of the soul has no place. How can someone mature and grow if they persist in doing things the way they were always done? By learning the universal principles, we understand that we are but mere form. Our packaging may present a certain aspect and have a particular origin, but the truth is that it does not represent the least bit of who we are. It is only a layer that covers the true being that we are, which is without form and does not need any label from the past. The ties to the history of your form as representative of what your ancestors and relatives were will not bring you more than endless worries and sufferings. It takes a lot of courage to break free from tradition, and the price paid by those who choose to do so can be very high. However, the price for continuing to be tied down can be even higher, and may even wreak havoc on your life. The disapproval of those who are addicted to the history of their form is much less costly in the long run. Everything that you feel attached to, you somehow own. It is tantamount to shackling yourself in order to make sure you don't have a mind of your own. Ralph Waldo Emerson reminds us of this when he tells us, don't be a slave to your own past, dive into the sublime seas, dive the depths and swim to distant horizons. In this way he will return respecting himself, with a new strength, with a unique experience, which when told will make him forget the past. Think about this and consider eliminating all suffering in your life that originates from an attachment to the past. Of course, we can respect and even appreciate the past and all that our ancestors did. We can love them because they went their own way. But to feel tied to them, to their way of living and thinking just because we resemble each other in form, is to deny the viability of our own enlightenment. This is the method that many institutions and individuals have historically followed to gain control over others. Instructing children by asking them to live by established norms can turn them into servants unable to think and in the hands of those in power at the time. The ties to the past are responsible for the fact that today a child plays with a weapon, imagines himself acting as a murderer, looks for enemies that serve as a target, and is conditioned and fully satisfied with the state of things. That defeats your reasoning. Children grow up convinced that if they try to let go of the past they will be dishonorable in the eyes of God. This example is very easy for us to see in some distant countries, and it should serve as a lesson for us to worry a little more about our way of showing attachment to the past from now on. 4. Attachment to your form. If you think that it is only a body, and that wherever it goes you follow it, then what you are doing is preparing yourself for a life in which only suffering will have room. Wrinkles, hair loss, loss of vision and all the symptoms that point towards a physical change will generate in you suffering directly proportional to the bond you maintain with yourself by wanting to remain the same. Relying on your body can lead to a lifestyle based on artificiality and fear. That will prevent you from going your own way. Relying on your own body as the only means of satisfying yourself in this life will always end up creating endless worries about your physical appearance. It is a tie with our body, which covers the knowledge like a thick veil, preventing us from seeing that said body is nothing more than the temporary form that we occupy. Being exclusively focused on our physical and external appearance, it is difficult for us to understand that our true essence is in a state devoid of form inside our body. The more we depend on the body and its appearance, the less chance we have of looking at it in perspective and realizing the divinity that it actually represents. The addiction to the form takes us away from any consideration of the state of the non-form, which is what truly constitutes the greater part of the human essence. Paramahansa Yogananda wrote in the Divine Romance. The saints affirm that this is how you should treat the body, as a temporary residence. Don't feel tied to it. Realize the infinite power of light, of the immortal consciousness of the soul, which underlies this corpse of sensations. I like this phrase formed by corpse of sensations. It refers to his body, a slave to the rules imposed by form, always bearing the burden of pain, suffering, weak bones and diseased organs. But inside you, where you are formless astral thought, you are pure and face none of the obstacles that limit form. Attachment to your body amounts to a tie with respect to suffering and the desire to perpetuate it. Separation from the body does not mean ignoring the perfection that the form can achieve. In fact, curiously, in the end you end up paying more attention and better care to that form that houses your soul. Since I no longer depend on my physical appearance, I take care of my body much more. I try to maintain my weight, exercise, sleep the necessary number of hours, eat less low-nutrient foods. At this point I am able to observe the passage of time in my body without feeling that my being is deteriorating. Since I consider myself separate from my body, I am not alarmed to contemplate some of its ailments. And therefore such weaknesses do not need to appear on the surface. And also I feel less and less dissatisfied with the aspect that my body offers. I am pleased with the form and perfection it enjoys, and at the same time I am aware that I am much more than that. I have love and respect for my physical self, but I don't identify with it. Jesus already said, to be in the world, but not to be of it. I am in my body but I am not his, and this helps me considerably to inhabit it in a better way than when it belonged to him, just a few years ago. 5. The attachment to ideas and being right. This is one of the strongest ties. Being right could be called a terminal Western disease. I listen to the radio several hours a day in different cities in the United States, and most people who call a station to comment on a current topic depend on their own idea and try to convince that the others are wrong. It is not easy to find someone who expresses their point of view and at the same time remains open to other people's opinions. The listeners who call the station are usually polite and remain silent when the other party thinks about the issue, but as soon as it ends they ignore what has been said and defend their own position at all costs. You hardly ever hear people say, "You've hit the nail on the head." I'll ask myself the question again and call in a little while. This tie that forces us to always be right generates suffering because it is useless if we want to communicate with others. If you do not know or cannot communicate with those around you, you will suffer. People dislike being told how we should think or that we are not right, when our opinion differs from that of the rest. When we find ourselves in such a situation, we automatically lock ourselves in our consciousness and build a barrier. If you have been confined by your inability to listen to others, think that this is due to your great dependence on their ideas and your insistence on coming to consider wrong all those who hold positions opposed to yours. This type of tie makes relationships in which love plays an important role very difficult, because it continually raises barriers. For each one of the ideas that you consider correct, there are millions of people who think otherwise. The antagonism between reason and error causes many metaphysical problems for countless people. When you meet someone who defends a point of view different from yours, and you try to convince him of his mistake, what you do is define yourself. Your attitude will help your friend inexorably assert himself. Thus, it can be concluded that encounters of this type usually end with two beliefs much stronger than they were at first. To free yourself from dependencies, you must bear in mind that all antagonisms based on reason as opposed to error respond to a human invention. Reason does not exist at the expense of man. The universe is simply as it should be and works according to the principles defined above, but without taking into account the opinion we have about it. It is great that we all hold opinions about what we please, but we must not forget that if we allow ourselves to be carried away by them, we are limiting ourselves and canceling any possibility of listening to another point of view. The attachment to ideas and the obsession to prove that others are wrong constitutes the history of the human being, the cause of many wars and misfortunes since the beginning of history. It happens very seldom that people stop for a moment to listen to others. Only on very rare occasions do we substitute our firm convictions for those proposed to us by our peers. And normally we are unable to hold two opposing opinions in our mind. However, this is what you must do if you want to wake up in a new dimension of human consciousness, an inner knowing that can coexist alongside yours, without the need for anyone to be wrong. This aspect is usually commented on by privileged and enlightened minds. One of the best American novelists, F. Scott Fitzgerald, once said, "The proof that we are faced with an intelligence of the first magnitude lies in its ability to retain two opposing ideas at the same time and to be able to function. One should be able to see that things are not working and be determined to improve them. This is what it really means to be a detached and independent person, to allow conflicting points of view to reside in the same person, and at the same time enjoy the exquisite beauty that such an attitude offers." 6. The tie to money. There is very little left for this tie to be considered a disease of the Western world in its own right. But I am not defending an aversion to money. Of course not. I am fully convinced that money benefits those who have it, and I have nothing against it. Money is fine, and working towards it is an integral part of today's times. In this section I propose to write about the tie to money that becomes the most important factor in your life. Trying to walk away and not depend on money is a difficult task. However, if you are one of those who needs to enter such an adventure and enterprise, do not think twice and act accordingly. Throughout my life I have come to realize that people who have been able to do what they loved and live up to what they believed in have always had the money they needed. It seems as if they have allowed their money to continue to circulate around, using it for the benefit of others, instead of obsessing over the accumulation of capital and the cost of living. They do not suffer from that disease so widespread in our culture. Getting rid of that dependence on money means starting to do what we like the most and that gives meaning to our lives, allowing money to reach us at the appropriate time, without thereby becoming its victims. This detachment implies knowing that you are not your own checking account, but a person. If you are one of those who believe that money is needed to be happy, then let me tell you that it depends on that material factor. I interpret your need to aspire to more as an inability to feel complete, since something, which you call more money, is missing. That part you miss will force you to focus on money, instead of allowing you to be in the here and now, and do what you please. And of course, remember that, as I explained earlier, what you focus on tends to expand. Since what you see in your life right now is the result of what you believe, you may feel the need to change your beliefs if they no longer serve you with respect to hackneyed money. Ask yourself, for example, has money given me the satisfaction I aspired to? If the answer is negative and you are not able to change your ideas, then review them as soon as possible since it depends on them. You can do it through concentration or meditation. Trust within yourself and ask it to reveal what belief it is. Maybe it's not even a tie to money, and it probably isn't if you still feel dissatisfied with it. For example, sometimes we think we are hungry, but after eating we still feel hungry. By thinking that food will solve our problems, we are becoming so dependent on it that never again, despite eating in abundance, will we be satisfied. A dependence on food or money in this type of context is doomed to perpetuate itself. When we are obsessed with our tie and manage to express our desire to become independent from it, we must be aware that the time has come to examine what that tie brings us. 7. The tie to triumph. Winning is an addiction in our culture, and as long as we depend on the need to win, we will be doomed to suffering. Once again, I must specify that I am not against the winners. I like to beat like the most, especially in athletic competitions. But the test of awakening in this area is to show that we are independent of the need for success. When we depend on victory, it becomes an obsession, and in the end, if we do not rise up with it, we suffer a lot from defeat. A great test on our character comes every time we react to defeat. If we play competitively and our opponent scores more points or wins, what have we lost? Nothing, absolutely nothing. We just went out onto the court to play. If we can admit it, we will not hesitate to congratulate our opponent and feel as happy for his victory as if it were ours. Attachment to the need to win turns many human beings into losers, or so they think. If they persist in defending this tie, they will continue to feel like losers since it is not always possible to win. Winning is just a matter of judgment. When we get ready to play, we agree to some pre-established principles that will raise us up as winners or losers. One way to play the game without being obsessed with success is to understand it as a set of rules set by others. And we will not stop savoring our triumphs and learning from our poor performances. We will simply enter the participation process. The fact of winning or losing can be considered as another rule with which we can agree or not. Defending victory means becoming the marker for our own performance. Suffering arises as a result of feeling like losers. However, the more independent we are during the game, whatever it is, the better our chances of winning. In other words, the less we obsess about winning, the more likely we are to do so. I suggest you read what has been so excellently written about the inner game, Zen in archery, and the like. The players who stand out the most are not the ones trying to win, but the ones who allow the action to flow freely at any given moment. Their competition is more like a meditation exercise than a fight. They are in full harmony with your body and soul. Great dancers simply get carried away, trusting their instincts and intuition so that their forms flow to the beat of the music, and when they reach the inner point of perfect harmony, the fact of winning loses all relevance. When great gymnasts and trampoline jumpers think about the score they will get, they are already unable to perform the perfect function for which their bodies have been prepared. Winning becomes almost impossible. This constitutes a new paradox. As we think about winning and feel dependent on victory, our ability to achieve it diminishes. The tie to triumph is always closely linked to another tie, that of facing our opponents. The language of competition is similar to that of war. There is talk of fighting against them, of beating them, of stomping on the ground, of destroying them, of annihilating them, of bombing them, of killing them. If we only attend to the fact of winning at all costs, our level of execution deteriorates. We get tense and nervous, and finally we end up defeating ourselves. What is this about? We cannot forget that struggle weakens and that, on the contrary, harmony invigorates and strengthens. When we are in perfect harmony, our body performs its function wonderfully and achieves its maximum efficiency. This is essential when playing to win. Stop giving importance to it. Behave as you are and fully enjoy what you are doing in total harmony with your body and spirit, and you will notice how becoming independent from victory will lead you to those first positions you never imagined. Examine each of the ties that I have discussed in the previous points and see if they can be applied in your case. Remember that it is possible to love things belonging to the aforementioned categories and at the same time be independent of them. Let yourself go with the flow, so to speak, and circulate freely through a network full of harmony and inner peace. By overcoming ties we learn to connect our consciousness to a web and to emit power and strength from it, thus discovering the metaphysical luxury of living peacefully and productively. Working in a network, an effective method to achieve independence. Most of us are familiar with organization charts of companies. These start at the top with the presidency, work their way down to vice presidencies, and work their way down to senior management, and deputy management, clerks, secretaries, and other staff members. People who belong to an organization like the one above try to start their journey upwards. At each level they acquire greater prestige and power, until they reach the peak of the highest authority and consequent success. Many educational, religious, government, and charitable groups also work this way. The most powerful person is at the top of the organization and delegates some of his power and authority, whenever possible, to other members of the organization. Most of us have been taught to respect this model of organization, called bureaucracy. It is the least efficient way to get things done. A better but less well-known system is called networking. I defend this system because I believe that it contributes to the construction of a more awake and enlightened society. Networking is the complete opposite of bureaucracy. In a bureaucracy, power is concentrated and distributed according to an organization chart that includes a series of subordinates. In a network, everything consists of distributing power. To cite an example, think of a large decentralized telephone network, but with the various terminals connected to each other. The communication network aims to provide a service until the next terminal and so on. Nobody who is connected to the network wants power, except for the purpose of handing it over to someone else. Humans can work this way too. Instead of obsessing over getting good contacts and contrasting people we might get to control, we can change tack and offer our knowledge and acquisitions to our neighbor, and the neighbor to his, and so on. If networking had an organization chart, it would work horizontally, instead of vertically like the one I mentioned before. This new operation would mean sending everything we have through the network, which would continually circulate, along with what our neighbors contributed. It is a matter of giving without expecting anything in return. Once again the paradox arises. Offering selflessly increases the richness of our lives. I find networking to be a much more effective way of sharing what I feel. I usually send a copy of one of my books, Kiss Gifts, to each and every one of the people who write to me, without expecting anything in return. I have done it simply so that thousands of people would know the ideas with which I identify so much. And I must say that the sales of Kiss Gifts have increased since I sent the copies. The more copies I give away, the more people buy it, and the more letters I receive about Kiss thoughts and ideas, drawn up and discussed by a series of readers who keep the book in circulation within a network of positive feedback. And I have also received more than 1,000 books and tapes from all over the world as a thank you for Kiss Gifts. The possibility of filming a movie about Kiss is being considered and the popularity of the book is growing. The principle on which I base myself is the old saying that says, "What water brings, water carries," in which the word water could be substituted for universe. A person who works in a network has no difficulty in giving more than what is expected of him, and he knows that the way to get others to be enlightened and fortunate beings is to surprise them by offering them more than they expect. People connected to the network never try to seize power, they put into circulation what they possess and encourage others to do the same with their attitude. Many businesses start to work according to this network system. This new trend, described in a series of widely accepted books, aims to develop an approach to new types of success, forget about fees, find a way to better serve customers, etc. A large number of bosses and employees are realizing that reintroducing exceptional service into their organization and connecting with the spiritual dimension of themselves and others has a positive impact on the business in the long run. When the organization begins to function at this level, the principle of networking applied to independence that we have talked about so much, creates an environment in which both customers and members of the organization are victorious. Thus, the steps to follow are the following: letting yourself be carried away by your energy current, examining your ties, and finally starting to network connected to others. This universal principle can express a great problem for those from the rear of the world who prefer to count the number of trees instead of looking at an entire forest. Therefore, it is important that you openly examine any resistance you may offer to developing a more peaceful and independent outlook. Why you resist independence? Here are the most common reasons why so many people in Western culture back away from their pursuit of independence. Independence means trusting that the universe will provide us with whatever we need as we proceed on our path of enlightenment. No one has encouraged us to commit to a metaphysical principle. They taught us to get things, to outrun the neighbor so that he would not get what we wanted, and to always feel dissatisfied. Ask yourself if what you really want is for your inner life to be controlled by people, things, and actions outside of you and from the outside world. Consider what it would mean to you to freely determine your own inner life. We work hard in a certain profession, climb the ladder of success, deny ourselves the experience of a number of years, and hope for a reward in the future. We believe that suffering to some extent goes hand in hand with all of this. We have never received a course on applied metaphysics. Our education has been focused on the rational and not on feelings. Now I suggest that you carefully examine your views on achieving success. Does it consist of the accumulation of wealth, possessions, and benefits? After reflection, you may wish to remove some of your strongest convictions from your life and make independence, in the sense outlined here, the philosophy of your life. A large majority of people conclude that independence means ceasing to possess everything for which they have sacrificed so much. In other words, forget about the good life. But what independence truly means is freedom from the ties that are so necessary to you at this time. It does not involve any sacrifice. Success understood as an internal process cannot be measured in quantitative terms. If you apply your material possessions to measure your internal worth, it is impossible for you to become independent from them. Think that you can apply the principle of independence in your life and continue to enjoy all the abundance that you please. You may not fully understand the idea of becoming independent from those closest to you. Perhaps you even think that such an attitude implies the purest indifference towards them. But independence applied to relationships generated by love means the opposite. It means loving people deeply and unconditionally, for who they are, without making any judgment when they decide to be what they long for. If we refer to the independence of children, it is not a question, even if you suppose otherwise, of allowing them to follow their instincts and avoid all their responsibilities. Children become happier human beings if they learn that respect and responsibility are part of their lives. And it is the adult who must teach, with their respectful and responsible behavior, this lesson. Independence prevents the children of manipulative parents from making them slaves to their behavior. The struggle between dependency and independence will lead you to break off your relationships with others, and then you will feel like a victim. Perhaps you see independence as an absence of conviction and purpose, a state that traps you in a kind of cage. I consider, in response to his erroneous concept, that those who experience the honeys of success are those who have learned to let themselves be carried away by the current of life and not to oppose it. They all experience inner peace instead of that sense of inner disorder. If you want to eliminate the anxiety that invades your life, do not persist in navigating against the current, stop and let yourself be carried away by the waters. It will come to fruition. In case you strongly resist the principle of independence because you do not fully understand it, I suggest that you unleash your feelings and act accordingly. Do not try to force yourself to feel what at this moment does not seem right for your own good. Do not believe that by acting in this way your inner dimension or others will condemn you. Your unconditional love for yourself will always lead you down the path you should follow. It is on its own path. Believe it and you will see it. Apply independence in your life. Independence is a way of surrendering to the force or intelligence underlying the form, even your own. Once you are aware that energy is primarily responsible for making the form work perfectly, you will begin to slow down and function in harmony with this intelligence. The word resignation may come in handy this time. It serves to remind us that we must stop any fight that turns life into a battlefield. By giving up, we relax in the shadow of intelligence and the natural flow of life, ignoring any urge to depend on people and things. Below I provide a series of ideas related to the resignation process, which will undoubtedly strengthen you, since unlike the struggles and ties that end up weakening you, any strength you acquire during your free journey invigorates you. Let yourself go with everything in your path instead of being tremendously critical of it. Learn a new way to process ideas or think about all the things that come your way. To cite an example, instead of criticizing the driver in front of you on the road for his maneuvers, send him a message of love and start thinking that this is the way it should be. Eliminate the idea that the slow driver is wrong and that you are certainly right by asking for a pass and feeling annoyed. Spend an hour with each person you see. Let each and every one of them manifest as they are without the idea that they are very different in your head. Proceed in the same way with the news on television. Of course, don't bother loving what you hate the most, but try letting the news roar through your thoughts, freely, without being criticized. Independence from them will give you a very special piece of what you see and hear. You will discover the simple but elusive truth that the world is working as intended. Your attachment to your beliefs will only make you one more victim. Try to replace some of your competitive spirit with a desire for cooperation. Instead of competing with someone, try looking at others from a broader and more universal perspective. See them as part of the human being. See yourself as someone who functions more efficiently and satisfyingly when you don't need to beat anyone to feel better. Remember that if you feel compelled to outplay another person in a fight, that person is in control of your life. Do not hesitate to compete in sporting events or in business if you wish, but at the same time cooperate and try to become independent of the result to be achieved. This process of releasing the bonds is what is known as independence in action. Let each of the movements you perform in a competitive match be unique in itself. Enjoy it thoroughly in that instant. Remember that if you only focus on the result you want to achieve, your tie to success will prevent you from winning it. Independence works when you cooperate with all humanity, even your adversaries. Letting go of the need to win will liberate you in such a way that you will get the most out of each moment of the competitive process. The illumination of our being does not appear when we win. It all consists in considering ourselves fully human beings even if we do not achieve success and in treating others with respect regardless of the result, favorable or not, that we have achieved. Keep things moving through your life. If you stopped using one of your objects last year, feel free to let go of it despite your attachment to it, and give it to someone else. It no longer serves him since he has taken full advantage of it. Passing it on to someone who can still take advantage of it ensures the continuation of the process. Head to the storage room and get rid of the many junk that you still keep. Remember that the number of objects that end up in your hands is increasing day by day and that getting rid of a few will not put you in any trouble. Feeling free from ties will make you happier than ever and find that all things are heading back home one way or another. I can assure you that this method works very well. But to see it, you will first have to believe it. Reflect on your attitude towards the concept of possession. How can you claim to own a watch, a diamond, a house, or something else? It would be more logical to speak of assets that have been assigned to you under a temporary contract. Your pleasure is the result of your thinking, not your possessions. An object itself is neutral, a pleasure and enjoyment come from the thought that you have about the object. Imagine that the object escapes your consciousness. Is it that your happiness and pleasure are going to flee too? Things come and go through our lives as easily as we open and close our eyes. The fewer objects we need to feel happy, the greater our consciousness and the lower the potential for suffering from them. If you are highly dependent on things, I can assure you that you will experience great suffering as they wear out or disappear throughout your life. Do not forget that everything that today provides a service, your house, your car, your jewelry, will eventually pass to other hands. Try every day to let your loved ones move and live as they please. The less they depend on you possessively, the closer you will be to them in your relationships. When it comes to your partner, rejoice every time you discover a new characteristic that sets her apart from you. Allow your partner to make mistakes without lecturing you later. Respond to their actions with a comprehensive sense and not according to partial judgments. Make your help available to those who ask for it, advise them if they wish, and don't be disappointed if they end up opting for an option that you don't like or seem inconsistent. Remember that you also had a stumbling block on your way. Take your life on the path you have chosen and follow the path that suits you, but don't expect others to follow you. This is where the essence of independence truly lies. Examine the traditions you follow in your life today. If they serve you in any way and you enjoy them, then feel free to honor them. But remember that a tie to tradition often creates barriers between people and blocks the way for those who do not wish to perpetuate them. Be the master of your behavior yourself and don't let the behavior of your predecessors dictate the path to follow. If you are one of those who think you must act as your predecessors did, then let me tell you that you are tied hand and foot to tradition and not leading an enlightened life. Be free enough inside to go about your business at your leisure, without any restrictions from the past. Naturally, enjoy the traditions that still do you and humanity some favor, but if they do not provide you any benefit or if they only serve to build barriers rather than bridges to others, arm yourself with courage and rely solely on your own inner demands. Do not forget that all the traditions began one good day in which a series of people decided to do so. You are a human being of as great value as those who preceded you, and you also have the right to lay down new traditions that are born out of love and respect for others. Practice looking in the mirror and lovingly acknowledge the symptoms of the passing years in your form. Don't give up and say out loud, "Go ahead, do what you must, you are only the envelope that covers me and I am not only this body." It is very important that you understand that you are much more than your body. Your thoughts don't get old. Neither is his spirit. Thoughts do not die. Neither is higher consciousness. These affirmations will surely help you separate yourself from your body and fulfill the mission that has been entrusted to you. Depending on his physical appearance, a life of suffering is ensured by noting the decline of his form, which by the way already began at the moment of his birth. How can you prevent hair from turning gray, wrinkles from making their first appearance, or a certain limb from developing abnormally? The death of its form is already written at the moment of its conception. But that part that thinks, that part that contains the higher consciousness, the place where you actually live, is independent of the laws of form. If you are aware of it, then you can stop obsessing over the idea of eternal youth. Instead, direct all your efforts and mental energy toward the divine quality that your real self harbors. You can put an end to anything that is of concern and forces you to take a certain position, and put form aside. Know that you can perfectly take care of your shape without depending on it at all. When I speak of independence, I mean that it does not identify exclusively with its packaging. And again the irony presents itself. Your body will look better the less you focus on it and the more you think about being an independent person. Take a few moments of the day to stop viewing those around you as wrong. Instead of attacking your partner when you disagree with him, try replying, "Please go on. I have never considered that possibility." Your independence from needing to be right will eliminate any suffering or antagonism that may arise and contribute to the creation of a peaceful inner life. From your own experience, You already know that most people will not think like you. By getting rid of the need to show your opinion to others, you will open the lines of communication more open, nip all frustration in the minds of people who disagree with your opinion, and become a much more balanced being. This task does not require much effort. It's all about opening up to others by offering your comments and thoughts instead of assaulting them with your points of view and the desire to impose them. I propose that you read the following statement. Prepared. There it goes. The money for you to satisfy your needs will appear to you in sufficient quantity only when you stop needing more and more of it. The more you offer without expecting anything in return, the more you receive. This is a very radical statement, but I must make it because my particular case responds to it. When I let go of my attachment to money and my obsession with putting a price on everything and continued doing what I liked, I realized that money appeared in my life in huge quantities. Stop thinking about money for a moment and focus on all the beautiful things in life that cannot be bought with money. Separate yourself from the need to get and accumulate money. Give it to whoever you see fit in the amount you deem appropriate. Don't put a price on your life or what you see and do. Enjoy the objects for the beauty they contain and not because of how little or how much you have paid for them. Don't forget that the best way to win is not to need to. You get your best results when you feel relaxed and free inside. Therefore, I suggest that you also take the pressure off your children and those close to you. Allow them to move and have fun at their own pace, rather than evaluating them by thinking about who they may be outperforming at the moment. You can get rid of that harmful need and feel more blissful every day. Get used to work according to the network system described above. Give yourself to those around you as if you were a gift to share. The more united you feel with others, the many more will receive this message. The more objects of value, to yourself, you offer to your fellow men, the more and the better you will contribute to the achievement of harmony in the world. Your goal and satisfaction will intensify. The people without voice or vote in our world, who do not belong to any bureaucratic organization, have a powerful weapon if they work in a network. By connecting with other people who will spread the word about what is happening, they can change the world. If you give up any of your belongings, whatever it is, whoever receives it recharges with the energy that comes from that singular act and decides to follow your example. Although the communication channels are not visible, the impact will be powerful. Take the test the next time you try to act according to your old bureaucratic system. Rather than viewing the other person as an obstacle to achieving your goals, consider them an ally. Give him what he intended to accumulate for himself. Get rid of the need to accumulate influences and power and think about your own power, which will be transmitted to another and so on until you reach an infinite network of powerful influences. Live in harmony with Mother Nature and don't try to dominate or control her at any time. This is independence, perhaps the principle that causes the most misunderstandings in our culture. Try to observe it from a metaphysical point of view. Imagine listening to a symphony and telling yourself that you can't enjoy it because you need to hear each and every musical note that makes it up. When the symphony comes to an end, he realizes that this music is something he cannot possess. It is a note, and then another, and another, that go through your senses. Each note emerges and you experience it in relation to the rest of them and the instruments that play them. This is how independence works in action in your daily life. You will never be able to put all that music in a box and own it forever. Never. All you get is to enjoy it at the time and then experience the next. There is no room for ownership and control, just playful, unattached fun that forces nothing. Music is an energy that flows through you with each note. You can't wait for the entire composition to finish to enjoy it. The energy that music generates comes from outside, and enters you, but the moment you depend on it, you can give it up. Each note in its own time, in this single song that makes up our universe. There is no attachment to it, except that produced by the infinite flow of its essence. Do not forget that any dependency is an impediment to the enjoyment of the flow of life. It is very similar to what happens if we try to squeeze a handful of water. I've already mentioned it before. The more you push it, the less chance you have of retaining it. However, if you relax and let your hand get close to the liquid, it will not run off and you will be able to experience it. Therefore, I will not tire of repeating that you must get rid of ties to enjoy a greater and better flow of the things and people around you, just as it happens with the music that you enjoy note after note, and with water, that it doesn't stop wetting your hand if you don't forbid it. 6. Synchrony. The universe is complete and perfect. In it there is no room for error. Any. It is there by chance. The entirety of the single song is wonderfully timed. To understand synchronicity and put it into practice, we need to give up some of our old ideas and abandon our notion of coincidence, mistakes, and belief in the imperfection of people. The principle that every human being and every event are perfectly connected can be a bit difficult to accept outright. Most of us would prefer to justify ourselves with the principle of chance and error. On very few occasions we come to consider that all things in our perfect universe may be working perfectly. It seems much easier to believe that there is a series of inexplicable and unmotivated coincidences. The first to use the term synchrony was the great psychologist Carl Jung. He spent his entire life trying to unravel the mysterious interwoven threads in an almost incomprehensible way. Jung described the synchrony with the following words: the simultaneous existence of two events related in a significant but not fortuitous way. He defended the hypothesis of the existence of a collaboration between people and events that somehow was related to destiny and always operated in the universe. The basic principles of synchrony affirm that every individual life has a much deeper purpose and meaning than is normally believed. Behind every form is a wonderfully perfect intelligence that functions according to the principle of synchrony. Behind everything that happens there is a reason, and in this way the pieces that make up the puzzle of life fit together perfectly. If you come to know and trust these thoughts, in your daily life you will get tangible proof of their truth. I am fully convinced that this phenomenon is ubiquitous in life, and that fortuitous events do not exist. Carl Jung even went so far as to state the following: from the moment we strive to maintain a sense of personal autonomy, we become trapped in vital forces superior to ourselves and, consequently, believing ourselves to be the protagonists of our own lives, we forget that we are the extras in a drama superior to our own. Or, as we have explained before, there is only one dream, the dream of God, in which we all act as characters similar to those we invent ourselves in our dreaming state. The synchrony in our lives. Over the last few years I have been asking the public who attended my lectures the following: how many of those present can tell of the experience of having been thinking of someone, and suddenly receiving a call or letter from that person? And, have any of you met someone you haven't seen in a lot of years, after quoting or hearing their name in conversation? Normally all the hands of the public are raised. The synchronicity or connection between apparently randomly chosen events and thoughts seems a common element in this universal and human experience. It happens to all of us with some regularity, and it tends to repeat itself in a series of events that are sometimes very difficult to explain. The truth is that the more we allow ourselves to be carried away by the energy of our system in the universe, the more we experience this phenomenon. In the end we stop surprising ourselves and consider it part of the mysterious perfection that makes up our existence. I am sure that on more than one occasion you have had the experience of knowing who was calling you on the phone even before picking up the handset. This responds to what some call experience déjà vu, that is, already seen and lived previously. I would also dare to affirm that he has ever found himself, without knowing why, doing something that he had never done. Then, with the passage of time, he has looked back and discovered the reason that led him to it. Let me tell you about something that happened to me some time ago. Years ago my publisher offered me quite a considerable sum of money as an advance for a popular book that would be the continuation of Your Wrong Zones and Avoid Being Used. I was thinking about the content of that book for many months, and frankly I could not find a way out of the mental block that I was prey to at that time. One day I was sitting by the ocean thinking about a topic to write about, when suddenly I felt an irrepressible desire to get up, get dressed, and take a drive. This behavior was unusual for me since I rarely left the quiet of the beach for a car trip. However, on that occasion I let myself be carried away by my desire to get behind the wheel, and after half an hour I ended up parking the vehicle next to the Pompano fashion department store. I was taken aback by my attitude. I usually stay away from department stores and would never waste a beautiful sunny afternoon there. But this time it was different. I went to the bookstore, and as soon as I entered I looked for the psychology section. One of the books caught my attention because it was about to fall from a motley shelf. I grabbed it almost on the fly, took a look at it, went to the checkout and paid for it. I went back to the car. I parked it and headed for my favorite spot on the beach, where I absorbed myself in its reading. When I finished it, I knew exactly what I wanted to write about. In the space of a few short hours I managed to sketch the main lines of the book The Sky is the Limit. My theme was self-realization, or what I called life without limits. He believed that he was able to put these aspects of human psychology within the reach and disposition of the average reader, who is not very familiar with these subjects. He knew he should write about becoming a person capable of experiencing life at higher levels and learning to nurture a sense of purpose and meaning in life. After that strange experience, something inevitably prompted me to write my next book. The book that literally and practically ended up in my hands was The Farthest Extremes of Human Nature, by H. Maslow. His previous writings had had a powerful influence on me, but this book had given me the strength to write The Sky's the Limit. When I was blocked, an accidentally arisen force used to guide me where I should go. And for this reason I decided to dedicate The Sky's the Limit to Dr. Maslow. I thought that somehow I had been entrusted with the mission to continue his task and to make available to many, many people all his ideas about the potential greatness of humanity. You probably also remember some episodes in your life surrounded by an aura of mystery, since you found yourself doing something unusual but that with time you came to understand. How do you know where to begin to explain these facts? How do you explain that the card that would later lead me to my father's grave was found in the seat belt of a rented car? How does a thought manage to connect us with something or someone from whom we seem to be disconnected? The phrase formed by the word state of connection is fundamental to understanding this principle of synchrony. In some mysterious and inexplicable way everything seems to be connected, although we are not able to notice it. In some strange way, the right person appears or the indicated event occurs at the right time, and both one and the other help us to overcome a problem that worries us. Once we understand that all things are connected in some sense, the universal principle of synchrony is easier to accept and consequently to be adopted by all of us. There is a rhythm in the universe. When we stop making sounds we can experience our bonding to that perfect rhythm. Again I am referring to the concept of perfection, because for a large number of people imperfection is a fact. I believe that our world can only be perfect. The right amount of energy that we require to heat and give life to our planet comes from the sun, an inexhaustible source. The Earth rotates on its axis and is never in danger of leaving it. The entire universe, without exception, is supported by an intelligence, which I call God, and which you can name as you prefer. The return of the salmon to the exact spawning place going against the current is of a perfection that borders on the mysterious. The swallows meet in the same place century after century. The spider has no difficulty in building its web despite not having been instructed to do so. The instincts that make this entire single song work perfectly are supplied by an intelligence that supports all manifestations of form. But we know very little about how it works. However, everything remains connected in some way, generation after generation, species with species and so on to infinity. If we are able to understand this process of connection, at least on a very reduced scale, we will also begin to understand the principle of synchrony and believe in that intelligence, without a doubt phenomenal, that supports life with that perfection to which we got used to. If you intend to verify the existence of connectors in the universe, despite knowing that you cannot see them with your eyes or touch them with your hands, let me guide you to the state of connection. The connectors we can most easily believe in. Naturally, the things that we most easily believe are those that we can see. Hence the well-known phrase, "If I don't see it, I don't believe it," which defines our cultural linear, focused solely on form. If you observe a child pulling a toy by means of a string, you will have no difficulty in seeing and believing that there is a connection between the two elements, the string. When two things are connected and we are able to see, hear, touch, smell or taste the connection, then it is not difficult for us to believe in it. By filling the car's gas tank and starting the vehicle, thus burning the fuel, we become aware of the connection that exists between our actions and our ability to move behind the wheel of a car. When thinking about the displacement that a motor vehicle can make, our mind is not stunned by the fact or shows disbelief at the movement. Consequently, our eyes can see the connectors that are responsible for making objects work, and they lead us to affirm, "I see how it works and therefore I believe it." Connectors more difficult to believe, from the form to the hidden form. When you turn the light on by flipping the wall switch, you certainly cannot see the connection between that switch and the now lit room, but you certainly know there is a connection, even though the connectors go inside the wall. We don't need to see them. We only have to believe that they are there, hidden, to accept their existence and thus believe in the operation of the whole process. This category of difficult connectors requires a greater sacrifice for its understanding, but not too much, since people have a weakness for connectors that manifest themselves in a state of form. And although in this case they are not in sight, we always have the possibility to search and find them. Connectors much more difficult to believe, from shape to invisible shape. Imagine yourself in the living room watching a television program. Instead of getting up from his comfortable chair to change channels, he operates the remote control that is not connected to the television. Press one of its buttons and get a view of a new channel. The television responds to an invisible type of signal and we wonder how it works. At first glance no connector can be seen. You are unable to smell or hear anything if you approach the appliance. And even if I put a piece of paper in front of the remote control, the connection still continues. What is it about? We have all gotten used to these types of connectors. We tend to buy remote-controlled toy cars for our children. The left turn of one of these vehicles is executed by pressing a button. Something invisible is causing the car to turn left. Something without cables, without cords, without connections that are obvious, and yet most of us believe in these connectors even though we do not know how they work. We believe that a series of imperceptible signals cross the air because they have instilled it in this way, but at no time have we been able to observe them. Consequently, we have now reached a point where it is no longer so difficult for us to believe that the connection of two objects sometimes does not necessitate the existence of a form. We believe and live alongside a series of connectors that challenge our senses. By believing in them we believe in their operation. With the passage of time we do not even realize that they exist, and yet their presence continues to represent a mystery to all of us. Invisible connections from the human form to the human form. The next time someone at the other end of the room speaks to you, stop and ask yourself the following question: how does this phenomenon occur? That person is about 4 meters from me, saying a few words, and between us there is only air. However, I hear them and can process all the information they contain. How do you explain this? As you stop to ponder this point, the subject becomes completely dependent on your mind. Invisible objects called sound waves are directed from your mouth to your ear, and your brain processes the message. Where are they located? Therefore the connectors. I observe the movement of his lips. Is it that the connectors are coming out of his mouth at this precise moment? I do not intend to capture these invisible signals with my ears, and yet that is exactly what I do. To question the question, I dare to say that we believe in a whole list of existing connections between people, that our rational mind cannot even conceive. We are aware that these invisible waves keep us connected, and the same happens with the sound of a radio or a door slamming. In no case do we bother to find out what is going on. We simply accept what is called sounds as something that exists and is part of our humanity. We have never come to say, "It can't be." If I can't see it or touch it, it doesn't exist for me. Our conviction on this point allows us to function as human beings. There are invisible connectors that unite us, and you participate in them every day. Our own connections from our thought to our form. Imagine dancing with your partner and gliding smoothly down the floor. His feet are doing very well. There is always some kind of mysterious connection between your thoughts and the neuromuscular activity in your feet. Why do your feet know how to respond in such a masterful way to the thought that commands the movement? What is the connection? How is it produced? Every time you move the limbs and appendages of your form, they respond to a thought. But a thought is invisible and shapeless, and precisely that shapeless state is in charge of all these actions. You cannot see the connection. Nor can it be explained. However, scratching your nose, walking to the kitchen, moving your head, running to better hit the ball, or any other movement you perform daily, attest to the existence of invisible connectors that allow you to move your body almost without effort on your part. Mental energy governs muscular energy. Mental energy constitutes thought. Consequently, it can be said that thought is a kind of connection between a desire and a physical result. You firmly believe in this connection despite not being able to explain it. Accept this connection that as a way of life leads to an automatic response to any stimulus. You believe in it. It works on her. Its existence is never questioned, since millions of daily movements are proof that there is a connection between the world of form and the world of non-form. Keep this concept in mind, especially now that we are approaching the last areas where these connections exist. Incompressible connections, from human thought to another human form. My wife is sitting somewhere in the house and our baby is in another part of it, out of earshot. My wife suddenly says to me, "The baby is crying. Do you mind going to check it out?" You're right, the crying is incessant. However, from his chair it was impossible for him to hear him. Every mother who reads these words will nod at what I have just discussed, knowing that there is an invisible connection between her thoughts and her baby's actions. We have exceeded the limit of comprehension. There may be a connection between the thought of one person and the actions of another, without the help of any of the five senses. We all know that such connections exist. My wife can be 10 miles from the baby and tell me, "It's time to go, the baby is about to eat." I answer him, "But how do you know he's hungry? Have you memorized his schedule?" His answer is the following: "I just got milk and that always happens to me when I breastfeed him." What connection is there between your body and that of the child, who is at such a distance? Your body knows exactly when to make milk, always based on the thought that your baby is hungry. It is an infallible system. The connection is invisible, but it is undoubtedly there for us to be aware of its existence. If this invisible connection occurs between a mother and a baby, can we speak of as many similar ones between all human beings? Around the shape of another person, can we redefine the relationship between our thoughts and the world? During one of my conferences in Sacramento, California, a father in the audience holding a baby in his arms became nervous because he could not calm his son's cries. He got up and went to the exit with the intention of not disturbing those present and at the same time continue listening to my talk. I could not help but suggest that she relax, as this would convey the same serenity to her son and perhaps stop crying. He smiled at me, relieved to think that I wasn't reproaching him for the baby's presence, and calmed down. The little boy, unsurprisingly, stopped bawling and no longer made a sound throughout the 3 hours of the meeting. There was undoubtedly an invisible connection between the thoughts of the father and the behavior of the child that defies any attempt at description. Your own connections, from thought to thought. We do not know what a thought is, and yet we know and believe that they exist and are connected to each other. For example, now I am sitting here, thinking about what I am going to write. That thought leads me to another that tells me how I should write it. Then another thought commands my fingers to press the keys of the typewriter in a certain direction that the previous thoughts have inspired me. We are able to sit quietly and conceive a thought, since we are the source of them. Then we can have another thought based on the first, and then another and another, maybe 10 more, until we decide to transfer them to the world of form or simply forget them. I am not referring to the thought process. I am dealing with the existence of connections between thoughts. Connections undoubtedly exist between two formless objects, called thoughts, within you, that is, within the being that you are at this moment. If you can accept that these connectors exist, then you are ready for the next level. If you are not able to accept it, I hope you will let me know openly. And tell me how you explain that there are no connections between thoughts, when we all know that one thought leads to another. The synchrony, from human thought to another human thought. This is where I wanted to get to. Of course, the connectors are hidden, as has happened in all the previously exposed categories, except for the first one. However, you believe in the existence of all connections. So now try to open your heart wide and let the invisible connection that exists with our universe penetrate, because once you begin to believe in it, you will see it on the surface of all things. The test, while eluding your senses, will become palpable and surprise you at the most unpredictable moment, if you believe in it. Now let's move on to analyze the way in which these tests make an appearance in both your life and mine. Unformed connections between human beings. Imagine a piggy bank the size of a grapefruit, with a lid on top. Now try to guess how many coins you could keep there. Maybe 300. If I were to ask you, how many thoughts can you keep in that piggy bank taking into account that it must be closed so that none are lost, surely you would answer, how can I keep thoughts in a piggy bank? Thoughts lack shape and dimension. In a piggy bank you can only store things that have certain physical dimensions. Ask yourself, what is memory? In the end, you will have no choice but to affirm that memory is nothing more than thoughts. So where are those thoughts kept so that we can use them again and again? Many people think that memory is stored in the brain, but the brain is about the size of a grapefruit. It is form. Can you store formless thoughts in a container that does have a form? Of course not. So what is memory and where is it hidden if not in the brain? Do not be impatient because from now on we will speculate on this question. Let me ask you another question that often comes to my ears, where do we go when we die? Most people try to imagine somewhere that matches their form-only education. But I think that much of who we are is not governed by the laws of form. That is why I myself usually answer that question with another, where do all the characters who accompanied him in dreams go, once he wakes up? The form occupies a place, you can store it. Non-form, thought, does not require space, since it lacks dimension. Thought is infinite and therefore it is impossible for us to understand it exclusively from the point of view of form. To experience our universal spirituality requires another dimension of being, in which beginnings, endings, and storage places are unnecessary. Many religions speak of God as the creator of heaven and earth. If they are asked about the moment they started doing it, they all respond with the same phrase, God always existed. This answer is quite acceptable to us and consequently we stop speculating about beginnings and endings. What do you imagine when you think of that state of infinity that most people call God? I suppose that dimension of non-form in which there is no beginning or end, which is what I have been talking about throughout these pages, can be made known under any name. Never mind. What is essential is to allow that dimension in which you reside most of your life is a notion that you fully accept. Thought, in my opinion, is a part of that higher dimension. There are many labels to qualify this dimension devoid of form: spirituality, higher consciousness, inner wisdom, enlightenment, altered states of consciousness, and so on. Thought, a human activity universally recognized as such, is an ideal place to begin to understand that dimension without form. In some Eastern traditions this higher dimension is known under the name of Tao, which can be translated as the unrevealed. It has been said that the Tao that is described is no longer Tao. This is because the form, in oral or written words, describes the experience. What we experience through our senses is something very different. In the dimension of thought, description differs from experience. But in order to be able to talk about it, we use those words that put it more easily within our reach. Because if not, this book would be nothing more than a set of blank pages. Now if we were as enlightened as desired, then that would be enough. After a painstaking study he would put the book on the table and say, I have no doubt of its depth. But we have not reached that point yet, or at least, I still have a way to go. Therefore, I affirm that as a writer I am talking about something that I cannot describe within the dimension of synchrony, within the dimension of thought. If memory, thoughts, cannot be stored in the brain, then we have to consider the possibility that it exists outside of it. Some of the events that seem so inexplicable may perhaps be included in the section dealing with thoughts in relation to other thoughts. If there are invisible connections between thoughts and form, why can't they exist between thoughts themselves? And if thoughts certainly meet with others, and we are the source of them, then it is possible that we create situations in sync. Consider thought as something that we continually generate. We are the source of this creative process through our connection with the divine and the infinite. Because of this knowledge we are able to eliminate the possibility of coincidence and to believe, of course, that divine intelligence operates in our universe. Of course, once you believe in it, you will find out how it works on a daily basis. Synchrony is neither a speculative nor a passive principle. It is here, working, and you are part of it. You may or may not believe it. And you may or may not see it. What are these connectors made of? By examining the connectors that exist between the different shapes, we can perfectly establish the boundaries that enclose them. But once we move into the dimension of formlessness, we are forced to stop relying on our senses and intuition to discover how connections link thoughts to forms and thoughts to thoughts. The three hypotheses regarding the constitution of thought are: 1. The energy that resonates throughout the universe; 2. Invisible waves, which vibrate so fast that we cannot perceive or measure them; 3. Part of the genetic and magnetic morphotype fields that surround all species. But despite much speculation, considerable research, and the vast number of books on the subject, no agreement has yet been reached on the construction of thought and on how thoughts are transmitted. And therefore, I suggest that we move from analysis to synthesis. Analysis is a mode of intellectual violence through which we closely examine an object of study, look for models, try to define them by a scientific method, and deduce a formula. Synthesis is a way of bringing all the elements together, starting with the most obvious. Thoughts have no form. They exist in our universe and we participate in that process. We do not need any formula that tells us that there is a connection between thought and everything we do. We are fully aware that we cannot store our thoughts in a container. Thoughts are somehow an integral part of the invisible world that exists beyond our reach. Richard Field wrote the following dialogue in the novel The Invisible Path, which certainly tests and provokes thought. "I understand what you're saying," John replied. There was a time when I could see that other world. Each idea responded in a way that could be understood, rather than necessarily seen through the eyes. Richard Field's words suggest a world to which we have been quite indifferent because of our life experience based exclusively on form, the world of ideas, of thought, that formless something called thought, which originates with the person and is simultaneously the person. Thought is in here and out there. It is everywhere. Is it energy? Maybe. An MRI? Maybe a chain formed by the union of morphogenetic fields. Who knows? Invisible? No doubt. Something you can't get away from? Yes. Try to stop thinking for a few minutes and you will find that thinking is something that is closely tied to you. When you accept that thought can exist outside of you, you are on your way to understanding synchronicity. The connecting link that exists between apparently disconnected events is actually the connecting link of thoughts, the essence of our universe, the vibratory energy that we cannot see or define. In the same way, the link between your thoughts and those of other people is easier to consider now, if we start from the assumption that thought is energy that flows through the universe without restriction, and not just through an individual. Those situations that seem like coincidences lend themselves perfectly to those cases in which we are in tune with the dimension of thought. The answer to the question in this section, what are connectors made of, is very simple: from thoughts. Thoughts understood as energy are not the product of chance, but that we ourselves are the source of thought and part of universal thought. The ability to be thought and to create thought allows us to make whatever connection to thought we want. When we open ourselves to this new possibility, coincidences cease to surprise us. And before too long, we are ready to wait for them. And then, the transformation arrives, that is, the moment in which we are able to create them at our will. Recognizing the synchronicity in our lives nurtures our divine connection to the invisible world of formlessness. It allows us to begin the process of awakening and seeing that we can use our ability to think and to be thought to reshape and give meaning to our lives. The process of awakening. Stage number 1, your beginnings on the road. Do you remember the times when you felt your heart break into 1,000 pieces and when you thought you could no longer overcome the pain? His mind surely did not work in his favor, since his thoughts hovered in misery and the unfeasibility of a better future. Perhaps what happened was a crisis in your love life, a divorce, a financial disaster, an illness, or an accident. In those moments you felt unable to put events in perspective. The experience of going through a crisis paralyzes us for a long time. Our minds only seem to focus on the most negative and disastrous aspects of the situation, and we are unable to perform in any way. It is hard for us to sleep, eat, and we wonder if we will be able to overcome adversity. Our mind becomes obsessed with everything that is wrong and we worry about the future. The advice that relatives and friends offer us seems unrelated to our problem and usually leads us hopelessly to anger and frustration. Our misfortune seems to have no way out. This reaction is very common in those people who consider that external signs are all that life offers and offers us. We are incapable of thinking that there is a lesson hidden in this misfortune. We refuse to accept the advice that reminds us that in time that experience that is now so traumatic will be very useful to us. We only want to roll in the mud of that misfortune, since we believe that something or someone from outside is the culprit, and we cry out for those external factors to change. I recognize that I too have found myself at this crossroads at times. I remember being paralyzed by some emotional and family crisis and feeling so sad and depressed that all intention to do something turned into borage water. My mind seemed fixed on the problem and all my thoughts were focused on it. The problem possessed me and I could not explain why such a situation was happening to me precisely. Nor did he see any positive way out. All of us, when we reach this point in the journey, feel possessed by our own traumas. We believe that it is the events that cause us pain, and we do not understand that we are mired in misfortune because of the way we process them in our mind. J. Krishnamurti describes in his commentaries on life, a man's reaction to the loss of his wife. I used to paint, but now I don't go near the brushes, nor do I contemplate the things that I have done. During the 6 months that have elapsed, it has seemed to me to be dead. The other day I put the brushes away, and when I touched them they seemed strange to me. Before I didn't even realize its texture, now they were a very heavy burden for me. I often walk to the river thinking of not coming back, but I always do. I couldn't see people, since their faces always appeared to me. I slept, dreamed, and ate with her, and now I know that it will never be the same again. I have tried to forget, but despite my strong efforts, I know that nothing will change. I used to hear birdsong, but now I just want to end it all. I can't go on like this, since then I haven't seen any of my friends, and without her they don't mean anything to me. What am I supposed to do? The widower describes in dramatic terms how his mind has become locked in suffering. We have all experienced or will experience similar pain. We are unable to consider that in the drama that constitutes our life at that precise moment a gift, a blessing, can be hidden. Stage number 2, the middle ground. Upon awakening we use our power to create our world through our thinking in a higher sense. Looking back, we almost always realize the great benefit it does to us. The divorce that we thought we would never get over now seems like the best thing that ever happened to us. The youth crises, which at the time were a strong blow, we now see as an integral and necessary part of our development. The addiction to drinking that we once suffered and that shook our lives in those days of alcoholism has taught us, once we have overcome it, to see the enormous inner strength that we have. Economic insolvency was, for example, the catalyst for a much more satisfying afterlife. This serious illness that kept us in bed for so long allowed us to take stock of our life and our priorities and forced us to take it much more calmly. The perspective gives us the opportunity to contemplate with new eyes what happened to us some time ago. Stage number 2 corresponds to the middle ground of enlightenment, because it is the place where we no longer need to look at our life in perspective. As we approach this stage, we immediately perceive how beneficial it can be for us. We stop thinking only about what we lack and the catastrophic future that we understand awaits us. Instead, we ask ourselves, what is this happening to me now? How can I turn this into an opportunity without having to go through years and years of suffering to see its importance? This is an important step in the enlightenment process and helps us realize the synchronicity that exists throughout this single song. Naturally, we continue to experience pain and suffering, but we are also aware that something magnificent to be discovered is hidden in that feeling. We are capable of being kind to ourselves and others, to accept ourselves as we are, to respect and even love the part of us that has generated the crisis. We will probably not be able to understand the reason for the pain we suffer, but we will have an underlying knowledge behind it and that will allow us to believe in its value. I had the opportunity to hear Ram Dass describe his feelings about the death of his stepmother, whom he had loved so much. He wondered why she had to suffer so much in that advanced state of melanoma. He knew that suffering was one of the saddlebags of this trip and that it always led to greater satisfaction. Yet he kept wondering, why? Why has it happened to this beautiful woman to whom I profess so much love? As she entered the last moments of her life, Ram Dass realized that tranquility had taken its toll on her stepmother, that her eyes were both serene and satisfied, and that she gave the impression of entering a new fulfilled realm of bliss, by detaching himself from his body. He no longer suffered any suffering, for pain is only experienced in form. He was free, and Ram Dass, contemplating the scene, said to himself, yes, even this leads to a higher state. He had realized that suffering had led him to something much better and that he no longer needed to wait a series of years to understand it. When she left him, he felt reassured because he knew that death is a reward, and not a punishment, as some people think. He was at peace with himself knowing that his stepmother's pain had also been a blessing. Stage number 2 means being in the present together with all the things that surround us and we experience, instead of having to wait a long period to understand the blessing that all our efforts contain. On October 15, 1982, while in Athens, Greece, I noticed that I had passed stage number 1. I wanted to run the original Greek marathon, and after physically preparing myself I flew to Greece. The distance I had to cover, more or less 40 kilometers, did not worry me since I had already participated in 4 other marathons. But I had no idea what to expect, being on the starting line of a small seaside town with 15,000 other athletes in the direction of the Olympic Stadium in Athens. Due to a series of technical problems, the start of the race was delayed by an hour. We started at 10:20 in the morning with a temperature of about 26 degrees Celsius that was increasing. For about 17 kilometers we had to run uphill. After having passed the 15 miles, I realized that from then on everything would be difficulties. The strong heat that prevailed and the slope began to wreak havoc on me. Many athletes dropped out. Others went off course and vomited, and many others, exhausted by the heat, were transported in Red Cross ambulances. I was not feeling well, and for the first time in my sporting career I was forced to stop in the middle of a competition, lie on the ground and vomit. Usually what I used to do was stop, drink some water, and start walking again. After running the 33rd kilometer I was so tired that I started to shake and even vomited bile. I was not going to be able to achieve what I had dreamed of so many times and which had led me especially to Greece. I couldn't let that thought invade the space of my consciousness. I was trying to imagine what it would mean for me to return to the United States and look at the positives of the event with perspective. It didn't fit in my head. And I was still stretched out on the ground surrounded by people who came to help me and offer me the services of an ambulance. For a few moments I thought and wondered what kind of blessing or opportunity this fact contained. I pushed the suffering aside and wondered if what I really wanted was to go home without completing what I had proposed. Could he somehow seek or find the necessary will, through thought, to run the remaining 11 kilometers? What happened to me from that moment on I can only qualify as a miracle. I was waiting there lying on the ground in order to gather strength and arm myself with courage to complete what seemed impossible. At that time, 11 kilometers seemed like 11,000 to me. However, I understood that I could use that situation as a blessing and mature as a human being beyond my physical condition. My physical condition changed radically. In the blink of an eye I went from weakness to strength, and it was precisely then that I began to discover the inner strength that I kept. I got up, told the ambulance to go help someone else, and continued to the finish line. Upon entering Athens I knew that my problems had not disappeared. The streets had not been fenced and we had to run along the lanes of the highway, while the police tried to prevent the cars from running down on us. The amount of smoke that I had to breathe was the worst experience of my life. Cars were changing lanes in front of us and we were unaware that the police were directing traffic. The heat was becoming more and more unbearable. However, each obstacle served to reaffirm me and automatically my legs stopped shaking and feeling cramps. I was getting stronger by the minute. Any possibility of falling into the arms of weakness was forbidden to me. I managed to finish the marathon. I reached the finish line despite having been on the ground for half an hour. I reached third place, by the way the best of my sporting career, despite having recorded the longest time in my history as a runner. But the time was insignificant, as were the applause and the medals, which were of no importance. I had learned a great lesson about myself, and it did not take me several years to discover that all suffering hides a blessing and brings some good. The brief verses by Raymond Ng that are part of Reflections from the Soul perfectly summarize my thoughts on this matter. Out of the mud the beautiful lotus flower is born. Out of adversity, something superior is at stake. If we know how to see that something higher at the necessary moment, we advance along the path that will lead us to the third and last stage in which synchrony resides, and we participate more actively, cooperating in the creation of the world. Stage number 3, pure synchrony. Stage number 1 provides us with perspective to observe the positive points that each obstacle has. Stage number 2 allows us to realize the blessing while we are mired in misfortune and ask ourselves, what awaits me? If you are one of those who cannot glimpse anything beyond the form, then you will have difficulty proposing a solution. The third and final stage of enlightenment offers us thought in its purest state. It gives us the possibility of experiencing thought without material or causal mediations. It is synchrony according to the concept according to which we are thought, and thoughts reside both inside and outside of us. In this state of enlightenment we are capable of seeing difficulties as mere obstacles over which we have the capacity to decide. At this stage we don't need to be creative or get caught up in learning obstacles. The negative term obstacle is displaced by a word much more neutral in meaning, event. I think that today, at this point in my development, I don't need to drop in a marathon to experience my own self. I can count on that force or that essence in thought without having to go through any obstacle or event. And naturally, in this third stage, the lotus flower sprouts without the need for the mud to generate it. Our divine part, thought, and God constitute a force in the universe with which we can tune in if we believe in it and wish to do so. We have the intuition that guides us about an event that is going to occur. Our intuition tells us that we will be doomed to a certain situation and that we must make a decision about our desire to travel this path or not once more. In a state of pure synchrony we can save ourselves this experience in the form, since we have the thought that can act as the form. It's actually about being in the forefront of the situation rather than learning about it through perspective. If we are able to give way to thought, then synchronicity is added, as an integral part of perfection, without offering resistance or evasion. It simply makes an appearance without the need to manifest itself in an external way. Some time ago my wife and I contemplated the possibility of acquiring a new house that was under construction. Everything she offered us was to our liking and we got ready to sign the sales contract. However, we both had the feeling that if we made that decision things would not go too well and we would have to face certain difficulties. We finally chose not to acquire the house. Throughout our lives we had suffered the experiences of a series of situations that had made us pay a very high price. At that point we were in stage number 2, well aware that we had a lesson to learn. The blessing that these obstacles brought us was allowing us to be true to our inner intuitions and thus avoid negative results in the future. The third stage of enlightenment, in which my wife and I are able to confront, or rather to put ourselves in front of ourselves and have the last word on a certain issue, invades us every time we show disagreement with respect to a matter. We both realize what the future has in store for us, by being able to glimpse through thought the consequences of certain behaviors. By contacting the obstacle through thought and letting go of the need to translate it into form, we eliminate the possibility of suffering. Using thought to write our own script in form is a wonderful stage that should be reached in this life. In the company of our own inner being, we can create the script of our life wrapped in all the love that we are capable of imagining. We can live in that graceful dimension that constitutes the state of formlessness, simply by programming everything we need to experience form through a process of self-realization. And at the same time, having learned the odd lesson about trauma, we don't need to continue to experience it in our lives. In stage number 1 we found ourselves in a dialogue between Krishnamurti and the man who had suffered so much as a result of the death of his wife. I suggest that we now take a look at the rest. Suffering will always exist unless you understand the forms of being that you enclose yourself, and these forms are only discovered through the action that is established in a relationship. But my relationship has already come to an end. Relationships never end. You can end a relationship, a certain relationship, but the relationship never ends. Being means being in relationship, and there is nothing that exists in isolation. Although we try to isolate ourselves through a certain relationship, we must know that this isolation will only bring us pain. Pain is the process of isolation. Can life go back to what it has been? Can the joy we felt yesterday be repeated? The desire for repetition arises from dissatisfaction in the present moment. If the today that we have to live is empty, we tend to look to the past or the future. We all have enough mental power to make our present the most satisfying and happy of our experiences. And we put it into practice using thought. The loss of a certain relationship is unbearable when we are not related to our own being. The magic of synchrony is summed up precisely in this regard. Traumas and obstacles are the events that lead us to understanding, to the knowledge of the being that deep down is oneself. Thoughts meet other thoughts and it is up to you to convert them into form or not. The more you tune into the wonderful force that is your mind, trusting yourself as the source of thoughts, the sooner the mystery begins to fade, slowly but surely, and much more understandably. Events that were at first so difficult for us to imagine are nothing more than thoughts that meet other thoughts in a universe that is all thought in vibration. Know that from now on, when you find yourself in situations that previously would have led you to say, "Wow, I can't believe the sheer number of coincidences that have led to this. I have full confidence in all of this. Let me continue to share with you all that this has represented to me." Miracles. I have been able to experience a series of synchronous events that some people, beyond their understanding, might describe as miracles. In my opinion, they are simply the result of having believed in the universal intelligence that sustains the whole form and having allowed it to develop in perfect harmony. So when someone says to me, for example, "Come on Wayne, be a little more realistic," I usually reply, "I'm a realist, that's why I hope for miracles." When I began to see thought and form as one thing and to be aware that I myself was a divine something connected with thought, I realized that thought was also something that I could use. This fact became very evident to me when I began to meditate and in a way to detach myself from my body for certain periods of time. I experienced the world of thought without having to carry the weight of form. At this point I began to experience the tremendous power inherent in our mental capacity. Very soon I realized that thoughts are more than formless and mysterious elements found in our heads. I realized that thought is the very essence of the universe. It is energy, and everything that makes it up. It has unique vibratory characteristics, like the other forms of energy, but it is unattainable to me through the five senses. The sixth sense has become a new source of knowledge for me. Let me give an example. A few months ago I received a letter from a church in Monterey, California, in which they invited me to have a talk with their parishioners. I photocopied it and gave it to my secretary, who had to contact them to fix the details. The next day my secretary told me that she had called them several times and that no one had been on the phone. It was strange to me that in a church nobody answered, and for this reason I chose to make the call myself. A very pleasant feminine voice picked up the receiver and said, "Hi Wayne. Why is this call coming from you? I spoke to your secretary yesterday." I was very confused. In the course of the conversation she told me that she worked in the church bookstore and that she would love to hear from me at a conference. I replied that coincidentally I was going to visit Monterey on Monday, 2 days later, to give a talk at the Hyatt Regency Hotel, and then spend 5 days completely isolated writing an article. I will add that in Monterey no one knew at the moment and that I would call again during the week. I put special emphasis on the fact that I did not want the coverage of any media, because I planned to dedicate myself solely and exclusively to writing and research. I then called my secretary and asked her how it was that no one had answered her calls. He told me that he had mistaken that church for one in Southern California. I arrived in Monterey on Monday, gave my lecture, and as I was about to begin my writing, the phone rang. It was a woman who had a radio show from 3:00 to 4 p.m. daily before the sports commentaries. At the time it was 2:45 in the afternoon and he wanted me to be his guest and show up at the studio in an hour. I asked him how he had found out about my presence in the city and he replied that 9 months ago I had sent him, among many other things, a copy of The Gifts of a Kiss, which he was carrying precisely that morning when I went to the bookstore in church. He continued, "When I was about to pay for my purchases, the cashier saw the book and told me that you were in town, at the Hyatt Regency to complete some papers and carry out an investigation." My heart began to beat faster. "When considering having you as a guest on my show, how about I pick you up around 3 o'clock? I was between a rock and a hard place and tried to excuse myself for not coming. He knew that if he accepted, he would lose an entire afternoon. I could think of nothing more than, "You should have given me some advance notice. I'm here incognito, and no one knew it, except for a lady clerk in a church bookstore. And now I find her call." I stopped a few seconds and I ended up saying, "Okay. Pick me up at the hotel entrance in about 20 minutes. After my talk on the radio show, I went back to the hotel, and suddenly I thought that it was time to stop by that bookstore, which was a few blocks away, and say hello to that lady I had spoken to. Telephone. Upon entering, the first thing he said to me was, "I knew you were coming. Oh, by the way, the program has been wonderful." And he added, "Would you mind signing me a few copies of A Kiss Gifts? We have received a number of calls in this regard." When I got ready to do so, a 6'4" man came into the store with tears in his eyes and asked, "Where can I get a copy of A Kiss's Gifts? I should read it right away." The woman answered without hesitation, "Look, the author is right here. Why don't you come over and say hello?" The man did and hugged me tightly. He was crying uncontrollably and I asked him to explain it to me. "I have been in a state of depression for months, and this morning I decided to end my life. I made all the preparations and went to the park with the radio in tow to listen to the latest comments about the baseball games from there. When I tuned into the station, you began to speak and I became interested in your words, to which I paid more and more attention. You spoke about living life to the fullest and always fighting for it. I heard you mention a kiss and the miracles he gave us. So I decided to read the book that you seemed so in love with, and I began to consider the idea of being grateful for life. And right now I must thank you for all that you have done for me. You have saved my life. As I got out of there, I went to the car, filled with a deep emotion. I was thinking of all the events that had to happen to bring about that situation, which had finally come to fruition. Fate wanted my secretary to make that mistake, for me to make that call myself, to contact the woman who would inform another woman, a stranger to whom I had sent a book 9 months ago, of my presence in Monterey. I was also supposed to go to that radio station, despite my wishes, and that a stranger was supposed to tune into our program while I was waiting for a sports report. Finally I had to feel an irrepressible desire to meet that woman who was the bond of all that happened. What is it about? Are they mere coincidences? Or is it the universe that works perfectly and offers us the opportunity to make decisions within its perfection and complexity? Once again I will bring up Jung's paradoxical comment that we are all protagonists of our own lives and extras in a higher drama. I am inclined to think that the series of events are part of the universal principle called synchrony, a collaboration with destiny, through which we all have the option to decide our future. There is no scientific principle that can currently explain to man the reason for these events. However, no person who is now reading this paragraph will be unable to tell a story that also adds to the mystery. This situation is nothing more than a meeting of thoughts that are actualized in form. If I consider with some perspective all the doubts I had regarding my attendance at the station, they seem totally insignificant to me. Everything was already prepared and the proof is that it happened. It is a free will in a complete universe. Naturally, it is a great paradox, but what is it not when we think of such things? Several years ago, I once drove home in a flood. Visibility through the glass was practically nil. However, I caught a glimpse of a woman hitchhiking next to a car. Obeying an impulse, I stopped and offered to carry her. As he got in, he explained that his car had broken down in the storm, and that he needed to find a phone booth to request help. However, what I did was take her home. When we exchanged our names, Shirley exclaimed in surprise that 2 of her friends had recommended that she talk to me about a number of personal issues. In fact, what he had been told was that our meeting was going to happen very soon. I dropped her off at her apartment, gave her a copy of A Kiss's Gifts, and suggested that she call my wife to talk about her problem conceiving children. My wife is an expert in the field and I had a feeling that if I contacted her, a great friendship could emerge. A few weeks later, Shirley came to our house and brought us a videotape that would give me the direction and the strength to investigate some of the basic principles that are part of my life today. And it was all due to the chance of a meeting in the rain. Shirley had long conversations with my wife about the great importance of being able to visualize herself giving birth to a baby. She reaffirmed that she had the capacity to create such a situation, despite not being married and being 38 years old. 2 years later we received the following letter. Dear Marcy and Wayne. They remind me. The girl who was hitchhiking in the middle of a storm and was rescued by a blue car, driven by a kind person, whose tapes brought up the subject of my health. Well, here I am again in Los Angeles where I have been for almost 2 years. My name is now Shirley Lorenzini since I am married. The vasectomy that my husband underwent has been made reversible and we are about to become parents. Life is wonderful. I include in this letter a photograph of the 2 after the wedding. Joe responds to everything that I longed for. Thank you very much for your belief that he would appear in my life. Wayne, I would love to see you mentioned in my texts and I often quote you in my health discussions. Last week I told the story of our meeting in that torrential rain. That incident was a matter of providence. I often think of him so as not to forget the miracle of the essence of life. Was it myself listening to your tapes that led to the meeting? Did God know that I needed great moral support? And then, you, and Marcy, appeared with your patience and your love, and your willingness to listen to all my dreams and fantasies, assuring me that I would soon become a happy mother and wife. They are both true angels. I hope that in their next magical appearance in Los Angeles they will call me. A big hug for both. Shirley. A great number of wonderful things have happened to me as a result of the help I gave that woman in the storm. Shirley became a catalyst for me, and the two of us represent the same to her, too, on her own journey. My life took a turn and some of the things she was forced to bring me altered my spiritual journey in ways that I could never have imagined. On the other hand, she became one of our best friends and we were able to help her believe in her own power of creation and visualization, which allowed her to overcome all her difficulties and fears and obtain what she wanted so fervently. How can we come to know that a small incident, insignificant in principle, can change the course of our lives? Synchrony is essential for all these forces to come together and produce good results in our lives, but this requires that we say yes to life. A negative answer stops the flow of energy. For this reason we both strongly believe in the importance of a positive attitude. One response in this sense gives way to another, not in a relationship of cause and effect, but as a continuation of the energy found in each one of us and in everything in the universe. You, counting on your mind as a source of thought, which in turn is a source of energy, can change things. A negative response to that intuitive knowledge stops the flow of energy and paralyzes you. But a positive response, an internal decision by which you decide to follow the flow of energy, keeps you on that wonderful path. As human beings we are the very energy of thought, the eternal connection with the divine intelligence that is within, before, and behind the form. Our willingness to say yes in this sense, to be positive, without fear of taking another step after our own intuition, thoughts, gives us the power to create together with that divine intelligence that constitutes our universal essence. We can make decisions in a complete universe and our willingness to say yes in life will allow us to flow with it. The stories surrounding my experience in Monterey and our chance encounter with Shirley are part of a long list that could span many pages. Today they are part of the tapestry of my life. I see them because I believe in them, and the more aware I am of it within myself, the more I practice my conviction. A few months ago I was reading the fascinating novel The Winter Story by Mark Halperin. At the end the author included a short chapter totally independent of the story told. At least I will have read this chapter entitled Nothing is by Chance about 50 times. It has always taken me quite a bit of effort to accept its content. Nowadays I know that this principle fits me perfectly, and in this way I see the only song of which we are a part. With the permission of the author and publisher I reproduce it below. Nothing is by chance, nor will it ever be it a series of days in which the sky presents an unforgettable blue, the most chaotic political acts, the growth of a great city, the crystalline structure of a gem that has never seen the light, the distribution of wealth, the time the milkman knocks on our door, the position of an electron, or the fact of a harsh winter after another that has also been. Even electrons, which are supposed to be models of the unpredictable, are cute little docile creatures that move at the speed of light to the points where they should be. They produce sounds comparable to low whistles that once learned in multiple combinations are as pleasant as the wind blowing through a forest. On the other hand, they always do what they are told to do, and of this fact there is no doubt. And yet there is a wonderful anarchy in the hour when the milkman gets up, the tunnel that the rats choose to hide when the subway passes and the point where a snowflake is going to fall. But what is this all about? If nothing is by chance and everything is predetermined, how is the existence of free will understood? The answer is very simple. Nothing is predetermined, it is determined or it was, or it will be. Everything happens at the same time, in a precise moment, and without the invention of time we cannot understand with a single glance the enormous and detailed canvas that they have given us. And consequently, we examine it linearly, piece by piece. Time, however, can be overcome if we contemplate it from the perspective offered by an observation at a certain distance. The universe is complete and immobile. And everything that was continues to be, and everything that will be is, and so on, and that happens despite its many combinations. Although when we perceive it we imagine that it is in motion and that it is still to be finished, it is not, it is complete and exquisitely beautiful. In the end, every element, no matter how small, is tied and connected to the others. All the rivers go to the sea, those who drift away are led to him, those who are lost are redeemed, the dead come back to life, the radiant days continue, immobile and accessible, and when all this is perceived in a way in which time does not matter, then justice makes an appearance not as something that is going to be, but as something that already is. To what extent may this perspective differ from the one you have held throughout your life? How can everything be synchronized if at first glance we notice a series of events that seem mere products of chance? If you want to see how this can become possible, I suggest you begin your fascinating study of quantum reality by reading Gary Zukav's The Woolly Dance Masters and Fritjof Capper's The Tao of Physics. The two books offer an insight into the new physics and the difficulty science has in providing the necessary evidence that corresponds to the metaphysics that I defend. Here is a small passage from The Woolly Master Dancers. The surprising discovery that awaits newcomers to physics is that the development of quantum mechanics indicates that subatomic particles seem to constantly make decisions. And there are still more. These decisions appear to be the same as those made in other areas. Subatomic particles seem to know immediately the decisions made elsewhere, and those parts can be found as far away as in another galaxy. The philosophical implications of quantum mechanics suggest that everything in the universe, including ourselves, that seem to exist independently, are actually parts of an organic model that encloses everything, parts that never get separated from each other. In my opinion, this is nothing more than an attempt by the scientific world to reach everything that the great spiritual teachers of all time have been revealing to us. Subatomic particles are so tiny that they defy our rational understanding. They, including you, are the essence of the universe, and they do not behave as Newton and other scientists formulated. They do not need to conceive of time as a variable between one point and another. The two particles are at the same moment. Or according to the book The Woolly Dance Masters, a particle can communicate with another that is at a certain distance, with screams, through a television image, gestures, etc., but the process takes a while, even if only thousandths of a second. If the two particles are in different galaxies, it can take centuries to make contact. For a particle to realize that communication is about to take place, it must find the other particle at the other point. And of course, if it is there, it cannot be found here. If it is in both places at the same time, then it is no longer a particle. This means that the particles are related to each other in an intimate and systematic way that matches our definition of the organic. Yes, it is about subatomic particles that are in 2 points at the same time and that reveal all the knowledge that we may have regarding the nature of our existence and that of the universe. After reading about the new discoveries in the field of physics and doubting about a number of questions, it becomes clear that our previous knowledge lacks any validity. Just because we can't see how everything connects doesn't mean it isn't. Everything we know about life is nothing more than an illusion forged by ourselves because of our limited vision. What at first seemed like a set of inanimate objects such as stones, becomes something that is not only as alive as we are, but is also affected by infinitesimal stimuli, just like the human being. The distinction between the animate and the inanimate cannot be established by entering the quantum world and attempting to determine the bond of subatomic particles, which indeed both you and the rest of the universe contain. Physics and metaphysics defend a model of the universe that exceeds our capacity for understanding. The mere fact that we can observe something through our thoughts has an effect on what we are examining, even though we may come to think that we are at some distance. Throughout this short excursion into the world of new physics, we discovered that these subatomic particles are so tiny that if we compare them to an empty 14-story building representing an atom, their size would be equivalent to 1 gram of salt. And remember that a glance through our most powerful microscope reveals millions upon millions of these buildings, no matter how small the object observed. Having explained this point, the question is, can you now believe in the concept of synchrony? If your answer is negative, then the question is, why? The essence of our universe from the perspective of the smallest particles at the subatomic level over the infinity of the void seems to be composed of a systematized and synchronized model of which we are all part. We are all a subatomic particle, here and everywhere, always connected by that model of inspiration and behaving as singular and unique beings, and yet at the same time connected with all other things, like the subatomic particles in an atom, in a molecule, in a cell, in a being, in a universe. It works in sync and perfectly, that is, like us. Coincidences have no place. The study of quantum physics reveals that the tiniest particles function individually in a perfect and mysterious way, and they always work in concert with the rest of the particles wherever in the universe, and at the same moment. No time interval is needed. Consequently, it can be said that it is not difficult to see that we are subject to the same system, that we are part of that choreography that at first seems impossible to synchronize, and that when we make decisions about how to lead our lives, at the same time, and I want to emphasize it at the same time, we also participate in the achievement of the greatest image of all, which is already complete and perfect. Coincidences and the intervention of chance are ruled out. Everything that has happened had to happen, everything that has to happen cannot be stopped. Think about the examples I provided with my friend Shirley Lorenzini and the man at the bookstore in Monterey. Each of the events that I was involved in before everything happened was necessary for me to find myself driving down the highway at the right time or to enter the bookstore at the right time. If things had been different, then it would also have been different and I would have found myself in a different situation. But you now know that only what happened could take place. Thus, although I may believe that my circumstances may have changed, the truth is that things turned out as expected and that there is nothing that puts it in doubt. Believing that we have decision-making power over what is happening is a reason that falls by its own weight. Today I realize both contexts with absolute clarity, and yes, that neither of them excludes the other. Despite the paradox of the following statement, we are all condemned to make decisions, the truth is that this is reality. Just as these subatomic particles can be found in 2 points at the same time and in perfect connection, so can you and I. For example, I know that I am always making decisions, and that each one leads me to another, and I also know that as long as I do not interfere with the flow of energy, I am on the right track. I know that when I say yes to life, I trust my intuition, which I am not able to define, and orient myself towards achieving harmony and love for myself and others, everything is balanced and perfect. I am also aware that I have the power to stand in the way of harmony by acting jarring and aggressive. My ability to think aligns me in a universe in the same way that subatomic particles do, although what we observe through our senses leads us to believe that everything is the work of chance. A deeper and more thoughtful view of what happens reveals that nothing happens by chance, including my own being and all my decisions. From now on you can use what I have just explained to benefit your daily life. Once you know that everything that crosses your path, everything you think and feel, everything you do, is part of the synchrony of the universe and of that very moment in which you live, then you have no alternative but to get rid of all the obstacles that affect your life. You will understand that all the steps you take in your life are in sync. You will be able to stand behind yourself, in your mind, and see the path your form takes. You will not need to feel aggressive towards anyone, and you will become much more receptive to everything around you and everything around you. You can put an end to that infinite analysis of all things, and instead move through life with greater ease, knowing that the divine intelligence that supports your form is working perfectly and that will not change. How else could it be, if not? How can you stop trusting something so immense, so balanced and so perfect, thus preventing you from continuing on your way to infinity? Have full confidence in Him. Do not forget that everything works in perfect harmony. Know that you are part of that perfection and that your actions, intuitions, thoughts, and situations in which you are immersed also participate in it. Once you accept the synchronization of the universe, all coincidences that seemed impossible are admitted with a nod of the head and an inner knowing, and not with an attitude of disbelief. But before you can get this principle to work without restriction, you must remove your old beliefs. Here are a number of reasons that may make it difficult to apply this principle in your life. Examine them carefully to test your will to allow these miracles to be part of your life in sync. Why does it cost to welcome the synchrony? They have taught us not to believe in anything until we see it with our eyes. Not being able to see the synchronicity or experience it directly through the senses, we are skeptical. Western culture has taught us that all mysterious connections are nothing more than random events, and naturally we find it easier to believe in the series of coincidences than in something that escapes our senses. We firmly believe in our independence from the rest of humanity, as well as our individuality. We understand synchrony as a kind of conflict with our need to be unique individuals, separate from the rest of humanity. If all things work in sync and perfectly, then destiny plays an important role in our lives. And if everything is in the hands of destiny, then it turns out that we do not have the capacity to decide, nor do we know how to exercise our free will. A large number of people have great difficulty accepting the concept of free will and a higher intelligence in the universe, which is total and complete. If we believe that one principle excludes another, then we resist welcoming the universal principle of synchrony. The form, and not the thought, is the principle that governs our lives. If we identify ourselves solely with our form and are unable to imagine another dimension of being beyond our form, we will have real difficulties if we wish to follow the principle of synchrony. The world that revolves around the state of non-form does not satisfy us completely, since all of it seems to focus on our faith and almost nothing else. In the case of those who work in the business world, which has facts and profits as its central axis, skepticism about the principle of synchrony is not only understandable but also very common. Although the evidence for synchronicity becomes much more apparent by the day, even in academic, scientific, or business circles. Perhaps this principle of synchronicity conflicts with the education we have received at the religious level. If we have been taught that God protects everything, that He knows about our sins, and that He can punish those who disobey the rules of a certain religious institution, then there is no doubt that belief in a universal intelligence is practically impossible. On the other hand, the idea that everything is perfectly synchronized may not agree with the beliefs according to which man is an imperfect being, and that as such he must spend his life paying for that defect. If we know that we are in a perfect universe and that God is not only outside of us but is also a divine part of us, and that everything is united in perfect harmony, then there is no need to exert any control over us and our lives. If our religious practices teach us anything else, then we are sure to conflict with the principle of synchrony. Finally, it is difficult to understand the greatness of the universe and how it keeps in perfect sync. Try to imagine the behavior of all these tiny subatomic particles, which can reach billions of billions at a single point, and then realize that they all demonstrate their behavior, that they make decisions, and that these are based on another series of decisions that have been reached elsewhere that are beyond our ability to understand. Then imagine that each of us as human beings is nothing more than an energetic system, made up of all those subatomic particles, and think that if they are capable of producing magic according to the behavior marked elsewhere, then there is no reason why we cannot generate it. And that is only a look at what is supposedly more minuscule, taking into account that our analytical devices limit and restrict us. It can be understood, however, that a subatomic particle contains billions of other subatomic particles until it reaches infinity. If we then observe through the telescope, knowing that the universe has no borders, which turns us into subatomic particles in an eternal context, and we try to imagine ourselves acting like these particles, then the experience is truly extraordinary. However, all of this is possible, and even quite probable, definitive, if you give yourself permission to observe from this fabulous perspective. Your resistance may stem from the need to stay attached to the things that are most familiar to you and to leave the speculation to others. Some ideas to put the synchrony into practice. Tell yourself that you don't have to stop being the protagonist of your own drama in life. Nor do you have to stop believing in your ability to make decisions and have free will. All you have to do is accept the paradox that we live both in form and in non-form, and that the rules that govern each of these states are contrary, even though they operate at the same time. If you are aware that you have free will, then you can stop all the anxiety-producing thoughts in your life. When you notice the first symptoms of anxiety, remember that everything is perfect, that you do not change the course of things at all, and that everything that happens contains a great lesson that we can learn. Knowing that everything that happens as planned, that coincidences do not exist and that we are where we should be, doing what we should do, relieves us of tremendous pressure and eliminates our need to be critical and negative. Try to get to the back of your mind and think how wonderful it is to be a part of this living pattern of perfection. See it as a magnificent tapestry in which everyone takes their place and stop speculating about it. With this you will feel revitalized by the effect of the energy coming from someone who is collaborating as an extra in the dream of God, and at the same time creating what you want to happen in that dream. Your respect will allow you to let yourself be carried away by him, instead of criticizing or judging him. Take responsibility for your role in the great drama at all times or in all circumstances. Do not consider that this apparent accident is a consequence of having been in the wrong place at the least convenient time. Think of it as something that you have learned and that you have created. If you know that you have created your own reality within a perfectly synchronized universe, you will refuse to blame anyone or anything for your experiences and will be aware that what you offer the world is returned to you following a perfect energetic blueprint. Then you will begin to realize that luck has changed for you. He will stop considering everything that happens to him as a series of negative accidents since he is eager to learn the lesson that those events hold. And once you learn from your misfortune, you will not have to suffer it again in your life. For example, when you get a traffic ticket and you are aware that it is a message, a signal for you to drive more carefully and at a slower speed, then you have already learned your lesson. If, on the contrary, you persist in complaining about everything, then you will find yourself involved in much more compromising and radical situations. That is, you may continue to drive without heeding the warning until you cause an accident, or your driver's license is withdrawn, etc. If you understand that there are no coincidences, that even the tiniest particles work for a purpose, just like you do, then you can turn your life around. Give it a try. Give yourself a few months to do it. If you want to witness something different, even if it is just a change in your luck, start thinking about something new and I assure you that you will soon notice that everything you believe in is presented in your life. This is how things work in my case and I have no doubt that the same thing can happen to you. Stop worrying. What do you have to worry about in a perfectly synchronized universe? There is no point in worrying about things that you have no control over. And it doesn't make sense for him to worry about those he does have control over, because there is no reason to do so. The moral of the story is summed up in one sentence: there is nothing to worry about. They already take care of doing it for you. Therefore, let yourself be carried away by the current, instead of going against it. Calm your mind to experience the perfect rhythm of the universe. When you act guided by yourself and allow yourself the freedom to be at peace with yourself, without negative criticism, simply meditating and experiencing the unity formed by the whole, very soon you will begin to connect with that energy that I have referred to throughout this book. That state in which the mind is submerged in tranquility will gradually convince you of the perfection of the whole. In moments of meditation I have created what some call miracles. I have entered that incredible light that is part of my meditation, and I have felt myself become pure thought, although I have continued to be aware of my body. When I return to this form it is as if I have recharged myself with incredible energy. I know the dimension beyond form because I am able to experience it at will, and now I invite you to put aside all resistance to that notion and just give yourself a chance. If you are patient with yourself and willing to do anything, then I can assure you that you will get good results. It is no accident that the most enlightened spiritual people have practiced or do practice some kind of daily excursion into transformation or meditation. Surely you too can realize that you are divine enough to participate in this magnificent practice, if for a few minutes a day you are willing to stop identifying solely and exclusively with the form. Take a look at the 3 stages that lead to enlightenment and ask yourself which one you are in. If you are in number 1, and you still need time to pass to discover the great lesson that all your problems hold, then try to find the positive side of the problems at the precise moment that you face them. This means that you must briefly remove the anger and frustration that invade you, and change your attitude. Okay. I have asked for it myself, although I do not know how. What can I learn from him? This exercise will keep you from concentrating on what is missing or what is going wrong, and will get you back on track. If you are in stage number 2, looking for that lesson that is being revealed to you, try to place it out of your mind and mentally imagine its consequences, and later try to eliminate the need for it to manifest itself in form, because that is exactly where suffering takes place. Stop the trauma that can cause a problem by using your mind and let yourself go with your instincts on how to do it, because you already know the results you can get if you persist in going as usual and know that you do not need to go to the bottom. If you are in stage 3, and you are able to overcome or avoid trauma, or at least minimize it by dealing with it mentally, then do not hesitate to help those around you to achieve that same goal. Share that great gift with others and allow them to contemplate the beauty that a transformed being possesses. Discard the idea that invisible connectors are not real. I have already described some of the connectors that work every day in your life. Once you realize that thoughts connect not only thoughts but also form, and that everything without exception in our universe is vibrational energy, you will be able to understand the timing and perfection of the whole. From this inner point of view, you can begin to work on the possibility of creating synchronous events and situations applicable to you. You can use the great power of your mind to focus on health, strengthening your relationships, and maintaining greater inner balance or harmony. You can do it all by focusing on what you want to create, and believing that you can achieve it through the intelligence that supports your form. But above all, you must not forget that your ability to be thought is the vehicle that will lead you to the transformation of your life. Through thought and only thought you can achieve those miracles from which you have fled so much. Trust your intuition or that hunch inside. That intuitive knowledge constitutes your higher consciousness in action, and if you ignore it, then you are returning to the same old topic, to everything that you have been taught throughout your life. If, on the contrary, you fully trust that intuition because you believe that it is the only way forward, then realize that this process responds to any logical analysis of the question that you could coldly carry out. An intuitive inner hunch is a thought. It is something divine. It is you and you are it. Trust her. It is your basic human and divine operating system that is always on alert. If you are fearful or simply prefer someone else to make this decision, then you are preventing the system from working properly and teaching yourself to ignore it. It will not take long for the alert system of thought and intuition to cease to function, and you then begin to function in life following the wishes and requests of others. When you play a game of tennis, you never stop under the guise of pondering the appropriate play. Your form responds at the same time as your thoughts. The more you allow this to happen, the more effective your actions will characterize. Respond automatically according to your intuition and trust the synchronicity of this perfect universe flowing through you. Remember that analysis is a violent intellectual act, crushing thought and sculpting the shape of the universe. When you have to divide something into multiple pieces, what you are actually doing is using your mind to form a series of all of them. It is an act of violence, since it prevents you from contemplating the whole and only concentrates you on the dividing process. You are doing yourself a disservice by metaphysically sculpting yourself, as you shape your relationships, your most common activities. You are just trying to find the meaning behind each piece that makes up your behavior. Remember that synthesis is the opposite of analysis. You have the opportunity to move from analysis to synthesis and at the same time from intellectual violence to intellectual harmony. Synthesizing means putting the whole together and seeing how each piece takes its place. You can observe and become aware of your behavior and that of others through your relationship with the universe, find a way to reach and approach a much more centered whole, and in concomitance, unite in harmony with those who make up the human being. It is very common in Western culture to stop to analyze and think about ourselves, ignoring the rest of the beings that surround us, and even compartmentalize ourselves by sectors, personality, emotions, thoughts, form, physical state, cultural heritage, etc. To overcome the barrier that forms the intellectual violence that prevents us from contemplating the perfect and synchronized whole, we can adopt the process of synthesis, by which we will all see ourselves connected, one with the other, and at the same time serving as connectors. We can also stop thinking about what affects us and move to a new plane, acting from the perspective of serving others. I try to know how we are connected when I read, observe, and act. I refuse to consider myself an enemy of anyone, despite what current politicians say. I think globally of all my intellectual goals. I know that a world that spends $25 million on weapons every minute and allows 40 children to die in the time of 1 minute is a world that spends too much intellectual energy shaping and sculpting the planet and is too determined to prove it different that we can all be. I also know that I can resist the temptation to believe that someone on our planet is separate and different from me. Every time I see other human beings, of another color or other beliefs, from other places, I know that I share something with them. They are aware of what it means to be human, to starve, to love children, to digest food, to have stomach cramps, to think, etc. We all know it and we share it. The more we think about synthesis and less about the avenues of analysis, the more likely we are to put everything together in one set. And naturally we will have a greater chance of ending the obsession of emphasizing what separates us. Remember, every day when you wake up, look at the world and contemplate the millions of flowers that sprout, that everything is the product of God, who has not had the need to use any force. Everything is already done in perfect synthesis. And speaking of flowers, not long ago I was told the story of a bouquet of flowers that turned out to be very special. A couple from New Jersey had a greenhouse next to their house, which was full of flowers, including daffodils, which were very difficult to grow in a greenhouse. One afternoon in January the couple left home to attend their rehearsal in the amateur orchestra in a town near theirs. They thought it would not be a bad idea to take a bouquet of daffodils to give to their colleagues and friends and adorn the place with bright orange, yellow and red colors to add a little warmth to that cold winter evening. When they reached the city, the husband took a rare path that ran along the river. It was snowing and the area seemed uninhabited except for a small spot where you could see the figure of a woman walking alone. They recognized her. She was the mother of their first neighbor. They stopped the vehicle to ask her if she wanted to be taken somewhere. She seemed a bit confused, but finally she told them where she was going and there they led her. When he got out of the car they gave him the bouquet of flowers. After about 3 days they received a note from that lady, thanking them for their offer, the flowers, and telling them how much that gesture had meant to her. She added that she had been a nurse all her life, until her retirement. She did not want to be a burden to her family and so she proposed to throw herself into the river, unless God sent her some sign that he still needed her on earth. That bouquet of flowers had saved her life. How many coincidences were related to this incident? If that couple had not thought of bringing the flowers, if the husband had not driven down a busy road, if they had not stopped next to the old woman as she approached the river, and if she had not understood the bouquet of flowers as a heavenly sign, she would have thrown herself into the waters and her family would have been left without the satisfaction and happiness of caring for her. Let me end this chapter with one last story. It happened to me in February 1959, when I was 19 years old. One cold afternoon I was hitchhiking home from the Patuxent River Air and Naval Station in Lexington Park, Maryland. My brother was coming to visit us and I would have the opportunity to see him after almost 2 years. He had come to a very lonely and isolated spot along a highway in the middle of Pennsylvania. The temperature must have been around 30 degrees below zero and the wind was blowing so hard that I could only hitchhike every 10 minutes, protecting myself from the elements as best I could. It was 3 o'clock in the morning and I saw a sailor pass by who had come from warming up a bit at the gas station. It was too dark to see anything, but since we were both in uniform we exchanged a few words. "Be careful, my friend," the sailor warned me. "Out here the cold is so intense that you can freeze without realizing it." "Thank you," I replied. "I appreciate your interest." And so our brief conversation ended. I tried my luck again, but fortune did not smile at me. After spending 15 minutes on the highway, I went to the gas station to warm up. When I entered I saw the sailor again, who had returned. This time I was able to take a good look at him. It was about my own brother coming home from Norfolk, Virginia to be with all of us. How many imponderables must have occurred for us both to meet in the middle of nowhere, talk to each other in the dark, and share the same circumstances. I do not pretend to answer this question, but I know that coincidences do not exist in a synchronized world that works perfectly. As I have been repeating on numerous occasions, you will only be able to see what you believe in. 7. The forgiveness. To forgive, he must first have accused. To achieve that our life experiences a new awakening is practically impossible, unless in our lives we apply the universal principle of forgiveness. I have decided to include a chapter on forgiveness because I know that the inability to exercise it on the part of many people is the cause of the sufferings of many others. Having been able to work with a large number of human beings throughout these years, I have come to the conclusion that the absence of forgiveness is equivalent to remaining a prisoner of a life that does not know awakening. This principle is as important as all the ones we have previously examined. We can never fully awaken and fully live an enlightened existence if we believe we are restricted by form. As I have already pointed out, abundance and enlightenment go hand in hand. If we want to reach a new awakening, we must overcome our bodies, learn to separate ourselves from them and tune in more precisely with the true synchrony of the universe. But if we have not learned the meaning of forgiveness, then we have no choice but to master the rest of the principles and become prisoners. The feeling of forgiveness is about understanding and applying everything that you have read throughout this book. Forgiveness is the last test that a person willing to achieve an enlightened life must undergo. In the presentation of this book I included a story about visiting my father's grave in 1974. That story is without a doubt a story of forgiveness. And that act was the catalyst that launched me into a new life full of abundance and love. I think it was the freest and most beautiful act I have ever done. Once I let go of the hatred and anger that I had stored over so many years, I found an interior space that allowed me to be totally receptive to a new way of living and perceiving the world. That new vision, devoid of judgment and hatred, was the trigger for my life. If you wish to follow the path of higher consciousness, you must take a look at your own disposition regarding forgiveness. Most of us don't tend to excel at this point. We depend on our criticism and we are objects of hatred. We have no problem blaming others for all the setbacks and barriers that life may have for us. Forgiveness, and now I'm referring to true full and complete forgiveness, requires a big change on your part. And again we return to the usual theme, to the very essence of the universe and of our existence, that is, to our thinking. We cannot forget and stop understanding how the universe works and how we are a part of it. The universe does not forgive because it does not accuse. Life consists of a series of events, which we have created and which attract us. The universe is also a series of events, which happen at the expense of our opinions about them. It is like that, and it works perfectly. The stars are where they should be. Each snowflake falls at the point that has been predicted. The temperature that is recorded in a day is none other than what it should be. In fact, each of the numbers that appear on a barometer constitutes the judgment that you can make at certain times. Storms, currents, droughts, the situation of rivers and mountains, the orbit of the planet respond to an already established plan. The universe is presented to us in all its perfection. He has nothing to forgive because he has nothing to judge and no one to accuse. When we understand that we are the ones who create everything we need for our existence, we are in a position to know that all the hatred and anger that we experience towards others is also the product of our creation. We have even created people with the purpose of accusing them of our mistakes. Our need for forgiveness is undoubtedly the result of a distorted perception on a large scale. Believing that others should not have treated us as they did could not be more absurd. The universe always works as it is expected to, and therefore all the things that comprise it, even those that we consider wrong, inadequate, cruel, and painful, have to be accepted. Our desire to improve them is also part of that perfect universe. How could it be that others have treated us the way they did? Instead of feeling hurt and angry about the treatment we received, we need to learn to look at the facts from another perspective. The others did what was theirs, according to the conditions of their lives. The rest of the things we carry on our backs belong entirely to us. Everything is ours. If, for example, it is hate and criticism, that is the burden that we have decided to carry, and that is what we will have to offer to others. By judging all the people who have allegedly harmed you in your life, you have given them full control of your life. Learning to forgive involves learning to correct the wrong perception that has been created in your thinking. Once your ideas are clear, you will take full responsibility for your actions, including how you are treated, and it will reach a point where you will stop practicing forgiveness. You will have corrected all your misconceptions, thus eliminating the causes of your dissatisfaction, which is what, as I have already stated, creates the need to forgive. Understanding these thought distortions will lead you to practice forgiveness and ultimately to feel free from the need to forgive. Free yourself from blaming others, the feeling of vengeance, and the need for trials. I think that the place I occupy now is due to the fact that I have let go of those three practices that can be so destructive. When I no longer had a trace of those three reactions, the principle of forgiveness joined them, and I felt empowered to live naturally and unhindered. Now that I live without them, forgiveness no longer exists for me, except in those cases where I need to share it with beings who suffer from being carried away by their own thoughts. If we do not change our attitude, then we have no alternative, and we must count on forgiveness. When passing the limits of this type of thinking, forgiveness no longer makes sense. The accusation. If we are unable to forgive those who we believe have wronged us, we need to examine the decision we have made in blaming them for what has happened to us. Blaming others is very common in our culture and usually leads us to lose control of our lives. The large number of lawsuits in which our society is involved demonstrates the unwillingness of people to assume all the responsibility that their life entails. Rather than act in this sense, they prefer to go to court and sue those around them, regardless of whether they themselves have been negligent or are accusing an innocent of their own faults. Advertisements offering all kinds of legal help proclaim the following: "You are not at fault, despite circumstances saying otherwise. Now is the time for you to sue them for the damages they have caused you." This is undoubtedly an evident proof of that attitude of accusing others that characterizes us so much. The more you try to exercise it in your life, the more difficult it will be to practice forgiveness. You must be completely honest with yourself if you really want to get rid of any need to accuse. To begin, you must take responsibility for everything that you are currently in your life. Say to yourself, for example, "I am the sum total of my decisions." Your cultural background can make this acceptance process difficult for you. You may prefer to say, "I couldn't help it," or "it was someone else's fault," or "I was in the wrong place at the wrong time," or "my misfortune is due to my family environment," or whatever other excuse is available. Happens to him. Get rid of all that and look at your life from another perspective. What has happened to you is but a lesson for which you should be deeply grateful. All the people who were involved in your life were like teachers, regardless of how much you hated or criticized them. The truth is that coincidences do not exist. Everything works and happens as it should. And there is more than that. All of these situations, including those from your childhood, contain great lessons from which you should make the most of and are no doubt now blocked by feelings of hatred and accusation towards others. Assess how well you can resist the principle of taking full responsibility for your life and accepting that coincidences do not exist in a perfect universe. Let yourself be carried away by this logic. Maybe someone has hurt you in the past. You feel hurt and very angry, and surely that initial anger has turned into hatred. That is his hatred and it accompanies him everywhere. You own it. It is your property. It is you and you are it. Hate is thought and never leaves you. You have allowed them not only to hurt you once, but also to let them continue to bother you by controlling your inner life. Hatred has infected his life while the other person is in his own way doing what he knows how to do, despite his misfortune. The absurdity of blaming others lies in the fact that it means giving our control to those around us. We become prisoners with no hope of being able to achieve a better awakening and happiness for our lives. This is how blaming others works. Now we can realize the consequences it can bring us and how futile and destructive such activity can be. As long as we persist in blaming those around us for how we feel, we will have to wait until they change before we can come out of that state of immobility. Forgiveness is an effective weapon to overcome the negative effects of blaming others. If we get forgiveness for everything and everyone around us, there will no longer be a need for him. Ironically, we will have no need to forgive anyone else, and here is the gist of this chapter. Forgiveness involves modifying your misperceptions. By forgiving another person for something they have done to us, what we are saying is, you no longer have the power to control who I am, what I think and how I behave in the future. Now I am solely responsible for everything. Consequently, we will no longer have anything to forgive since we will be the creators of our own reality through the way we process the behavior of others. If we choose to blame everyone around us, we will hurt ourselves. On the other hand, we can also eliminate the hatred that we are generating and feel like free beings. By modifying our perception of the pains and sufferings that we suffer in life and realizing that we ourselves have created what we needed for this dream, including the heartless with whom we have faced, we no longer need to blame anyone for anything. This constitutes a much freer state than you have surely ever imagined. To be totally free and have no need to accuse anyone and at the same time be able to take charge of your own life, a lot of discipline is required. It is a discipline based on love for oneself and not on contempt for who we are. By loving ourselves, we prevent others from controlling our emotions. Forgiveness is a means to an end. Leaning towards this option produces an automatic reaction with respect to those who treat us with contempt, and consequently forgiveness becomes unnecessary. Forgiveness is an act of self-love, not selfless and holy behavior. It allows us to control our inner life and our thoughts. Knowing that nothing happens by chance, and that everything in life has a purpose, even people who seem to occupy positions so different from ours and so destructive, leads us to accept these coincidences and those soulless as if they were events loaded with meaning and importance for us. I can assure you that once you no longer need to take advantage of the lessons these negative facts offer, you will never have to endure them again. If you need to practice forgiveness, then you will have plenty of opportunities to do so. If your reaction is based on hatred, anger, and defiance towards those people, then they will continue to appear in your life. In my case, I have already gotten rid of all that. I look for the goodness in each and every one of the people, and I take responsibility for everything, without exception, what happens to me along my path. Consequently, I have come to see what I believe, many times. You are also seeing what you believe, and if, for example, what constitutes your being is hatred, that is naturally what you believe in, and of course what you ultimately see. The revenge. Living in a world that approves of hatred and revenge. It is a world in which people are normally at odds with each other. The fight is our weapon in disagreement. War is incumbent upon countries whose inhabitants are not at peace with themselves either. They think of wars as a solution to their human problems. They are wars on property, drugs, illiteracy, and hunger. We pray for those who can grant forgiveness, we stand up for love, and we respect great spiritual teachers for their teachings, but when it comes to putting forgiveness into practice, we opt for revenge and war. The firearms in Bethlehem on Christmas Day and also in Jerusalem on Easter Sunday remind us with regret that we often talk a lot about forgiveness without paying attention to who we crucify at that time. Revenge is the staging of thoughts that seek to accuse others of our actions. Everything is in the mind and revenge is expressed through form. Revenge immobilizes those who choose it as a way of life and violates the most sacred sacrament that says, "You shall not kill." Yet we kill, and we do it on a grand scale, building weapons so powerful that they can raze and destroy entire cities in minutes. Although this is part of the perfect way of working things, we must think that the desire to put an end to them is also included in that operation. Therefore, as the violence intensifies and continues, we must ask ourselves, what is the lesson that all of us, as beings that make up the body called humanity, must learn from this situation? Our own existence and that of future generations depend on your answer. Every day more news reaches us about people injured, murdered, raped, mutilated and robbed, and we know that there is a desire for revenge against the aggressors. The families of the victims are full of hatred and are only motivated by revenge. Hatred grows as demands for punishment equal to what their loved ones have suffered grow. However, even if the sentence is carried out, the victims of these acts continue to feel pain and hatred. They have poisoned their souls with endemic rage and they do not know how to continue their life without pain. They are victims not only of the criminal but also of the thirst for revenge. I remember a case that Earl Nightingale told me once. The importance attached to forgiveness in that story left me deeply impressed. The daughter of a woman was murdered. The mother, who was consumed by the desire for revenge for 18 years, could not satisfy it because the death penalty had been prohibited in the state where the murderer was sentenced. In all that time the mother was unable to live satisfactorily. He went to many places for help. She finally got rid of her unhappiness only by forgiving her daughter's murderer. After doing so, the woman described the experience as an act of spiritual love for herself, her daughter and the murderer. The mere fact of blaming others for the condition that our life has only leads to anger. There are many people who respond to the world with an angry attitude believing that it is the best they can do. To such an extent anger constitutes one of the many feelings, thoughts, that we human beings have. Not feeling it would be as weird as the clouds disappearing from the sky. The problem appears when we depend on anger because we have wanted it or because we have been induced to do so, and we cannot get rid of the need to blame others, to take revenge or to pass judgment. I am against those who beat a child pretending to teach him that this is what he should not do to his peers, and I do not believe that such manifestation of anger is in any way a therapeutic measure. I recommend that you be kind to yourself and that you love yourself despite the response that other beings who also make up the universe give you. Try not to depend on any belief that others should not be the way they are, but understand that they are working their own way, and that your opinion does not count at all. Fill yourself with love especially for those who you think have caused you the most harm, which is precisely what all the spiritual guides have taught, and see if you are still invaded by anger and the desire for revenge. This can be difficult if you pretend that the world is not the way it is. If you are able to accept even what you dislike and send love where your hatred had previously directed, you will no longer feel the need to conceive any more anger-fueled thoughts. You don't have to catch up with your opponent. It will be stronger than hatred itself and will be able to immobilize it with its thoughts. When you teach yourself to be a harmonious series of thoughts, anger will no longer be an option to count on. Once you put an end to that need to accuse others and begin to take responsibility for your inner world, the anger will also disappear. You also do not want to be in control of the lives of those who, according to you, have wronged you. Through forgiveness you will find peace and from then on you will be on the path to enlightenment. If a sufficient number of individuals understood the principle of forgiveness and applied it in their lives, surely one day we could all influence the rest of humanity with this measure and attitude. Young people today are dying for a cause, to avenge their ancestors. They fight in the Holy Land, where Jesus preached the principle of forgiveness. The war is not perpetuated. What is demonstrated by this? What does it lead to? To peace? No, that never. The defeated respond with vengeance and the number of victims increases. You can contribute to change if you learn the lesson of the principle of forgiveness and know how to overcome hatred and restore peace. Forgiving is not an act of the weak, quite the opposite. It is an act that shows a singular gallantry and great courage. The struggle weakens each and every one of those who are part of it. Everything you are faced with ends up sapping your strength. St. Paul had already said it in Romans 1221, "Do not allow yourself to be overcome by evil, but first try to defeat evil with good." All you have to do is forgive, and never indulge in modes of behavior that lead to your own contempt. An old Chinese proverb says, "He who seeks revenge must dig two graves." The trial. You can let go of the desire to blame others and eliminate it from your life forever. But the best thing you can do with the trial is to reduce the number of those you issue. Judgment means seeing the world from your point of view, and not as it already is. It is impossible to eliminate all judgments because every thought contains some. If I mention to you that it is a magnificent day, I am passing judgment. If we evaluate someone or some action, we are also making judgments. Thus, it can be concluded that the only way to eliminate all judgments would be to stop thinking, which is absurd. But what you can do is reduce the number of negative reviews, which is a type of forgiveness that will undoubtedly help you improve your quality of life considerably. The first thing to remember is that judgments cannot alter anything or anyone who is part of the universe. The mere fact that you dislike a person will not make them change. And once again let me remind you that when you pass judgment on someone, what you are doing is defining yourself. Your reviews speak of you. They describe what you like and what you don't like. They do not define the person being judged at all, because that person is already defined by their own thoughts and actions. Once you recognize this fact, then you will begin to substitute your tendency to judge for acceptance, and this is what is known as forgiveness in action. By accepting others, you no longer need to experience the pain that comes with judging them. When someone behaves in a way that you find unpleasant, you need to understand that your pain, anger, fear, or other strong reaction is nothing more than the consequence of what you have decided about that person. If you feel incapable or unwilling to be aware of that emotion, then all attention must be paid to your own being. That person's behavior has collided with something unfinished or unrecognized in their life. The pain at the behavior of this person corresponds to his way of avoiding something that exists inside him. This distinction is very significant. Your thoughts about the behavior of others belong to you. And you are the one who bears the burden of the results of those thoughts. If you are one of those who do not judge those around you but tend to accept them as they are and behave along your own path, thus eliminating the need to be disturbed by any of them, then you have put the principle into practice of forgiveness. Forgiveness, as I have explained before, consists of correcting our misconceptions. You really have nothing to forgive other than yourself for judging or blaming someone. These three elements, blaming others, the desire for revenge and the issuance of judgments, are milestones deeply established in man. They thrive in their culture that prides itself on blaming its members for what happens and suing many in the name of justice. It is the result of having kept in our minds thoughts of revenge since we were children, justifying them as something indicated, patriotic, or simply fair. However, this behavior is totally harmful and irresponsible, not to say that it lacks enlightenment. And of course it's pretty stupid. When you are caught up in this type of behavior, remember that ultimately you are the victim. You are allowing those around you to control your life, and despite the many excuses you may find, you are still a slave to the whims of your fellow men. Or in Maslow's words, there is no such thing as a well-adjusted slave. Such behavior also prevents you from experiencing a new awakening. It is impossible for you to acquire a sense of purpose for which you are destined and to live a life in harmony and balance if at the same time you allow someone else to dictate your own thoughts and actions. You will never achieve your goal, or live a spiritual and love-based existence, if you persist in blaming others, judging them, and motivated by revenge. Enlightenment requires that you take full responsibility for your life. Responsibility means responding with your ability or ability. Obviously, this is impossible if hatred, the desire to blame others and the desire for revenge dominate you. Take a look at the lives of the most historically admired people. They are the ones who burned with revenge and provoked wars, killing indiscriminately, destroying everything that stood in their way, always in the name of others' guilt and anger. How can a person contribute positively and tune into the power of love if he is only concerned with revenge? No way. It is impossible. Listen to the words of those you admire so much, and instead of labeling yourself Christian, Jewish, Muslim, Buddhist, try to commit yourself to being like Christ, God, Buddha, or Muhammad. We and the rest of the beings that make up the world will live much better if this happens and we begin to apply the principle of forgiveness on a daily basis, instead of everything remaining in words, as it happens in the church. We return to our daily lives to build more guns, sue our neighbors and judge those who are far away. The forgiveness. One of the most memorable covers I can remember from a national magazine appeared several years ago. It was a photograph of Pope John Paul II, seated before the man who had tried to assassinate him. That portrait of forgiveness made a dent in me. People whom we consider holy, spiritual or models of decency, are able to forgive without any difficulty. They do not cloud their conscience with thoughts generated in anger, hatred, or revenge towards those who have tried to harm them. Instead, they provide us with a model of forgiveness so that we can use it in our daily lives. Perhaps the figure of Christ forgiving those who are torturing and killing him is the best legacy of the great teacher. Father, forgive them because they do not know what they are doing. This is the essence of Christianity, and yet very few are able to live by these words. It is important that each and every one of us consider its meaning. They don't know what they are doing. People who harm their fellow men do not know what they are doing either. They bring out their own hatred, anger, or revenge. What they direct towards others says nothing about them. Yet I know that it speaks powerfully of them. Remember that the people who have been irritating to you did not really know what they were doing. Why, you must be wondering now. Because they were and are unable to see that we are all connected. They live in separation. They are considered isolated. They are like the cancer cell in that body that has lost all reference to the whole. Being composed of imbalance, they act with respect to the rest of human beings in the same way that the cancer cell destroys its neighbor, and ends up killing the whole body. Surely you would not blame such a cell for being what it is. It is not like this. Surely he would wait for the outcome to which it always leads. The same is true of those who behave in a way that we dislike. They do not know what they do to others, because they have lost all sense of reference with respect to themselves, and they send all their imbalance to others because that is the only thing they have to give. Hating them for their attitude would be like hating the moss that grows on the tree and makes it look ugly. Moss can only act as moss, and regardless of your opinion of it, it will continue to do the only thing it knows how to do. Victims also act according to what they know, and the only way to help them not to behave in this way is to make sure that this lack of harmony becomes acceptance and love for oneself, since this way they will finally be able to give it all to others. By this I do not mean that the victims have no reason to want to retaliate. But now I am speaking to you and not to the assailant. If you have the conviction of being separate and different from other human beings, compassion for others is practically impossible. Only when you know that you are connected to your peers, even those who behave in an inappropriate way, can you affirm that you have a point of reference with respect to being called human being. Through this new knowledge comes the capacity for forgiveness, which is precisely what the great spiritual teachers speak of, considering it the basic principle of life. They know that those who send their hatred to their peers only act from the place they occupy and counting only on what they have been able to think up to then. The enlightened person is sure of his own divinity and does not negatively judge the actions of others. Forgiveness is undoubtedly the greatest achievement of man, because it shows that enlightenment has already come into play. It shows that one is in harmony with the universe, that is, with the energy of love. It is the ability to offer and give love even in the worst circumstances. Our role models remind us that people who choose the path of evil do not know what they are doing. Because we cannot give what we do not have, and naturally we only offer what we have. If we move out of hatred or pain, that is all we have. It is impossible for a person full of love to act out of hatred. For this reason, it can be said that once you are fully awake, your ability to grant forgiveness will automatically be transmitted to you. Mark Twain wrote it in beautiful words, "Forgiveness is the fragrance given off by the violet on the heel that has crushed it." Without a doubt, it is a great image that is worth not forgetting while you are on your journey through the universal principle of forgiveness. My own journey to forgiveness. When I stood in front of my father's grave in 1979, I was not aware of the changes and challenges that awaited me, but I did know that I was participating in a very intense drama. When I spoke to my father, with tears in my eyes, I noticed that something was changing for me, and when I left for Mississippi, I knew that I had become another man. He knew that somehow he had gotten there. Forgiveness, that is, correcting my misconceptions as to why I had been carrying that burden for so many years, I freed myself from doing all the things that I was supposed to do. I created a life full of emotions, abundance in every sense of the word and love for what I did not know before. I began to write, to speak in public, to record tapes and to make myself known through the media. He appeared regularly on national television and spoke in front of numerous audiences, at the same time making much more money than he ever imagined. And there came a day when I got something in the mail that was going to put my brand new ecstasy to the test. It was a certified letter notifying me that I had been sued. Although I knew it meant nothing, for a few moments I was astonished. Never in my life had anyone threatened me with anything like that, and on the other hand, I thought I didn't know any lawyer. After spending thousands of dollars and spending 2 years in legal battles, I came to the conclusion that I had returned to my old ways, my old ideas and desire for revenge. The anger I was feeling was tearing me apart. I was not eating enough. I lost a lot of weight. I was fatal and anger kept taking hold of me. I felt like a victim. I constantly asked myself the same question, why is all this happening to me? Why isn't it disappearing from my sight? One afternoon, after having told in a talk the story of the forgiveness that I granted my father, a small light went on in my head. I understood that the key was in forgiveness and not in hatred or anger. At that point I was no longer concerned with demand in the least. That night I slept better than ever. I thought of the people who had sued me and sent them all my forgiveness. The next morning I completed my act of forgiveness. I refused to continue participating in this absurd process. I thought of all the problems that would get me and the people it would affect. I opened the doors of my heart wide and stopped all those negative thoughts that flowed through my brain. That same morning I sent them a bouquet of flowers and a series of books for them to read. I notified my lawyer that I was going to bear all court costs and fees that I had incurred thus far and asked him to stay out of the way and not pursue the case. My thoughts, which at first had been of rage, were invaded by love. I knew that I could only face any unforeseen event and that things would go very well for me. 3 days later I received a note from the plaintiff's attorney informing me that they had dropped the case and apologizing for all the trouble they had caused me. They had signed their resignation. It was all over. After spending thousands of dollars and living a nightmare for 2 years, I fully learned the lesson of forgiveness that I had already begun to understand in Biloxi long ago. I felt compelled to recreate a miserable existence to understand the entire content of the message, and everything that I spent and what I went through, I now know that it was for a powerful reason. Teach me the lesson of love over hate and make sure I wouldn't forget it. The only answer to hate is love, everything else will only harm you. I am not sorry for anything that happened to me. The moment I went from anger to forgiveness, everything came to an end. I was free in just an instant, and the rest just happened in form. After that run-in with justice, I swore to myself that I was going to put forgiveness into practice. I got in touch with everyone in my life for whom I had felt some hostility or annoyance. I decided to remove the old rough edges through forgiveness. I wanted to be very sure that if I died at that precise moment, there would be no person left on the planet who would hold a grudge against me without my having tried to make amends, despite knowing that I was not the culprit of it. Aren't we all like that? There were a few people I had loaned money to and they weren't thinking of giving it back. I had not spoken to them for several years and these outstanding debts had spoiled our relationship. To all of them I sent copies of my autographed books, some tapes that I had prepared and a note wishing them the best of luck, offering them all my love and the hope that they were in perfect health. At no time did I mention the debt. I had decided that nothing would happen if they didn't pay me. And not only did I forgive them, but I also sent them all my love. I have promised to forgive no matter how small the reason. It only took me a few hours to settle that case. I had no enemy left. I couldn't direct my hatred at anyone on the planet. I couldn't blame any member of my family for what happened years ago. Not some of my colleagues or bosses with whom I had disagreed. I had gotten on the train of forgiveness and the journey was wonderful. Everything worked out perfectly. My relationship with those people was pristine, and not only did I find myself sending love but also receiving it. I managed to collect some of my debts, and although others were never paid, it does not matter. I love all of these people the same way, and now at the time of writing this book I can't think of any person I hold a grudge against. On the other hand, now I know that I have no one to forgive and that I never did. What happened is that I corrected my misconception of assuming that others were the cause of my dissatisfaction. Paradoxically, through the act of forgiveness, I have reached a point where forgiveness is totally unnecessary for me. I have learned to accept my fellow men as they are, and I have never pretended to love something that I do not really love. Now I am also aware that I no longer need those emotional and immobilizing reactions that used to accompany me in my encounters with those people that I disliked. Consequently, acceptance has allowed me to see them for what they really are and where they occupy, and not forget that the same is true in my own case. Any hostile or negative reaction, as a result of others, now allows me to see where I am or am not and no longer requires my forgiveness. I have reached a point where I no longer need to forgive, through forgiveness, and forgiveness is worth it. Another paradox, of the many that I have been pointing out throughout this book. Forgiveness in action. It is obvious to me, and I suppose you too, that we resist forgiveness and prefer to blame others. We seek revenge everywhere since we live in a world that practices it in all its corners. We discover that forgiveness is a positive principle when we read the Holy Scriptures, and yet it is very difficult for us to live by it because it supposes weakening the need to measure ourselves with the other and thus obtain a good result on the scoreboard. We also do not know how to realize that the person who carries a load of anger or hatred does not feel qualified to forgive. The first sentence that comes out of our lips when we learn that an absolutely reprehensible act of violence has been committed is usually, "I hope they kill the bastard who did it." When someone annoys or attacks us, we usually think, "Now it's my turn," or "I'll give them what they deserve." Putting the act of forgiveness into action will lead you to accept the other 6 universal principles in your life. The part of forgiveness will appear automatically when you cross the threshold, that is, when you accept your personal transformation and honor the intelligence that is behind your form and other forms. When you use the power of thought to be in harmony instead of facing the flow of energy that constitutes the universe, when he stops sculpting his own world and lives in unity with all human beings, knowing that we are all connected by that divine intelligence, even with those who do not act or think as we would like, When you understand that everything you think about ends up expanding and you focus on what you love and what makes you show appreciation, when you free yourself from all ties and begin to live fully, when he is aware of the synchronicity that unites all things, and of the perfect functioning of this single song. As you begin to live in this way, to think in this sense, and to allow others to do so as well, forgiveness comes automatically. In its interior there will be no place for imbalance or hatred. Forgiveness will appear as naturally and automatically as a pirouette by Nureyev after hours and hours of practice, or as an exercise by Isaiah Thomas. No one can explain how these two geniuses produce miracles. They do it guided by intuition and after countless hours of practice. Forgiveness is equivalent to your job. After you have practiced the lesson in higher consciousness, you will realize that forgiveness is the universal principle that is most easily applied in your daily life. It will happen automatically. If this event does not occur as I have described at this time, then it is up to you to practice in other aspects of your life. Do not regret feeling still unable to grant forgiveness. What you must do is live according to the principles of higher consciousness, and before too long you will be aware of its existence, without any effort. When you observe others practicing acts that are the product of anger, hatred, and revenge, do not take them into consideration, forgive them and help them change what they have chosen, since it does not benefit them or the rest of the people. You will begin to dedicate yourself to helping those around you, eliminating your vindictive and spiteful thoughts, and then you will realize that this is what has happened to you in your own case. It would be something like a flight with the autopilot on, reacting with your thoughts in the same way that you would if it were automated, without being aware that you are thinking, since you have already done it many times. But until that act of forgiveness takes shape, you can speed up the process by following what I present below. Giving is the key to forgiveness. This is one of the greatest lessons I have learned in my life. If you can understand it without cynicism, then you will realize that forgiveness is a way of life for you. Giving is the answer to the question, why am I here? Because you cannot own everything and all your ties keep you away from abundance, then you only have to give yourself and offer all the things that are in your life. Most of us like to accumulate objects. And we forget that we also need to put them into circulation. The desire to possess sometimes leads us to relationships based on anger, even with strangers, since we are on guard as soon as we imagine that something that belongs to us is in danger of disappearing from our hands. Do not forget that it is impossible to create or generate hatred or bitterness in others if your primary goal is to be a generous person who gives openly. Forgiveness will appear automatically when you let go of the need to achieve something and focus on your desire to open up to others. The irony is that the less you obsess over what you can get, the more willing you are to give, and the more you seem to achieve. Remember that everything you think about expands. So if you want to get as much as you can and beat your neighbor in that contest, you will find yourself constantly thinking about it, worrying, and probably disappointed. His thoughts focus on the dishonesty of his neighbor and the callousness of the world to which he belongs. And that is precisely what he will be able to expand in his life, because that is precisely what he thinks about. Consequently, he will feel a greater fear of losing him, that he will suffer some deception, and he will ensure him to be forewarned, and he will pay lawyers to protect him. In a word, he will surround himself with adversaries. You will put yourself in an opposite situation with respect to whom you know. And surely that will continue to expand. Now get ready to take a look at the other point of view on your life. Your thoughts, have changed perspective. You are not thinking about your own fees, your purchases, your financial situation. He is giving everything he has inside. That is, harmony and acceptance. Since you don't expect to get anything from anyone, you have nothing to fear. Suppose someone enters your life with the purpose of deceiving you, and that person realizes that you are a being who cares about you and takes you into consideration. The probability of cheating will be reduced to zero. The search for harmony and cooperation and dedication to others usually leads to the same treatment. You will not attract any enemy because you are not occupying a position of confrontation with anyone, despite what others do. Giving is the key to creating relationships in which forgiveness has no place. And this is what really works. Do not separate from me until I have fully explained myself and contain that skepticism that may be invading you right now. Of course, I know that some people do not act honestly in this world. I know that crimes are committed on a daily basis. I know the desire of many people in favor of more prisons and to put those people in the shade forever. But that doesn't work. We have doubled and quadrupled the number of prisons in the last decade and the prison population is still excessive. We will find the solution by discovering why so many people want to steal from others, and correcting the way they understand the world. By raising our consciences we take an important step on this journey. I have found that the fastest way to disarm someone who focuses solely on what he can get out of me is to get to know him and let him know that my way of life is far from his. I recently bought a car and after making the payment I realized that they had added an extra $200 to the purchase price. I did not realize this detail until I returned home and checked the documents. It was a wonderful opportunity for me to practice what I had written about in that book. A few years ago I probably would have gotten angry and confronted the salesperson. This time, however, it did not. I simply chose to call him and gave him my opinion on what happened, and told him that I believed that he had not acted with complete honesty. I also got to talk to the owner of the store and again expressed my point of view on the matter without an iota of anger or hatred showing on my part. The man apologized and told me that he was very sorry that he could not return the money since we had already signed the purchase papers and after all a deal was a deal. I replied that I did not deserve any respect for the trade that I practiced and I left. I didn't need to forgive him since anger had never invaded me. I promised myself that next time, before signing any contract, I would examine it more closely. And so the story ended, until 10 days later the following letter arrived. Dear Wayne, after the conversation we had over the phone, I have decided to return the $200 he was claiming from me. I think this was all just a misunderstanding and I am not trying to mislead you. However, we do care about the positive feedback from our customers and I hope this return shows it. If I can be of service to you in any other way, please contact me. Thank you. I donated the money they sent me to the cause of ending world hunger, and 5 days later I received a check for about $1,000 in copyright on something I had written 15 years ago. I gave about $600 to relatives and 6 days later, I received another check for about $6,300 from Mexico, for something I had done many years ago. In my case, I have no choice but to believe again that what water brings, water carries. You are aware that a series of principles that already work within you keep you alive and well, such as salivation, digestion, excretion, and so on. You should also know that the principles of abundance, synchrony, independence, and unity work in the universe. All you have to do is tune into them and let them work within you just like those who maintain their physical perfection do. If you are in harmony with yourself, you will want to share that satisfaction with others and this will become the central axis of your life. Since you are energy and everything that makes up the universe is energy, all you need to do is make sure that energy does not stop circulating. There should be no barriers, just the free flow of energy. When you send it abroad, it will return to you. Remember that you must give for the mere fact of giving, without expecting anything in return and allow the energy flow to work without any impediment, so that very soon it begins to apply in your life. If you are in doubt about this principle, it probably won't work for you. Your own doubt is the blockage I referred to earlier. All the people I know who have undergone this test eventually find that this principle works perfectly in their lives. In my case, I just know it's true. And for this reason I rarely meet people who want to take advantage of me and deceive me. When it happens, I act out of love rather than hatred, realizing that they can't experience it because they just strive to achieve it and offer nothing in return. The quality of their lives is affected by their thoughts regarding scarcity and obtaining material objects, believing on the other hand that they will never have enough. I believe that I will always have what is necessary, despite the circumstances in which I am involved. Consequently, I can give, and I know that everything comes back to me in one way or another, almost magical. I keep everything in circulation, since I do not want to depend on any object. What happens is that nobody simply steals anything from me. I realized this fact when I started giving away copies of Akissa's gifts. The more I gave, the better I felt and the more abundance filled my life. I realized that giving and receiving were exactly the same. There was no difference between the two actions. All the gifts I offered brought me something in return. And I modified my behavior as I applied this principle. Becoming a philanthropist was not part of any conscious choice. I still find it difficult to respond to those who want to know what they can give. All I did was respond automatically to all the modifications in my mind. The act of giving to others was very enriching for my life. One night, while I was meditating, I saw that we are only what we give, and that love is the most important thing that can be given, in all circumstances. Still, however, I have great difficulty in stopping my anger when I observe the inhumanity in one man in relation to another. The photograph in a newspaper of a young and angry man who has murdered two innocent people is a difficult test to overcome. Sometimes I take a look at that photo and I ask myself, would this being also be able to give love to him? I try to imagine that person as if he were a baby, to see his innocence and the fact that, despite everything, he also deserves love. It takes a lot to reach this point, especially if you or someone you loved has been the victim of an assault. Remember that every judgment we make about a person does not define them, since they are already defined by their own thoughts and actions. Joel Goldsmith wrote in parentheses in eternity. To love our neighbors as ourselves is to grant our neighbor the same recognition of saint that we give ourselves, despite circumstantial appearances. That neighbor may be the woman who has committed adultery or the thief on the cross, but we have nothing to do with all this. Ours must consist of loving our fellow men knowing their own nature, just as we are loved when ours is also known, despite what temporal appearances may represent. We can start by offering love and understanding to that part of ourselves that struggles with pain, grief, and anger. We can occupy that place for the good of ourselves. We are capable of being part of that universal energy, that higher consciousness, that holiness that exists in each and every one of us, and of giving even to those who harm us, because that is what we keep inside. It exists in all of us. It is love and it can appear if we wish. Giving as much as one can without expecting anything in return is a great step in achieving abundance in our lives and overcoming the need to forgive. Paradoxically, by not waiting for it, you will receive more and more each time. Forgiving yourself, and why not? By living by the principles discussed throughout this book, you will find yourself becoming kinder to yourself. This act constitutes your own forgiveness, and shows that you experience an awakening life. In my office I have a cushion that reads, "I have permission." My sister-in-law did it many years ago. It serves as a reminder to me that I can live my life as I please, make mistakes, and so on. Many spend their lives believing that they do not have permission to perform certain actions. Adults accustomed to value judgments are convinced that there are rules that dictate what to say or not say, that order them not to be late, not to drink or smoke, to hate their enemies, to never masturbate. Reject all religions except your own, separate from those who are different from yourself, never divorce, etc. Surely at a certain point in your life you have adopted all these prescriptions and made them a standard of conduct. However, he has also realized that it is impossible to live by them all the time. Consequently, you may feel guilty for not complying with any of them. This feeling of guilt prevents him from living the new awakening, and then the only way to escape is to forgive himself for what he has done. Once you realize how absurd the need to forgive can be, you have nothing to forgive yourself of, and yet if you don't, you remain in the mire of your own guilt. The more lessons about higher consciousness you learn and the more you experience your life in this light, the less tendency you will have to think about the need to forgive yourself. Take a look at any of the beliefs you nurture and see how they serve you in terms of living a life full of harmony and purpose. If you behave in a way that violates one of those irrevocable rules I mentioned earlier, think that you have done nothing wrong. He has simply done something. And now that's it. If instead your conscience pricks you and you feel guilty, you may think that your judgment of that action may prevent you from tripping over that same stone again. It is not like this. Probably not. Consequently, what you must do is make the most of that act and decide whether according to your scale of values you want to repeat it or if you want to ignore it and move on to something else. It takes a lot of effort to find out whether or not one is operating according to the controls of others. The effort is worth it, if you don't take responsibility for your own mind. You have permission, just as it sounds. You do not need anyone to forgive you, unless it is for yourself, and even that action is totally unnecessary if you come to accept yourself without any hindrance. You will notice it the moment you truly master the art of forgiveness. When you no longer make value judgments on others, you have forgiven yourself and are on the path to enlightenment. By freeing yourself from these judgments, you also let go of those that affect you in particular. Remember that the need to place your peers in different categories defines you. By ceasing to act like this, he forgives himself for what he sees in them. The calmer you are with respect to the behavior of others, even though you would surely never act like them, the more calm will reign in your life as well. The more you insist on reacting with violent responses to the behavior of your peers, the more it will cost you to obtain forgiveness from yourself. Say to yourself, I have permission. Not because I told you, or because your parents no longer take care of you or because someone has given you permission, but because you are simply in that place and at that moment through an act of love. Do not blame anyone, do not send hatred, do not punish yourself for the things that you consider wrong. You must understand that you never fail, that you only produce results, and that you have the right to learn and grow from what you generate. The word failure is a judgment, and if what you are doing is applying this word to your life, then you are judging yourself rather than accepting yourself. Self-acceptance will turn into love for your own person, and when you become filled with love for who you are, then that is what you have to offer to others. Therefore, the willingness to forgive yourself is a necessary step to find yourself in harmony with all universal principles. It allows you to serial and as you like. It grants you the right to self-determination. Everything you have done, take it for granted, regardless of what opinion you may hold about it. The past we have already overcome, and everything he did has brought him to the point where he is today. Everything had to happen as it did, without exception, for you to be here now, reading this book in this place. You needed to act just as you did, and now all you have to do to learn the lesson of forgiveness is allow thought to run free for you and in an act of love grant yourself forgiveness. Welcome that lesson with open arms and be in harmony with yourself and with each and every person you relate to. The calmer you are with this idea and the more willing you are to be kind to yourself even if you stumble, the more you will realize that forgiveness is your way of life, which means that it will be easier for you to accept yourself and that you will be able to get rid of the need to forgive. You will find that many violate the values and beliefs that you uphold. Refuse to judge them for it. Instead, try to help them when they ask, and be aware that from this position you have the privilege of not being affected by their behavior. The more aware you are that you are thinking and acting in harmony with all that the universe is, the less you will harbor to make judgments about others. And you will also stop judging yourself, which is a glorious aspect of this process. You are treating yourself as you desire, as the divine being that you are. You have the intelligence that supports every form that passes through you at all times. It is important enough to know, and divine enough to give it. The surrender, the last act. I am approaching the end of this book, which I have written with so much love, and I will end by mentioning the concept that I call surrender. This idea does not imply that you give control of your life to another person, organization, or set of ideas. When I refer to surrender, I refer to the fact of trusting in the forces and principles that always work in this perfect universe, just as you surrender day after day to the principles that make you a unit of work based on love, without reaching questioning, fighting, demanding or even wondering if they are fully understood by their being. And in the same way it can surrender to the great principles that govern the universe and all the living beings it contains. The act of forgiveness is easier if there is surrender on your part. When you know that we are all on our own paths, doing exactly what we know how to do at that particular moment, according to the conditions that our lives mark us, then you can unload and get rid of all the malice that you harbor with respect to others by acting according to their own destiny. He is also aware that in some way the behavior of a certain person has surely influenced him in some way and for some reason. In surrender you notice that a powerful lesson awaits you in that person's behavior, even if he or she has caused you deep pain or greatly harmed you. Forgiveness appears when there is surrender to the perfection of the whole. Surrender replaces the desire to question why some things are so painful and difficult to understand. Surrender underlies forgiveness, and you may bear the full responsibility for this chapter or for the entire book. The action around surrender embodies the notion of trust. By surrendering, he trusts the perfection and beauty of the whole, and at the same time shows that he knows the paradox that forms our knowledge, that is, that suffering is also included in perfection, as well as our own desire to end it. Death is not a punishment, but a transition. The only thing that dies is form, while thought continues to exist as energy eternally. You are that thought, and you can never die. Surrender unconditionally and stop fighting everything. If you maintain full confidence in what I have explained, you will reach a high level of peace and tranquility, and will come to wonder why you had not chosen this before. One way to approach surrender is to commit to forgiving all those with whom you have ever had a conflict. Send each and every one of them a note wishing them the best, and when you are about to fall into the temptation of feeling bitter or anguished again because of what happened, do not forget that the wound of that relationship has already healed thanks to the balm of the sorry. It is as if he knows that tomorrow he is going to die, and believes that he cannot leave his own without first eliminating the quarrels that have sometimes existed. Imagine that heaven required the presence of love in all people, without exception, and that you had the ability to achieve it. In many ways, both earth and heaven require the presence of love, unconditionally, free of any demand, that allows the beings we love to be what they want without depending on our taste or love for them. I am talking about a type of surrender that is equivalent to the confidence in the perfect functioning of everything according to the order established in the universe, including your own person. When I started preparing this book, I also went through a surrender. I accepted all the principles that I was going to write about as true and omnipresent in the universe. I fully trusted them, just as I do right now. When I got ready to write, I gave myself the freedom to let myself go with the project without allowing any tension, worry or fear to prevent me from carrying out the new endeavor in which I had become involved. I gave up knowing that this book was going to be written and that I had nothing to fight or suffer from in the making of my work. I used to sit down and outline all the ideas that came to my mind as a result of my own life experience, my research, my readings, and my knowledge of the great spiritual teachers. Everything I needed appeared to me at the right time. For example, while I was writing a certain chapter, I received a series of tapes in the mail from people who had heard me at a conference, who recommended that I listen to them because they would undoubtedly help me a lot on certain points. And it was always like that. On other occasions someone would send me a book telling me that I should read it, without further ado. And without a doubt that was the book he needed precisely that day. Many times, when I was trying to find a specific quote, I would glance at the vast amount of books and brochures that littered my table, and my hands would select the precise volume. When I sat in front of the typewriter, I would open the book to a certain page and what I was looking for was waiting for me. The fair date. It was perfect. It was precisely what I needed to embellish my comments. Nothing like this had ever happened to me before. I met perfection without any effort on my part and over a very long period of time. I was in surrender, and that is what has allowed me to flow from inside to you. There has been no anxiety, worry, or struggle of any kind. I have only been aware that everything worked perfectly. I am not advocating for the absence of planning or care in preparation. In fact, you will find yourself planning and taking care of your work more than ever. What I am describing in these pages is the process towards the realization that everything is going to work out well since you are in perfect harmony with the whole. He has only love and serenity to offer to his fellow men. I highly recommend that in the process of your work you have the firm conviction that everything is going to happen as it should be. This is precisely what surrender is all about. The inner knowledge. The inner satisfaction that floods you when you trust the universe with the desire to be in harmony with yourself. Knowing that abundance is a birthright that flows freely through you when you are no longer disturbed by the idea of challenging someone or something. It is as if you can count on a guardian angel or a faithful and passionate observer of your conscience to be like a partner with whom you have silent conversations. You are actually a consciousness that is always perfect behind the way in which effort or suffering has no place. That is the transcendent dimension of thought. A Norwegian poet of exquisite sensitivity, Rolf Jacobson, wrote a beautiful poem entitled Guardian Angel, which deserves to be read with calm and love. I am the bird that hits your window in the morning. And your partner, whom you cannot meet. The flowers that illuminate the blind. I am the crest of a glacier peeking through the dazzling forests. And the Latin voices from the cathedral towers. The thought that suddenly presents itself to you at noon. And fills you with a singular happiness. I am the one you have loved a long time ago. I accompany you on your way during the day and I look at you carefully. And I put my mouth on your heart, but you don't know it. I am your third arm and your second shadow, the white one. Who is not your heart for. And can never forget you. All of us are connected to that invisible part of our own being. Life is much more than the experience of its form in the days that it has been granted, only to then disappear into the abyss of infinite nothingness. Our thoughts are a magical part of our own being and can lead us to places where borders and limits do not exist. In this dimensionless world of thought, anything is possible. This new life after awakening only asks you to allow yourself to be flooded by that vital energy that sets its dynamics into operation, and to celebrate not only the existence of your invisible part but also that of the visible one. Let these ideas sink in and just see where they take you. When you do, remember you don't have to strain. You don't have to fight. You don't have to beat. You just have to know. Namaste. I celebrate that place in you, where we are all one. It is fine to copy what you see, but it is better to draw what you see in your mind. This way your memory and your imagination will be free from the tyranny imposed by nature. Edgar Degas. End. The Force to Believe. Wayne Dyer.